Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is part 1 of our story. If you like this what if story and want to see part 2, let me know in the comments below. Before we start, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share this video with your friends. Also, check the description for more great content and my playlist. Now, let's start. Chapter 1. Fall Izuku. As the bus rolled down a country road, Izuku found himself reminiscing on how far he'd had to come, more metaphorically than literally. We've only been driving for an hour to get where he was at that moment. It had been almost 4 years since his life changed and his dream was suddenly placed in his grasp, but he was also thrown into the ancient war between one for all and all for one at the same time. A war that's finally over, he thought, proudly. By the end of his first year at U, Izuku had found himself at the center stage of that whole conflict, embroiled in the confusing, four-way battle between the heroes, the poorly named Hero Public Safety Commission, Shigaraki, and his Paranormal Liberation Front, and all for one himself. The heroes had won, though at a heavy cost. All for one was no more, gone for good this time, but Izuku would have died if it wasn't for Shigaraki's baffling assistance at the very last minute. That man was locked away deep in STYX, the super prison which had replaced Tartarus. Whatever Shigaraki or Tenko, or whatever he was calling himself now had experienced when Izuku had been forced to pass one for all to him in a final, desperate act, it had apparently shaken him badly enough that he had seen fit to abandon his villainous cause. He'd even pushed one for all back into Izuku, using the last gasps of all for one before the quirk disappeared as the man was defeated. The Hero Commission had, finally, seen fit to act a little bit more rationally by the end of the war. No longer were actual heroes treated like vigilantes, and new initiatives had developed to prevent the gentle criminals and crawlers of the world from falling onto the wrong side of the law due to circumstance alone. Since the students of U had basically spent what would have been their second year on a work-study fighting to save Japan, Izuku's education had been delayed somewhat. When they had returned to classes, the students were immersed in public relations, international diplomacy, and other topics that were usually the domain of actual pros. Considering that we were on the front lines for most of the war for all, Izuku reminisced, it made sense that we weren't treated like provisional proto-heroes anymore. Now, with their final semester of their third year approaching, the students of classes 3A and 3B had been thrown a final curveball. For this last bit of their heroics education, A and B would no longer exist. Instead they were to be combined into Class 3, all 40 students as one cohort. Izuku suspected that Nezu and Aizawa had plans to encourage their students to form a hero agency together after their graduation, but he'd already made his choice: People Who Do the Right Thing, an agency with an absolutely awful name, but one that had been founded by Koichi Himawari, the crawler himself. As ridiculous as the idea sounded on the surface, Izuku also saw the logic behind this choice to work on getting to know people who had literally fought for life and death beside him. He definitely wasn't as close with the members of what had once been Class 3B compared to his best friends and closest allies who had been his classmates the entire time. Aizawa had put several groups together for a mysterious team-building exercises, the details of which were entirely unknown, but apparently involved something off-campus. This was why Izuku found himself on a bus, listening to Ashido and Tokage singing an enthusiastic rendition of a pre-quirk pop song, something about single ladies. It was also why, despite having made great progress on his confidence and awkwardness, Izuku was trying to blend invisibly into his seat at the back of the bus. Although not quite desperate enough to use cloak, the quirk he'd been gifted from the sixth wielder of One for All. For some baffling reason, Aizawa had seen fit to place Izuku in a group with 6 women, and not only that, 6 of the last remaining single women between 3A and 3B alike, including Okiko. Izuku wasn't blind to the fact that he had an enormous crush on his best friend, nor the fact that she'd taken that title from Kaken a while ago, but it just never seemed like the right time to actually do something about it. He certainly hadn't been thinking of romance during the war, and the year afterward had mostly been centered around processing and healing from the events they'd all witnessed, but even his third year just felt like it was too much of a time of transition to throw something that confusing into their friendship. Still, no matter what happened, she'd always be his hero. Okiko had been a source of strength for him to draw on when he'd been at his lowest, and he'd never have become as proficient at using float if it hadn't been for her help. She's also absolutely gorgeous, he thought, her big, expressive eyes, her blushing cheeks, and, well, her pleasantly round curves. Izuku also wasn't blind to the fact that the other members of Group Delta, as Aizawa had dubbed them, were all gorgeous in their own rights. Ashido was as bouncy quite literally as ever, a paragon of good cheer and confidence even when things had looked their darkest. She also still favored skin-tight costumes that showed an eye-catching amount of cleavage, which Ashido had plenty of to show off. Izuku had always kind of thought that Kirishima might wind up dating her, but apparently the manly man's preferences were more towards manly types, considering that he and Kaken had started dating at the beginning of the year. 𝐂𝐭𝐽𝐻 was incredibly clever, with a razor-sharp wit, one that she used mostly to flirt with and tease everyone that crossed her path. She was hard to ignore in all senses of the word, wearing a skin-tight costume that did nothing to disguise her athletic, yet curvaceous build. Izuku was honestly surprised she was still single, but he supposed that getting to know her better might reveal her reasoning. They'd moved past calling each other Uruzu and Midoriya. By the time they were acting as two of the main generals in an underground war, was probably the smartest person Izuku had ever met, and, while she still didn't always recognize it herself, he always felt more confident knowing that she was on his side. That said, she was also Momo, a statuesque beauty equal to any work of art, but at least her new costume wasn't as ridiculously revealing as her first one. Izuku had suspected that she and Xiaoto might have wound up together, but apparently the two viewed each other as quasi-siblings, and the youngest Todoroki started dating Kami Utsushimi a while back. Yuiko Dai was someone that Izuku knew almost nothing about, but from what he'd heard from 3B, that wasn't exactly unusual. She was clearly intelligent and capable in combat, but she was one of the quietest people that Izuku had ever met. When she did speak up, though, she revealed a surprisingly cheesy sense of humor, one of the only people to ever compliment his t-shirt. Kodai was on the shorter side, which only seemed to enhance her curves. Ibara Shiozaki, the final member of Group Delta, wasn't as much of a mystery to Izuku, but it was pretty close. It was clear that her faith was important to her, which she certainly wasn't shy about reminding people of, but even aside from spiritual matters, she had an inner strength and resilience which was equal to the bravest of the brave. As much as Izuku knew that she wouldn't want to hear these kinds of thoughts, her tall, slender build was almost model-like, just as distractingly attractive as any of her peers. He almost felt guilty, thinking of how attractive his peers were like this, but Izuku knew that there was nothing wrong with being a young man full of teenage hormones, and it wasn't like he was going to pull a Mineta over any of his thoughts. Although even he managed to get his act together, Izuku recalled, he's actually dating a girl from Ketsubutsu now, I think. Izuku shook his head, dispelling his inner monologue for a little while. He'd, thankfully, learned how to stop himself from mumbling when he got caught on these tangents, but he was still Izuku Midoriya, and his own thoughts were still where he spent a lot of his time. No, Izuku heard Okiko say, as 𝐂𝐭𝐽𝐻 was practically draped over her, it's not like that. So, 𝐂𝐭𝐽𝐻's head separated from her body, her quirk was so cool, and floated over towards him. Is that true, Green Bean? I hear you're still a free agent. Oh, Izuku tried to figure out what she meant. No. Okiko made an eeps sound for some reason. Oh, how scandalous, Midori. Ashido chimed in, who is it? Tell me. Izuku raised an eyebrow in curiosity. I'm pretty much planning on people who do. I know they're not the biggest agency, but you should see how the crawler uses his quirk, it's amazing. Ashido rolled her eyes, and he heard Momo giggle in her classic, I'm amused at the weirdos around me way. It's not that bad, Izuku argued. I know the name is a mouthful and all, but, seriously, I think that they can do a lot of good. Oh, Deku, Okiko sighed, never change. Well, if I'm hearing you right, 𝐂𝐭𝐽𝐻 grinned at him from her levitating position, that makes you an honorary single lady, doesn't it? I am quite sure, Shiozaki chimed in, that Aizawa-sensei would not have been so juvenile as to create this group on something so basal as one's relationship status. 𝐂𝐭𝐽𝐻. Do behave yourself, please. Who knows? 𝐂𝐭𝐽𝐻's head floated back to her body. People find love in all sorts of unusual circumstances. Maybe we'll be doing a special kind of team building, eh, Uraka? Meep, Okiko replied. though at least she didn't make herself float out of embarrassment from 𝐭𝐽𝐻's flirting. "If you are finished being irrational," Aizawa spoke from the driver's seat, "we've arrived." Izuku looked around outside. It looked like they'd parked at a small village, with lots of farmland surrounding the dozenish buildings that seemed to make up the town. A few residents of the village were visible, milling around idly nearby, and Izuku wondered what sort of community this was. "Depart the bus in an orderly fashion," Aizawa commanded. "Don't go too far, though, and do not bother any of the residents. I have to go tell someone that we've arrived." He peered into the rearview mirror, then sighed, "and that we are the first to do so." "Hisashi, you're late." The man who'd once been the pro-hero Eraserhead took his cane and limped off the bus. He'd lost the same leg no less than 3 times over the course of the war, and had eventually decided that continually relying on either air or combat-grade prosthetics was irrational, now favoring a simple, civilian-grade prosthetic. Izuku actually respected him even more for how he chose to bear his wounds. It made it feel easier to carry his own, somehow. As the person seated at the back of the bus, Izuku was the last to get off. He was grateful for the chance to stretch his legs out, though he couldn't help but let his mind wander as he took in the residents of this small village. He was surprised to see a higher-than-typical proportion of mutant-type quirks right off the bat, and while most of the villagers seemed to be occupied with random tasks, he caught a couple looking pointedly at the group of US students, and one fellow who was clearly observing them without intending to be caught doing so. The hairs raised on the back of Izuku's neck. "Say," an unfamiliar voice right beside him almost made him leap in surprise, "I know you. You're Izuku Midoriya, aren't you?" He turned to face the stranger, a man who, by his accent and skin tone, was probably American. The man was roughly middle-aged, at a guess, and had an obvious mutation. His eyes had been replaced by whirling spheres of purple streaked with black, like 2 strange planets. Still, his body language was relaxed and open, so Izuku's fear of being rude outweighed his teacher's warning. "Yes, I'm," Izuku answered. "Nice to meet you, mister." "Oh, don't worry about me," the man continued, and took a step closer to Izuku. He edged backwards carefully, unwilling to let the man touch him, just in case. "I've heard lots about you, though," the stranger said. "Did you know none other than Stain called you the finest hero he's ever witnessed?" Izuku had heard that, but even though the former hero killer had redeemed himself over the course of the war, he still got nervous when people brought up Stain's name with this kind of intensity. "I wasn't aware," Izuku replied neutrally, letting a trickle of one for all flow through him. "Izuku," Okiko spoke behind him, "we weren't supposed to dash, and that's Uravity." The stranger cheerfully recognized her. "What perfect timing. Fought the paranormal front, the both of you." "Who is Dash?" Momo spoke, and Izuku stepped to put himself between this man and the 6 women behind him. "You'll get a kick out of this," the man said, as his eyes started to whirl with dizzying intensity. "Universal Lotus." Izuku leapt backwards, trying to sweep his classmates away from whatever quirk the man had just activated, but he was too slow. A wave of purple energy swept over him, and the world disappeared. Izuku thought, as he woke up, "My head feels really fuzzy." He also felt uncomfortably hot, a light sheen of sweat sticking to his skin as he lifted himself off the ground. Instead of the asphalt he'd just been standing on, the surface beneath him was a mixture of dirt and plant matter. As Izuku's awareness returned, he heard the chirping sounds of insects in the background, and became aware that the sun beamed directly overhead, rather than the middle-evening position it had been at in the village. DMN warp quirks, Izuku realized. I should have realized that purple energy seemed familiar. He wondered if, perhaps, the man at the village had been a relative of the villain once known as Kurogiri, despite the unsettling revelation that Kurogiri was actually a super high-end Nomu based on one of Aizawa's friends. The other components of his quirk had to have come from somewhere. Izuku sat up, still trying to clear his head by blinking repeatedly. "Dekukuin!" Okiko cried out from behind him, and Izuku took comfort in the fact that at least he hadn't been separated from her. "Okiko-san," Izuku replied, turning to face her, "and you?" She was completely naked, blinking in a daze, apparently more disoriented by their landing than he had been. "Yipe!" Izuku shrieked, immediately lowering his hand to hide his own, as he just realized, "NDY, you're naked." I'm naked. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 looked down, as Izuku kept his gaze studiously fixed to her face, before she shrieked even louder in surprise, turning completely red and planting her hands on her face. Where are we? 𝐂𝐭𝐞𝐲 slurred, as she revealed her own presence, and Izuku looked away in an instant once he realized that she was just as exposed. He quickly caught brief glimpses of the other 4 students, all completely ND, and eventually lost his composure altogether, falling onto his butt and facing away from the 6 women. What is this? What is this? What is this? What is happening? Izuku muttered at warp speed. Wow, Shiozaki, he heard Ashido speak, I never thought that all your hair would be vines. I must cover my immodesty. Shiozaki cried, woe unto us, to be cast from the garden once more. I think we might have been cast into the garden, Ashido retorted, have you looked around? I don't know where we are, but it's definitely not Kansas anymore. Guys, 𝐂𝐭𝐲 said. We were not in Kansas, Kodai interrupted, we were in Japan, in the Shizuoka prefecture, in an unknown village. Guys, 𝐂𝐭𝐲 repeated. No need to worry, Momo spoke, I'll make a satellite phone, just give me a moment. That's odd, guys, 𝐂𝐭𝐲 said for a 3rd time. My apologies, this is proving to be more difficult than anticipated, Momo provided, I just have to test something. Not fabric either. Guys! 𝐂𝐭𝐲 screamed, 𝐒𝐬𝐚𝐥, look. We aren't alone. Izuku cautiously turned his gaze from the ground he'd been intently studying to peer at the general direction 𝐂𝐭𝐲 was speaking from. Mere feet away from her, some sort of giant, lizard mutant type stood, staring dumbly at the 7 students. Foul devil! Shiozaki cried, fear not, we will escape its loathsome presence. Izuku drew on one for all, but something was wrong, his quirk felt sluggish, weak, slow to respond. If he had to guess, he was pulling on no more than 5% of its power, when his everyday limit was all the way at 80%, and he could handle 100% with no more than some lingering soreness afterwards. It's not a Devi, 𝐂𝐭𝐲 yelped, as Shiozaki's vines wrapped around her and Kodai. Izuku couldn't help but scream as Shiozaki's vines grasped him immediately afterward, and he kept his hand firmly planted over his PP, trying his best to hide his indecency as something soft pressed into his back, and into his left side. The world whirled again, but this time the cause could be easily explained, as the 6 students were hauled into the air by Shiozaki's quirk. Through the gaps in her thorny embrace, Izuku saw strange-looking trees and plants fly past, as she removed the students from danger. Where the F are we? Izuku couldn't help but swear in his thoughts, he was that confused. He lost himself in his thoughts as Shiozaki continued to swing through the strange jungle, taking them somewhere that didn't have giant lizard men around. Okay, so, first of all, 𝐒𝐭𝐽 was the first to speak when they landed in an apparently unoccupied clearing. What happened? The villager, Izuku mumbled, his cheeks hot with shame and embarrassment as he stared at the ground once more. He used his quirk. It's my fault, I didn't react fast enough. No need for apologies, Izuku, Momo interjected. If Aizawa-sensei didn't recognize the threat, none of us could have been expected to. Where are we? Ashido whined. That was definitely a warp quirk, right? It appears we are in a tropical rainforest, Kodai answered, which would place limits on the potential latitudes we could have been warped to. Depending on the limitations of the quirk responsible, South America, Africa, or parts of Southeast Asia are all possible. The latter is the closest to Japan, so I would gather it is our most likely location. Just a minute, Momo said, I'm trying to make us a satellite phone, we'll be able to contact you right away, but. 𝐂𝐭𝐽 spoke, I see lots of buts. Very nice, all of you. Green, she whistled, that's some beefcake you were hiding. Take this seriously, 𝐂𝐭𝐽, Shiozaki reprimanded her. That beast we encountered, that was nothing of this earth. Well, you might have that right, 𝐂𝐭𝐽 joked. Momo interjected, I do not mean to worry you, but is anyone noticing that their quirks are not behaving as expected? My vines appear to be functioning normally, Shiozaki reported, thank the Lord for that. Izuku heard a spattering sound followed by sizzling behind him. Actually, Mina responded, my acid isn't working quite right. It's coming out way weaker than I want. Charco, How about you? 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 replied. Give me a sec, yeah, okay. There was silence for a moment, then a soft thud. Nope, 𝐒𝐭𝐴𝐲 elaborated, zero gravity isn't doing what I want. I could barely float that log for more than a few seconds, and it should be well within my weight limit. Izuku heard soft footsteps, then a crunching sound, followed by a grunt of pain. Size isn't obeying my commands, Kodai spoke. The feedback hasn't been that bad since I was a child. I can only split one body part at a time, Tokuj added. That's gonna be a pain in the butt. Well, if I decide to send my butt floating around. What about you, Midori? Ashido chirped, far too close to his ear. Izuku muttered, in a panic from the situation as a whole, being warped somewhere, our quirks not working right, and 6 naked women gathered around me, before he eventually managed to find his words. Yeah, mine's affected too. My guess is I'm running at maybe 5% right now. Let me try again. Momo spoke once more. Izuku heard the sound of creation flaring to life for perhaps half a minute straight, followed by Momo gasping for breath, exhausted. There, Momo answered, my quirk is definitely impaired, limiting how quickly I can create something, but this phone should solve our problems. Izuku heard a beeping sound, then 6 voices muttering in confusion. No signal found. 𝐒𝐭𝐴𝐲 wondered, sorry, Momo, not to doubt you, but are you sure you made it right? I'm certain, Momo sounded dejected. Perhaps we are, indeed, in South America, and the network cannot reach Japan from here. Give me a while to recover, then I'll make a transponder. Momo, Izuku interrupted, not willing to let her sacrifice herself like that. Hold off on that for now. Until we figure out if we have a source of food nearby, don't risk exhausting your quirk, okay? Such a hero. Ashido cheered, apparently not as affected by these circumstances as the rest. Guys! Tokuj shouted, I know you're all distracted by my bodacious bod, but listen to what I've got to say, okay? Izuku muttered an apology, even though he was doing his absolute best to avoid looking at her bod, or anyone else's for that matter. I don't think the question we should be asking is where are we, Tokuj explained, but when are we? What do you mean? 𝐒𝐭𝐴𝐲 yelped. That demon back there that Ibara freaked out over, Tokuj answered, that wasn't a demon. That was a dinosaur. Boar. 𝐒𝐭𝐴𝐲 was as baffled as Izuku was, apparently. A time-warping quirk. Momo shrieked, oh, no. There's no time-warping quirks registered that are powerful enough to send someone back millions of years, Izuku muttered, and it's unlikely that Aizawa wouldn't have done his homework on our destination. Weirdest thing, though, Tokuj continued, that was definitely a dinosaur, and sure looked like some sort of theropod, but all the details were a bit off. What on earth do you mean? Shiozaki cried. Well, like, Tokuj elaborated, yeah, it had classic theropod features, but the legs weren't quite right. And it didn't have any feathers, that's just completely off. Maybe it's a climate adaptation, I guess, but that goes against pretty much everything that paleontology understands. So, what? Mina whined, we didn't get teleported to another place, or even another time, but to some kind of dinosaur dimension. Some kind of dimension? Izuku pondered. The phrasing seemed significant to him, but he hadn't put all the pieces together yet. Okay, Momo spoke, let's all stay calm. We're about to be pro-heroes, after all, this is nothing but a new scenario that we have to deal with. Let's come up with a plan of action. We should ensure that we can secure food and water that will be safe to consume, then once our basic needs are handled, we can develop a strategy to get back to where we belong. Something about Momo's wording also inspired a half-formed thought in Izuku's mind. Deku, 𝐒𝐭𝐴𝐲 asked, have you ever heard of a quirk that could do this? Not even a little bit, he answered. The power required to punch a hole into an alternate reality would be immense, let alone one that is so clearly divergent from our Earth as to have a completely different evolutionary history, and the fact that our quirks are being interfered with makes no sense at all. What did the villager call his quirk, again? Izuku tried to recall, Universal Lotus. He came to a realization, suddenly, and groaned out loud, throwing his head forward into his hands. What's wrong? 𝐒𝐭𝐴𝐲 asked, concerned. She placed a hand on his back, and he was too frustrated to even get embarrassed over the close contact. This wasn't a random attack, Izuku explained, and we haven't time-traveled. I don't think we've even been warped through space, at least, not technically speaking. What do you mean? Momo inquired. Yeah, Midori, you lost me, Ashido admitted. The villager who hit us with a quirk, Izuku explained, he showed up right after Aizawa told us to leave the bus and stay in one spot, right? Yeah. 𝐭𝐽𝐽 sounded curious. Doesn't that sound like an ambush? Oh, it was definitely an ambush, Izuku groaned, but not one that Aizawa didn't see coming. That infuriating man. Momo seemed to have reached the same conclusion. Can you dumb it down for me? Mina hadn't. I'm not getting why you're not worried all of a sudden. Okay, so, Izuku listed out the facts. Remember Aizawa complained that the other groups hadn't arrived yet. I think that was the first part of his ruse. Group Alpha left 4 hours before we did. There's no way that they could have taken 6 hours to arrive. Granted, maybe they could have gone somewhere else, but that doesn't explain groups Beta or Gamma missing too. A ruse? Kodai asked, why would you suspect that? It's Aizawa-sensei, 4 students of Class A answered simultaneously, though Izuku didn't add the honorific, considering the man himself had told him to stop using it. Yes, Momo was putting the pieces together too. He intentionally acted that way to stop us from wondering where the other groups were, to make sure our guards were down. The man in the village, Okiko continued, he sounded like he had an accent. American, maybe. I think so, Izuku agreed, and I don't think he was a villager at all. Oh, 𝐭𝐽𝐽 started. Mind your language. Shiozaki reprimanded her immediately. So, the quirk he hit us with, 𝐭𝐽𝐽 continued, that was something that Aizawa-sensei planned to happen, wasn't it? I think so, Izuku agreed. I'm not sure on the details. It felt like a warp quirk, but there's too many oddities around it for that to be all it did, like the fact we showed up naked, and how the wildlife here doesn't match the fossil record, or how our quirks aren't working right, so I wonder if it's a dream-based quirk, or maybe a pocket dimension, or maybe a combination of the two, or could it even be a 𝐒𝐩𝐽𝐽? Okiko interrupted his rambling. Right, sorry, Izuku blushed bashfully, where was I? You were explaining Aizawa-sensei's plan, Kodai answered. Yeah, so, Izuku remembered to keep his eyes on the ground, as he'd almost turned to look at Kodai by instinct. I don't think that this is something that happened to us before the team-building exercise. I think this is the team-building exercise. That motif, Okiko cursed a rarity for her, but always a delight when she got that frustrated. He seriously thinks it's okay to have us ambushed, after everything we've gone through. A rational deception, Izuku quoted their teacher. Figuring out what's happening is probably one of the things we'll be graded on once this ends. So it's going to end? Ashido asked hopefully. Now that Izuku has helped make sense of it, Momo provided, this seems entirely on brand for a surprise start of semester test. I suspect that we'll return to the real world based on one of 2 conditions. Such as? Shiozaki asked. The first possibility is that we are on a timer, Momo explained, and will be compared against what other groups have been able to accomplish together over a certain duration. The second is that we have some sort of task to achieve, and that we may well be stuck here until we accomplish it. Fantastic, Kodai muttered sarcastically. I love being naked in a rainforest, with no idea what to do. Isn't it great? 𝐭𝐽𝐽 joked. Speaking of which, why are we naked? Ashido asked. Don't get me wrong, I don't really mind, but that doesn't really seem educational, why no? Goddammit, Izuku muttered. Remember what Aizawa said about preparedness last week? No. Ashido replied. If you are not prepared for any situation, Momo recited, then you might as well be entering a fight naked and quirkless. Here's the worst. Okiko whined. Maybe that's step 1, Izuku mumbled. Momo, Shiozaki. I hate to impose, but do you think the 2 of you could work together to make us all some clothes? Why, Greenie, 𝐭𝐽𝐽 drawled, and he heard her approaching closer. You might be the only boy on the planet who would try to get 6 naked, appealing babes to put clothes back on. What, are we not hot enough for you? It's not that, Izuku mumbled, turning red. It's just, the exercise. You're all very pretty, but not that I mean it in akaripi or anything. He started to ramble so fast that he must have been incomprehensible. She put a hand on his back to interrupt his stammering. It took him a moment to realize it wasn't her hand. The body part she'd pressed against him was way too squishy yet firm to be that. "Tokuge!" Shiozaki screeched, "Cease this indecency at once. Get melons off him." Okiko yelled. "DMN. Mina added, "You go, girl. Stop harassing Izuku for 5 minutes." Momo demanded. "Classic," Kodai observed. Izuku, for his part, could only blush even harder, somehow, as he tried to press his head into his own hands hard enough to, hopefully, knock himself out so that he wouldn't have to deal with this. "I see why we need to do team building," he thought morosely. "There's no way I can handle this." Izuku was glad that Momo and Shiozaki had managed to jointly craft clothing for the 7-stranded students, but at the same time, he was worried. It wasn't even his usual background neuroses in action. He could tell that Momo's use of her quirk was far more taxing than it should have been. The fabric she'd created for their clothes had come out frayed and thinner than intended, and as he took a glimpse at her, he could see that she was pale and shaky, clearly going through the effects of quirk overuse. "I've seen Momo make a full-blown tank out of thin air," Izuku recollected, "and now she's struggling to manage 7 outfits." It was obvious that, whatever strange way that this place whatever it was affected their quirks, Momo had been hit harder than she was willing to admit. Intellectually, Izuku wondered what mechanism might be involved. It's not full-on quirk nullification as we can all still use our quirks, but some sort of suppressive effect, and an inconsistent one, at that. Quirk suppressants usually had a fairly standard outcome. People couldn't activate their quirks in the first place. If that was what was happening, then Shiozaki wouldn't be able to manipulate and grow her vines, and yet the pious woman seemed to be the sole person who was barely affected at all. Her quirk is probably a full mutant type, Izuku reasoned, whereas Tokuge and Ashido have prominent mutations, but those that are unrelated to quirk usage. Maybe that relates to how they can still use their quirks, but with less control and potency. Okiko's mutation is extremely minor, but her quirk has been nearly entirely nullified, and Kodai and Momo have pure emitter types which are similarly affected. Experimentally, Izuku tapped into One for All once again, and tried to delve deeper into his quirk, calling up Float to see if he could still access the other 6 quirks stored within the fires of One for All. He felt himself grow lighter, but definitely not light enough to perform the titular floating he should have been capable of. Extreme suppression of my own emitter type, Izuku wondered, but no effect on the stockpile type facet of One for All. He was more convinced than ever that, however this strange prehistoric realm had been created, it was an artificial, quirk-crafted design. If that villager had only made a pocket dimension that didn't have any other features, they should be able to access their quirks freely or be left without them entirely, not left in a middle ground like they were. "What are you mumbling about there, Midori?" Ashido asked in her cheerful voice, and Izuku was startled to discover that he'd started that old, bad habit once again. "I'm thinking about how we can't use our quirks," he answered. "It almost seems kind of like how Aizawa's erasure interacts with different quirk types, but Shiozaki-san is an outlier, since she can still control and grow her hair." "Yes, it is a blessing," Shiozaki interjected. "I am grateful that my capabilities remain intact, and I pray that the effects you suffer from are only temporary." "Well, let's all hope so," Okiko spoke, "but as much as we should figure out what's actually happening, I think we need to focus on more immediate concerns. I don't know about the rest of you, but I'm getting really hungry, so it looks like we still need to eat while we're here." Momo made a soft whimpering noise, and idly ran a hand over her stomach. "I can go look for food," Izuku volunteered. "If we're right that this is an artificial pocket world, then whatever I find should be safe to eat. There's a little river not far from here," Okiko said. "If we follow that for a little bit, it should lead to a larger body of water." At the same time, Momo spoke, and Izuku could hear how her voice was weaker than usual. "This clearing seems to be a fairly ideal location to establish a base camp within. We have clear sight lines to the surrounding jungle, there's apparently a nearby source of water, and we haven't seen any more of those creatures while we've been here." "Creatures?" Tokuge popped up behind Momo, a wide grin on her sharp teeth. "Did you mean..." "Yes, Momo sighed, we haven't seen any dinosaurs. Okay, Izuku weighed the various options out. As he looked at the nearby surroundings, I've got a plan. I think. Lay it on us, Greenie, 𝐭𝐾𝐲 chirped. The basic needs, Izuku elaborated, are food, water, and shelter. Right now, it seems like we've got 2 of those 3 if we stay here, but we still need to eat. I think I should go hunting, see if I can catch something, while the rest of you stay here, and set up a better base camp. Nah, Ashido protested, you're not doing the save everyone bit right now, Midori. We can chip in too. Mina's right, Okiko agreed, Deku, I'll come with you. I've hunted before too, so I should be able to help with that. That's the only reason, I'm sure. Mina giggled, and Okiko turned to glare at her. Weird, Izuku wondered what that was about. While I am not vegetarian, Shiozaki interjected, I will not be able to get the full sustenance I require from meat alone. I am familiar with a wide range of edible plants. I should scout to see if any are available nearby, while the 2 of you are hunting for more substantial game. Good idea, Izuku agreed. Fruits will be an important source of sugar right now. We'll need to keep our energy up. His analytical mind went over her idea a few more times. Kodai-san, would you mind accompanying Shiozaki-san while she forages? I don't mind. Kodai answered. Great. In the meantime, Momo, he addressed his classmate with a wide smile, we should put you somewhere safe. Ashido-san, 𝐭𝐾𝐲-san, I'd like you 2 to stay with her, just in case any, dinosaurs show up. Ashido-san's acid should be an effective defense against any wildlife, and 𝐭𝐾𝐲-san, you can send one of your body parts to call for help, if you need to, right? I'll only agree if you stop calling me Ashido-san, Midori. Ashido smirked at him, I've been telling you for years you don't need to be so formal with me, and now that you've seen me naked, you can definitely just call me Mina. Izuku short-circuited for a moment, then continued. Right, Mina, he bowed slightly in her direction, my apologies once again. Lighten up, Green Team Leader. 𝐭𝐾𝐲 grinned, though despite her pointed teeth, her expression somehow didn't seem as toothy as Ashimina's was. But, yeah, I should be able to send my mouth out to call for help if we need to. That's great. Izuku decided, Momo, I know you're near your limit, but do you think that you could make a small container? I'm nowhere near my limit, Momo obviously lied. One moment. Eventually, she managed to make a simple cup about the size of a large water bottle. Thank you so much. Izuku was genuinely grateful. Koden, do you think you could enlarge this? Should be able to, the quiet woman agreed. Okay. Izuku started to announce the rest of his plan. Shiozaki-san, would you mind carrying Momo and, Mina up into the branches of that tree over there? He pointed to show a tall tree, with a large, flat branch Momo could comfortably rest on top of, with room for several more people besides. 𝐭𝐾𝐲-san, could you just Setsuna? 𝐭𝐾𝐲 interrupted. I feel left out, she joked, call me Setsuna. Or Set. Or you gorgeous, Seki devil, you. Do not engage her blasphemies, Midoriya. Shiozaki interrupted her interruption, she is, sadly, a lost soul, given to temptation. You'd think I would have gotten used to this, Izuku sighed internally. Well, Setsuna, he emphasized, since you're the only one who can keep an eye on 2 places at once, do you think you could fill our water bottle from the river nearby? Once you're done, you should levitate into the tree, then just keep a watch out until the rest of us get back, okay? You've got it, boss. Setsuna gave a mock salute, then wandered over to ask Okiko for directions. Okay, I think we've got this. Izuku reassured both the rest of the group and himself, give me a few minutes, I'm going to make a spear, then we'll head out. Okiko. Yep. Okiko smiled back at him, and Izuku actually felt reassured seeing it. He hurried over to the edge of the jungle, and spotted a small sapling which would suit his needs. Even the trickle of one for all he could access was more than enough for him to rip the tree out of the ground, then to snap it across his knee, as he broke the leafy top and roots off the middle. It left him with a length of wood a bit shorter than his own height, with a sharp, splintered point at one end. Okay, he called out to Okiko, let's get going. While he would never admit it, Izuku was also glad to get some breathing time away from the rest of the group. It wasn't that their company bothered him, the exact opposite, actually, or that he had issues with any person in particular, but, well, Momo and Shiozaki had tried their best to come up with clothes for the group, but even though they weren't naked anymore, the 6 women were definitely clad in a way that went well past scantily. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 was basically wearing a small bikini cloth tied together with one of Shiozaki's vines she'd sacrificed, and while she was definitely still distracting if he looked in her direction for too long, at least Izuku had gone to the beach with her before, so his brain didn't stop completely if he caught sight of her. At least her outfit was nowhere near as difficult to handle as Mina's microbikini equivalent, or the way that Tokage Setsuna, right, was only wearing a few thin strips of fabric that just barely managed to cover the NTMT parts of her body. Izuku had gotten used to Momo's various hero costumes a while ago, so he wasn't that anxious about seeing her barely dressed, but he hardly even knew Kodai, and she was apparently completely unconcerned about being around him in far too little clothing. Shiozaki, surprisingly, wasn't wearing clothing at all. She had chosen to cover herself with her own vines, which certainly hid more of her skin from sight than the other 5 women, but somehow felt more indecent to Izuku in a strange way. He was aware that many of the boys in their classes would have been furious with him for his luck at winding up in this situation, but Izuku instead chose to treat it as an opportunity to get more and more worried that he'd managed to offend the women or, worse, to creep them out by doing something wrong. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 was in high spirits as she walked with Deku through the jungle, following the small stream of water that she'd spotted earlier. She was glad that he'd managed to take charge of the situation, his strategic mind on full display, especially since Momo was obviously minutes away from being out of commission. While 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 still wasn't exactly thrilled about this exercise they'd been thrown into, she had to admit that she felt confident having 2 of Class 3 as brightest in their group. Not that Deku understands his limits. Just as Momo was obviously exhausted, Izuku was obviously completely unfamiliar with any sort of bushcraft. He paused every few moments to look around, as if his eyes were more important than his ears and nose when it came to staying on guard against predators. "You've never been camping before, have you?" she asked. That is," Deku stammered. No. I haven't." She giggled in response to how flustered he got. "I can tell," she put a hand on his shoulder, as they walked side by side. "It's I have. We'll find some food, don't worry." Where Deku had decided to shape himself a spear, boys, really, 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 had collected a long, thin branch, and split the end so that it formed a makeshift hook. It wasn't a fishing pole that was going to win any competitions, but it should be more than enough to catch something if they encountered a body of water. "Speaking of which, Deku?" 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 asked. "Yeah, 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲. Is that an ocean?" "Yeah, 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲," Deku sighed. "Yeah, I think it is." The body of water that sparkled in front of them looked truly vast, and they'd only been walking for maybe 15 minutes. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 knew that there was no way that this geography made any sense, but if they were trapped in some sort of weird dreamlike world for the purposes of this exercise, she supposed that things didn't have to make sense. "So, 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 hummed in thought, "we're supposed to stay on the island, hey?" "It sure looks that way," Deku grumbled. "If I could use my quirk, I could fly out there and see how far it goes, easy, but let's worry about quirks later." She cut through his impending analysis spiral. "I think I see some fish down there." Indeed, when they walked down to the beach, 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 could see an entire school of what sure looked like tuna swimming in the water nearby. "Well, that's convenient," she reviewed. "However this place is set up, it looks like eating isn't gonna be a problem. Although," she looked at her fishing pole, woefully inadequate for a fish that outweighed her, "I don't think I've got enough pole to reel one of them in." "I've got it." Izuku nodded, and planted one of his feet behind him, crouching lower to the ground. Green sparks started to jump off him as Deku activated his quirk, and even though the effect was much more muted than she'd become used to, 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 still felt a little bit of awe every time she got to see Deku, the hero, in action. With a burst of speed, he practically disappeared from in front of her, diving into the water directly towards the school of tuna. Big jets and whirls of water sprayed as he presumably struggled with one of the enormous fish. Then after a few moments, he walked out of the water. Phew, 𝐒𝐿𝐴 felt her cheeks heat up. She didn't much go for the whole barbarian king romances a fragile princess thing from romance novels unlike, say, one Momo Yorozu did, but the way that Deku looked, striding effortlessly out of the water with water pouring off his body, a giant fish slung across his shoulders, well, it sure did something for her. Just like his quirk, it seemed that Deku was a late bloomer in other ways. He'd shot up in height over the last couple of years, now one of the taller boys in their class rather than one of the shortest, and his wiry build had expanded to the point that he could reasonably be described as brawny, with wide shoulders, thick arms, and shredded abs. Her eyes trailed lower, seeking out his powerful thighs, only to stop halfway, as her thoughts stopped working for a moment. "Dee," she started to stammer. "What's that, Charco?" Deku asked, blissfully unaware. "Deku," she cried, slapping her hands against her cheeks in shame as she managed to combine his name with the word that was on her mind. Deku stared down in shock, realizing that his clothes, which had been closer to a loincloth than anything else, hadn't survived his tussle with the tuna. His hands shot down to cover himself, and as he forgot about the fish slung across his shoulders, he face-planted into the sand, unbalanced. Akiko, meanwhile, floated slowly through the air under the effect of her own quirk, her head spinning as she tried to get a grip of herself. With her quirk weaker than normal, it quickly became way too much to bear, and she face-planted into the sand in turn, landing a few feet away from him. After a moment passed silently, both of them broke into uproarious laughter, overcome by the ridiculousness of the whole sequence of events. Once they'd recovered, Akiko ran into the water, retrieving Deku's loincloth for him, and when he'd dressed himself again, she helped him carry their catch back to camp. 3 days since arriving, Momo felt accomplished. While her quirk had been behaving frustratingly inconsistently thanks to the limitations placed on this exercise, creation had still proved to be very useful. Momo had not yet been able to determine why she was able to easily produce steel tools or modern conveniences like toothbrushes and toilet paper, and yet was nearly incapable of making clothes or any useful modern technology, but she knew that her quirk had afforded the 7 students a much more tolerable quality of life in their primitive campsite. Over the last few days, she had worked alongside Akiko, Izuku, and Yuikodai to turn the clearing into a more literal campsite. Izuku had dredged deep lines into the earth to create a proper border between the jungle and them, while she, Akiko, and Kodai had worked to turn the trees that Izuku and the others had felled into a few simple buildings. Their outpost certainly wouldn't qualify as a city, but in Momo's opinion, they had quickly transformed raw materials into a perfectly adequate village, and she thought that was worthy of recognition. And yet, the exercise had not ended when they'd managed to construct an outpost. Nor had it ended when the first night in their communal cabin had passed by. She wondered if, perhaps, they were indeed operating under some sort of time limitation. It may be that we will be judged based on how much we can accomplish in a week. After wondering about that, Momo then started to wonder if perhaps her own group, what had been coined Group Delta, might be lagging behind the others. While she knew that women were equally as capable as men in all the ways that mattered, Momo couldn't deny what an advantage it was to have Izuku in their group. Even though he, too, was limited in how much he could use his quirk, the man was tall and muscular, with all the physical strength that his stature suggested. She thought it unlikely that they'd have been able to assemble raw lumber into a comfortable if cramped cabin in 2 days without him and Shiozaki providing the heavy lifting, and it was only some oddity in this quirk-crafted world that had left Shiozaki able to utilize her own quirk. If they had been left with their physical strength alone, it would have been a significant handicap. From what Momo could recall, all the other groups had more than one tall, strong man among their numbers, and some, like Group Alpha, which contained Bakugo, Kirishima, and Tenya Ida, would have had a significant advantage over Group Delta on that front. Momo cursed the sheer inconvenience of her quirk fatigue. If it wasn't so essential that she create the tools required for their work, and the finer fastenings and reinforcements which helped hold their cabin together, she would have been able to help with the physical LBR. "You look worried, yo," Mina chirped, wandering over to plop down beside her. "What's up?" "I'm worried about the exercise," Momo admitted. "We've accomplished a lot, but what if it hasn't ended because the other groups are doing better than we are? Or what if we aren't even doing the right thing, if we're meant to survive in the wilderness, not in the safety of shelter?" "Nah," Mina shot down her concerns with blatant disregard. "Aizawa-sensei might get a kick out of his logical ruses, but he's never blatantly set us up to fail before. Just because we're lucky enough to have you in our group, it wouldn't mean we'd get penalized for living in this. She waved her hand around to point at the cabin interior, instead of out in the jungle, you know. But I am not helping as much as I should with the work you six have been doing, Momo argued. What if we're meant to be learning how to survive without our quirks, and I'm failing us because I'm wasting all my energy on using my quirk? Well, that also sounds like bullshit to me, Mina smiled widely. Besides, it's not really us six, it's mostly Midori who's been hauling all that lumber around. Phew, that boy's built like a house, isn't he? He does have a rather heroic stature, Momo agreed. I've got to say, it's almost too bad that Chaco's got dibs, Mina hummed. With how he's grown up, let me tell why, I sure wouldn't mind climbing that tree, if YA know what I mean. I'm not sure I do know what you mean. Momo had finally learned the slang term dibs, but she didn't know what climbing that tree meant. Knowing Mina, probably something suggestive. Duh. Mina ran her hands into her own hair. He's got big, leafy green hair. Built like a mighty oak. Her voice dropped a bit lower, into a throaty whisper, wouldn't mind touching his wood, you know. Mina Ashido. Momo buried her face in her hands, blushing terribly but giggling at the same time. You are awful. Hey, at least you're not sulking anymore. Mina smiled at her, and reached out to pat Momo's shoulder. Like I said, I know Chaco's got dibs and all, but hey, at least we've also got some eye candy to enjoy while we're stuck out here. I suppose you're right, Momo agreed, right before she realized what she'd just agreed with. Ha! Mina whooped a laugh. She's got human foibles like the rest of us, after all. Hush! Momo commanded, we shall never speak of this again. And I thought that your collection of romance novels was embarrassing. I have no such thing. Momo lied. When Mina leapt to her feet and raced off, promising to tell Midori that he has a princess in a tower to rescue, Momo couldn't help but smile as she chased after her chaotic friend. Maybe being stuck here a few days longer won't be so bad after all. 4 days since arriving, Kodai wasn't sure what to make of the whole situation. In general, she found social dynamics to be more than a little confusing, but the 7 members of Group Delta seemed to operate as an effective team. Certainly, it would have been much worse if she had wound up stuck in another dimension with Bakugo from Class A, or Monoma from her class. Setsuna talked a lot, but she was funny, at least, even if Yui didn't really know how to follow up on her jokes. Ibara also talked a lot, and Yui didn't understand nor did she care to, honestly, her religion, but she did appreciate how the vine-haired woman always wanted to reassure people and bring peace. Yui wasn't particularly close with any of the members of Class A, but out of the ones she knew, she thought that they'd wound up with some of the better options for their cross-class grouping. Momo Yorozu was intelligent and well-spoken, and her quirk was an absolute marvel, even if it was malfunctioning. Mina Ashido was a lot like Set, a never-ending source of energy and amusement. Unlike some others who used their boundless drive as a means to criticize others, Ashido was also kind of like Ibara. She always wanted to lift other people up. Her quirk was also impressive, if a bit redundant when Yorozu already existed. Okako Uraraka confused her. When Yui first met her, she'd wondered if they might be relatives, considering they seemed to basically have the same body with different faces, granted, but she didn't have any family in the part of Japan that Uraraka was from. Her short-lived misconception was made obvious enough by the way their personalities seemed to be opposites. Both women were defined more by their drive than by anything else, but Uraraka was all positive and outgoing, while Yui was quiet and inwardly focused. Still, Yui thought that she and her twin in Class A would make an incredibly effective team in combat, as their quirks both affected mass and density in different ways. Together, the pair could function very similarly to the heaviest of heavy ordnance. If they added Yui's best friend, Leiko, into the mix, the results would be even more awe-inspiring. The final representative from Class A confused you even worse than Uraraka, but in a much more interesting way. Izuku Midoriya is a contradiction in terms. She'd met nervous people before, but not many who were 6 feet tall who she'd seen carry literal hundreds of pounds over their back, as easily as if Yui were hefting around a sack of flour. She'd also met people who were shy and awkward. I'm one myself, she recognized, but they were not typically well-suited to being leaders, whereas Midoriya was somehow able to seamlessly transition into giving orders, delegating responsibilities while shouldering the bulk himself. Yui wondered if it might be a result of the war she'd fought in a few raids and a couple of the large battles, but from what she'd managed to determine, it sounded as if Midoriya had been on the front lines of the entire conflict. Well, his quirk is certainly powerful enough. This was the final contradiction inherent to Izuku Midoriya. Yui had never met someone who had a quirk that was that flashy, powerful, and versatile. She tried to figure out how it was that someone with his abilities could be anything but an all-might-like grandstander, and yet, Midoriya was kind of quiet, had a bit of a stutter when he got flustered, and might have been a bigger nerd about quirks than Yui herself was. Yui liked contradictions. They were fascinating. Her attempts to broach conversation with him had been mostly unsuccessful to date. Granted, they were also her conversational efforts, but Yui had resolved that she would somehow figure Midoriya out, whether it was during this exercise or afterwards, back in the real world. He was very polite, on top of everything else, studiously refusing to look anywhere but her eyes when they talked. She found eye contact a little bit uncomfortable, but she supposed that it was technically better than if he stared at her melons the whole time. Then again, Yui had already figured out that she wouldn't really mind if Midoriya wanted to stare at her like that. As much as she enjoyed people who were complex contradictions for her to figure out, Yui's tastes were also remarkably simple in other areas. She liked muscles, she really liked abs, and Midoriya had both to spare. Yui hadn't got much of a chance to inspect the other parts of his body back on the first day they'd arrived, but she harbored a suspicion that he'd live up to her preferences in other areas as well. She wondered if he might, perhaps, be more open to talking to her if she simply told him that he could stare at her if he wanted to. Then again, considering how the boy flushed and got bashful whenever Setsuna or Ashido flirted with him, it might be that he was also uncomfortable with someone acknowledging that they were attracted to him. Perhaps this is the point of the exercise, Yui wondered. It's supposed to be about team building, and several of us don't really understand the other members of our team. Yui dreaded the thought that this whole alternate reality might be constructed around the idea of getting her to socialize. If that were the case, she feared they might wind up stuck here for much longer than anticipated. Well, that's some motivation for me to talk more to Midoriya, she guessed, and I suppose the other members of his class, too. 5 days since arriving Ibara feared that she understood the truth of the situation which she and 6 others had found themselves in. While she dutifully nodded along and accepted the rationalization of a training exercise that others had proffered, she knew what this place actually was: purgatory. The signs were clear. The jungle-like environment was obviously reminiscent of the Garden of Eden, and the great beast they'd encountered on the first day could be none other than the serpent. So, too, were the bounties that they had been blessed with a clear sign from the Lord. Fruits and vegetables were plentiful, fish were made available for their feasts, and Momoyorozu had even been permitted the use of her quirk to provide modern conveniences. The limitations on their quirks were, in fact, another piece of evidence that Ibara had considered. While she was not so unaffected as she'd claimed, finding that she grew tired and weak more quickly than she normally would, that she was the only student who hadn't been significantly impaired was obvious proof that her faith had been rewarded. Just as Yorozu seemed like a chaste, proper sort of woman and therefore maintained some of her capabilities, Ashido and Setsuna were base, sinful women, and had lost nearly all of their abilities. Ibara knew not what sins lurked in the hearts of Yu or Uraka. Yu is not the sort to confess much of anything, but as both were similarly afflicted, they clearly had to atone for something. The sins of the final member of their group were clear. Izuku Midoriya was clearly a man afflicted by lust. Ibara did not hate him for this. Hate the sin, love the sinner, she reminded herself, and, in truth, was impressed by the efforts that the man took to avert his gaze from the temptations of the female bodies he was surrounded by. He was clearly a hard-working and dutiful sort of man, but the way he'd break into stuttering or a blushing silence made her suspect that he was hiding thoughts of a darker nature. She was not, in her heart, certain as to whether this was actually purgatory, or merely an extremely convincing parallel thereof. Ibara admitted that it seemed unlikely that she would find herself there, and she was unfamiliar with any scripture that spoke of sinners arriving alongside the pious, stranded in an otherwise empty world. If this were, in fact, nothing more than a quirk in action, then it made sense to her that it would have been the leader of Class 3A that would organize this sort of thing. Shouter Aizawa was clearly a creature of sin, prone to deception and violence, to say nothing of his sinister red eyes. However, no sinner was beyond redemption, and Ибара supposed that he may well be an angel of the fallen, yet clawing its way free of hell's sort. Certainly, the angelic creature named Eri who often accompanied Mr. Aizawa was proof that he was not truly a creature of hell. Whether or not this was a world of a spiritual or quirk-based nature, the end result was the same. Ибара was responsible for ensuring that she and her fellows atoned for their sins, and only then would they be permitted to pass to the next world, be it heaven or back to earth. The final point of evidence which had eventually convinced her was the very fact that there were 7 students in this world, 7 students for 7 deadly sins. Midoriya was, as she had previously considered, a man overcome by his lust. Ибара would have to find a way to break him of this habit, to help him reach a point where he wouldn't have to avert his gaze from the female form. Virozu suffered from an ironic sin, given the requirements of her quirk, but given the massive quantities of food that consumed and the fact she is, apparently, very wealthy, she was clearly beset by gluttony. Ибара presumed that the only way to combat this sin would be to convince Yorozu to place her faith in others, in a higher purpose that she could not solve herself. Uraraka, from how the woman had behaved when Ибara had approached Midoriya to speak to him, was clearly unwilling to share her friendships with any outsiders, a behavior driven by the sin of greed. Ибara would have to get to the root of that issue, somehow, which would be complicated given how Uraraka was otherwise so long as it did not involve the one she called Deku happy to share with the other 6 students. Setsuna's sin was very obvious. An accomplished student and tactician who often achieved mediocre marks simply due to lack of effort, she must overcome her sloth. This was a simple solution, where Ибara would merely have to inspire her to take initiative more often. Yui's sin was one which only those who knew her closely would understand. While she disguised a lot of her inner feelings behind the mask of her placid expression, Ибara knew that Yui was a ferocious opponent who often fought until her enemies could stand no longer, driven by her wrath. Ибara had already tried to help Yui open up for years, it was simply more important now than ever. Ashido had puzzled her for a long while, before one of her more sinful behaviors finally revealed the cause to Ибara. The pink woman compulsively engaged in what she called shipping, making efforts to pair different people into romantic relationships together. This was, at its root, an act of envy. Ибara would have to make her understand that she was, in fact, deserving of love, and did not have to engage in it vicariously. Her own sins, as much as she was loath to admit to it, were as obvious as any others. It had not taken her long at all to grasp the issue that the 7 had to address, and her ironclad confidence in her own evaluations and commitment to absolving the other 6 could be nothing more than pride. Ибara would have to rely on the other 6 to help her overcome this sin, and the fact that the thought rankled her was only further evidence of the depths to which she'd fallen. She would pray for their salvation, and hers. 6 days since arriving Setsuna was confused, then bored, then frustrated, then bored again, until finally all she could do was be kind of vaguely amused. All of the people she wound up stuck in this weird not actually prehistoric world with were just such utter weirdos, and as much as that delighted her, I'm an enormous goddamn weirdo myself. After all, their foibles and idiosyncrasies had started to wear on Setsuna a little bit. She was pretty much used to the individual weirdness of Ибara Bible Thumper, who's so pent up that she might literally explode the first time she lets herself sin, and Yui complete and utter dork, who'd rather say nothing than be awkward, but in this weird little stress test, these tendencies were getting ramped up to the point of ridiculousness. Ibara's going on about purgatory or something like that, and Yui hasn't even said a word in the last couple days. At first, she'd been eagerly excited to figure out the unique weirdness that each member of Class 3A had, but over time, they'd wound up a little bit less interesting than she'd hoped. Momorozu was an easy read, classic sheltered rich girl type, just as cloistered and self-controlled now as she had been when Setsuna had first met her at the recommendation student's exam. Girl really needs to let her hair down and relax, Setsuna thought, probably needs a bomb butt ping to unwind. Or a bomb butt, clamming. Anyways, I'd volunteer, but she doesn't exactly seem like she'd be down. Izuku Midoriya was a coin flip at any moment, whether he'd be a blushing, slightly stammering storm of awkwardness, or suddenly metamorphose into a confident leader, all booming voice and steely gaze, and all those dope things. Setsuna had no idea where to even start with Greenie. She had no idea how someone so badass could absolutely shut down the first time that someone paid attention to him. Setsuna would have been more than willing to help him expand his horizons. Them thighs, boy, goddamn. Crush me like a tin can, baby. If it weren't for the third member of Class 3A, Okiko Uraraka. Sure, she wasn't actually Midoriya's girlfriend, and had outright denied such an interest when Setsuna had decided to ambush her with the question on the bus ride over, but it was blatantly obvious that the two dorks absolutely adored each other. The way that Uraraka looked like she was considering if her weakened quirk could still be used to punt someone into orbit every time that another girl talked to Greenie was pretty obvious evidence of that. Still would. That but. Setsuna had been, mostly, pleasantly surprised by the final 3A representative, Mina Ashido. They'd hit it off immediately, and she honestly got along better with Mina than with any of the other 5 students. But despite the fact that Mina would happily flirt with anyone just like Setsuna herself, the pink girl, how cute is that? Got all weird and blushy whenever Setsuna turned her attention toward her. I'm into it if you're into it, Setsuna thought, don't make things weird. While Setsuna was happy to let the other 6 keep laboring under the fiction that they had some sort of task to achieve before the exercise ended, she figured that she had a better idea of what was going on. They were going to be stuck here until all these absolute and total weirdos managed to get their SHT together, which meant that she was already settling in for a long stay in fake Dinotopia. She figured that she'd probably speak up once she got sick of Ibara's proselytizing, but for now, she was straining to extract every last bit of amusement she could out of pushing people's buttons. It was absolutely hilarious to send Greenie into a spiral of blushing and apologizing whenever she caught him staring. Jesus, I'm wearing a few strings for an outfit, even after Yorozu put everyone else in passable bathing suits. It's not like I mind, so that was her current source of amusement. Greenie, Setsuna whined, what are you up to? Oh, the man ran a hand through his hair. Maybe it's a bit vain, but I love greenettes. Before replying, I was going to try and start digging a channel from that stream to our camp. It'll save us a lot of time if we have some basic irrigation. And Shiozaki-san mentioned she wanted to start a garden, or, isn't that cute? Setsuna wandered over to sit on their simple bench, right beside him. You're being so sweet to Ibara-chan. What are you two planting in your garden of Louvre? You should plant tomatoes. Yu wandered by and decided to speak up, of course, about a plant. I like tomatoes. I don't like walking to find them. Oh, great. Midoriya mumbled, I'll let Shiozaki-san know. Let Shiozaki know what? Uraraka chose this moment to appear, her tone chipper, despite the death glare in her eyes. Hey, Chako, Midoriya greeted her, and Setsuna was almost jealous of the familiarity. I'm going to try and run some water down this way so she can start that garden she mentioned. It had only been a bit less than a week, and their little camp had basically turned into a home of some sort. Greenie had driven trees into the ground all around their encampment, basically planting walls to keep them safe, and the dream team of Uraraka, Yorozu, and Yui had built a cabin, an outhouse, and even a little bathing house within the walls. Sure, there's no hot water, Setsuna thought, but we just need to find a hot spring, and I'm sure you geniuses will figure out a way to rig that up. She'd spent a lot of time exploring their nearby surroundings. As much as it hurt like a beach to pop her eye out, since her quirk wasn't working right, it let her lie around soaking up the sun while also doing something productive. Got my eyes on something else, right now. Midoriya stood from his task of digging, and stretched, his muscles rippling and practically radiating heat from where she sat beside him. Setsuna popped one of her eyes out, and saw that Yui's gaze was locked on Midoriya's abs, while Uraraka's flicked rapidly between goggling at Midoriya's chest and glaring at the other 2 women. Demon, Greenie, give us a show. Setsuna whistled, deciding that ratcheting up the tension was her best possible approach. Take it off. Don't take it all off. Uraraka squeaked, and Setsuna immediately started cackling with laughter. She'd taken the bait so easily. I guess it won't be so bad being stuck with these dorks for a while. 1 week since arriving, Mina was bored, B-A-D. She didn't know what kind of acronym she'd come up with, but bored would definitely be what the B stood for. The first few days had been thrilling and exciting, coming up with new ways to survive in a strange new world, but since Midori and Yaomomo were so goddamn competent, It had only taken a short while to immediately transform their new home into a comfortable if very rustic place to stay. Mina hadn't been much help in puzzling out the reasoning behind this team-building exercise, nor in construction, but she was always happy to try and keep people in good spirits. With all that in mind, the seventh night wasn't going how she'd anticipated. Both of the resident brainiacs in their group figured that Aizawa probably intended for the exercise to end after a week, but the mood was awfully somber, rather than the celebration it should have been. Luckily, Mina had been preparing for exactly this possibility. She whined to Momo, "Come on, what's the harm? You figure we're heading home tomorrow anyway, right?" "Fine," Momo sighed, "but only a responsible amount, okay?" Mina cheered and bounced excitedly, presenting a large mug to Momo. The tall woman exasperatedly held her hand over the opening, and in a slow but steady trickle, a stream of nearly pure ethanol. Momo had explained that making it too pure was dangerous. Mina didn't really care why drained into the mug. "Listen up, dorks," Mina announced to the rest of the cabin, "we're things celebrating. Pick your favorite mixer, and let's party." "Oh hells yes," Setsuna cried out, immediately followed by Shiozaki barking, "No blasphemy." Mina had dedicated the day before to collecting different fruits and crushing them into juices, which meant there were all sorts of options on hand for her friends to celebrate with, now that Momo had created the absolute key ingredient. Mina had gone for a mango mix herself, while Setsuna had immediately leapt to a super screwdriver, but the other 5 members of their group seemed hesitant. "Come on, Momo," Mina whooped, "what's your mix? I'll make you a drink." "Okay, just a small one, though." Momo acquiesced, "I'll take one with peach juice, please." "How appropriate," Mina thought with a giggle. "What about you two lovebirds?" She leaned her head down in between Midori and Chako. "Wanna share a drink?" "Bartender Mina, at your service." "A lovebirds," Izuku yelped. "Make me one with strawberries." Okiko grinned sweetly at Mina while rolling her eyes. "Thanks, babe." "If the rest of you indulge yourselves thus," Shiozaki announced, "then I suppose that I must as well. I will take passion fruit, please." "Orange juice for me," Kodai spoke up. This was going better than expected. "It's too bad we don't have any party games," Mina lamented. After she'd given everyone their drinks, she decided on mango juice for Midori as well. "Maybe we should play spin the bottle." She waggled her eyebrows lasciviously. "I'll spin your bottle any time you want, baby girl." Setsuna literally waggled her eyebrows, detaching her brow from her forehead to do so. "Such pursuits are nothing but the sin of lust made manifest." Ibara shrieked, but she quieted down as soon as she started sipping her drink again. "It is kind of funny, isn't it?" Okiko added, "that our group wound up being all singles. Heck, isn't half of our class dating someone now?" "More than half of ours," Kodai interjected, surprisingly. "Yeah." Mina leaned forward in interest. She might not have been a quirk analysis expert, nor shockingly knowledgeable about architecture or survival techniques, but gossip. Gossip, Mina was the queen of. "Tell me. Tell me, tell me, tell me." She bounced in her seat. "Well, you know that our fabulous blondes are dating each other, obviously," Setsuna said. "PSH, of course," Mina agreed. It wasn't a pairing that she had predicted, but she could see how Monoma and Ema kind of made sense together. "Let's see," Setsuna counted off on her fingers. "Kinoko's dating tape boy from your class." Her index finger popped off as she recollected. "Tetsu and Juzo are both dating girls in year 2, and Hiryu's got a sweetheart back in China." "Yeah, I knew about Zero and Mushroom Girl," Mina nodded. "Our class is pretty much the same. Blasty Boy and Kiri are dating, Todoroki's dating that blonde girl from Shiketsu, and Ida's dating my hair buddy in support, Hatsune." "Man," Izuku, surprisingly, spoke up, "even Mineta's dating someone, did you hear?" "No." Mina shrieked, "How?" "That poor girl. She goes to Ketsubatsu, I guess." Izuku shrugged, "Haven't met her, but it sounds like she's just as, much of a character as Mineta is." "Rikido's seeing a girl who doesn't go to a hero school," Okiko added in. "I've met her, she's a real sweetheart." "That sounds ideal for him," Momo agreed. "Denki and Kyoka have been together forever now," Okiko continued, Same with Ojiro and Toru. How the last two? Setsuna asked, scratching her head in confusion. Tail Boy and Invisible Girl, Kodai spoke, surprising Mina even more than when Izuku had joined in. Oh, yeah, we've got a couple of those destined lovers too, Setsuna spoke up. Shihai and Leiko started going out not long ago. Same with Zu and Fumikage, Okiko blurted out, then made an adorable ip and slapped her hands over her mouth, just barely managing to avoid floating herself away. Ooh, how scandalous, Setsuna joked. The rest of ours are all boring. Narenjiki's seeing someone in business studies, and Jirota's with some chick who has a tea-drinking quirk and talks just like him. Is her name Psycho? Momo added, and Setsuna shrugged in a way that suggested maybe, I believe I know who you mean. Far be it for me to out a classmate in such a manner, Ibara interrupted, but you are forgetting the most shameful behavior, from our class representative at that. Itsuka. Momo frowned. Shiozaki, I understand your religious beliefs, but to characterize her as shameful is awfully prejudiced of you. Mina agreed. She knew that Shiozaki was a pretty intense Christian, but she hadn't pictured her as a homophobe. She felt herself bristling a bit, but another person spoke up before she did. No, Ibara's not upset because Itsuka's gay, Kodai interrupted, it's because she's dating someone she shouldn't be. Ooh. Mina was fascinated. Okay, Setsuna sighed, keep this on the down low. Okay, after a round of nods, she continued, nothing happened until Itsuka was already 19, so it's not, like, sketchy or anything, but she met a pro hero at a physical therapy group. Mina practically heard the wheels turning in Izuku's head with this revelation. Itsuka had lost most of one of her hands in combat with the PLM, but she'd managed to find prosthetics that helped her continue her heroics career. There couldn't be that many heroines who fell into the same category. Yeah, Itsuka's been dating Miko for a bit now, Setsuna revealed, but don't go spreading rumors, K. My lips are sealed. Mina mimed that action, but I've got to say, you go, Itsuka. Them thighs, I know, right. Setsuna grinned widely, and Mina wondered again just how much of kindred spirits they might be. Well, if we're revealing secrets, Izuku muttered, there's another cross-class relationship, I guess. Who? Setsuna wondered. I mean, it's gotta be Kosi, right? Because I happen to know that Pony and Sen are going out. Impossible. Ibara slapped her hand down on the floor. Pony and Kosi are in a relationship. They all are, Kodai spoke flatly, all three of them, that is. A round of awed oohs passed through the room. Everyone had heard of polyamorous relationships. They were pretty much one of the standard options, in the 24th century and all, but they were definitely on the rare side. Well, that's good to know. Izuku continued, but that's not what I meant, anyways. Mizo and Togaru have been going out for a while. That's almost as manly as Kiri and Bakugo, Mina snorted a laugh. While Mizo Shoji was a gentle giant sort, Togaru Kamakiri was a giant, but not gentle in the slightest. Wait a minute, Okiko interjected, that's literally everyone. Oh my, Momo gasped. Oh God, Mina spoke. Don't take the name of the Lord in vain. Ibara commanded. Setsuna huffed. Don't curse either. Ibara continued. That means, Setsuna started cackling in laughter, we're literally the only students in our entire year that are still single, the 7 of us. Izuku blushed a bright red, yeah, it seems that way. Mina's giggles joined Setsuna's laughter, as she realized just how absurd this situation was, on all levels. Maybe the real goal of this exercise is to find Midori a girlfriend. She laughed to herself. Who knows, if Okiko doesn't make her move soon, he's sure got options. Izuku had stayed up late into the night, until it wound to an end with Okiko and him laying on their sides on their bedrolls across from one another, idly chatting about nothing much in particular. He did his level best to ignore the lingering worries about the way that it had been an entire week, and their group of 7 seemed no closer to finishing this exercise. He wasn't much of a drinker, so the 2 beverages that he'd had warmed his belly in a pleasant way, not enough to make him drunk by any means, but certainly enough to soothe his frazzled nerves that small amount. Eventually, 𝐒𝐭𝐼 had drifted off into sleep, and Izuku took a moment to smile at how peaceful she looked in that moment, before he followed behind her. His dreams were unclear and vague, for the most part. As always, flashes and glimpses of the war against Shigaraki and All for One wormed their way through his sleep, but these bothered him less than they might have on other nights. In the middle of the night, Izuku awoke to a familiar place, the realm of the vestiges within One for All. He was reminded of the way that it had first appeared to him years ago. Rather than a clear metaphysical place, somewhere, he experienced a hazy world of smoke and shadows, held back from truly perceiving the remnants of the previous wielders. Izuku stumbled forward within this dream world, wondering if, perhaps, he was experiencing a dream within a dream. However, the prehistoric world where his body rested worked, it seemed to border on the fantastic at times, such as the plentiful fruits and vegetables that had no reasonable excuse for coexisting beside actual dinosaurs. As he attempted to continue making his way toward the shadowy vestiges, he was stopped by some sort of barrier. Izuku looked around, and saw a purplish wall extending from the ground into the sky. Its appearance reminded him of the colors he saw when the man in the village first used his quirk on the students. It was strange, but he found the presence of this barrier reassuring. It was obvious that his connection with One for All and its internal world had not been weakened or severed, but rather that this external phenomenon was temporarily standing in the way. Whenever they returned to the real world, Izuku had faith that the abilities he'd fought so hard to master would be within his grasp once more. He saw one of the vestiges approach the barrier, indistinct and obscured enough that Izuku couldn't easily tell which past wielder was trying to speak to him. The figure walked up the energy wall, looked up and down, then side to side, and finally slammed its fist against it. The impact was entirely silent and unnoticeable, and Izuku saw the vestige shake its hand as if stung. The vestige swaggered back over to the wall and cupped its hands against the surface, at the same time as Izuku felt himself falling out of the realm within One for All. "Live a little, kid," he heard a voice, Banjo de Goro, shout as he was pulled out of his slumber. 1 week and 1 day since arriving the next morning or. Izuku heard a high-pitched squeal, and became conscious of two things as soon as he woke up. First, he felt more rested than he had in years, and second, there was something warm and very soft pressed against his side. Izuku took a breath through his nose as he blinked the sleep from his eyes, and something tickled his nostrils when he breathed in. He glanced down, and saw that 𝐒𝐿's head was nestled into his chest. Oh no, he realized, she must have rolled onto my bedroll while she slept. Sure enough, his friend was loosely cuddled against him, her head on his chest, and one leg thrown over his thigh. Too close. You guys are adorable. Mina, obviously, continued, when did this happen? Oh, Izuku stammered, as he felt his ears heat up. 𝐒𝐿 must have rolled over in her sleep, nothing happened, not like that. It's just an impromptu cuddle party. Mina asked. Yep, that's it. Izuku nodded vigorously, and he heard soft noises of complaint as the gesture apparently woke 𝐒𝐿. She mumbled in protest. Well, awake might be an overstatement, he thought. Then I want in. Mina chirped, and before he knew it, the pink girl had somehow managed to wedge her way in between 𝐒𝐿 and Izuku. She hadn't quite jumped on him, but it was a near thing, and Izuku huffed out a breath as her elbow unintentionally dug into his belly. 𝐒𝐿, for her part, made another sleepy noise, and latched her arm around Mina instead, drawing the pinkette tightly against her. God, she's so cozy. Mina said, half muffled by the way her face was pressed into 𝐒𝐿's shoulder. You're not too bad yourself, though, Midori. Ugh. It was far too early in the morning for Izuku to handle all this, whatever this was. As Mina wiggled herself into a comfortable position however this was possible, half laying on top of two different people, Izuku became exceedingly aware of the fact that it was, indeed, morning. Which, as a healthy young man, carried the likelihood of a certain biological phenomenon making itself known. Hey, Midori, shift over a little. Mina giggled, your hip bone's poking my butt. 𝐒𝐿 murmured, mostly asleep once again. That's not my hip bone, Izuku realized, as he felt something very pleasant pressed up against his male anatomy. Ugh. Sorry. He yelped and pulled away from her as quickly as possible, causing two separate noises of protest as Mina whumped onto his bedroll, and 𝐒𝐭𝐴𝐽 kinda sorta woke up again. I've gotta go. Morning run. Bye. He fled from their cabin as quickly as possible, hoping that Mina hadn't noticed it was actually his, morning condition that had been poking into her backside. Izuku made it halfway to the edge of their camp before he remembered that he hadn't been going on morning runs for the entire week they'd been in this prehistoric world, and groaned in frustration as he realized the absolute unbelievability of his excuse. 1 week and 3 days since arriving, Izuku was pretty much at a loss for how to explain the team-building exercise. Ever since the night when they'd celebrated a week in Dino World, as Setsuna had finally insisted on naming the place they found themselves, the 7 students had struggled to explain what the goal that they must have been missing could be. 𝐒𝐭𝐴𝐽 and Momo were both convinced that it was an exercise requiring teamwork and strategizing, while Setsuna and Shiozaki in her own, religious-based way argued that it had to be based on individual, personal development, and Kodai had merely shrugged and said team building. That one's a little bit too on the nose, I think. Still, even that was more helpful than Mina's suggestion that Dino World must have been an island of Louvre, since all 7 of them were single. Izuku knew 𝐈𝐴𝐽 better than most did, and he couldn't imagine the man rigging a scenario like one of those old pre-Quirk reality shows, a game show where he'd have to decide between 6 women to date before they were allowed to leave the island. Then again, Izuku wondered for a moment. 𝐈𝐴𝐽 sure did tend to pair him and 𝐒𝐭𝐴𝐽 together more often than chance alone could explain, so while this entire exercise might not be based around his dynamic with her, Izuku realized it was very possible that their teacher might well have intended to give the 2 of them a push by sending them both here. Great, I just have to learn how to date in order to solve this exercise, Izuku thought. We're doomed. He set himself to pacing within the cabin, his previous task of dismantling one of the walls forgotten. Since they were stuck in Dino World for an unknown amount of time, the group had decided that their residence could use some upgrades, and the cabin they'd been sleeping in was in the process of being replaced by a larger building, with 7 individual rooms rather than one communal sleeping area. Izuku thought that was a brilliant idea, given how difficult don't say hard, it had been lately to hide his condition from the girls. He wasn't exactly a man driven by his desires, but Izuku was still a heterosexual young man surrounded by gorgeous, underdressed women, and he was beginning to have a difficult time staying focused. You look like you're having a great time, Momo spoke as she entered the cabin, not knowing that she was one of the women making it difficult for him. Just thinking, Izuku answered. Me too, Momo admitted, as she sat against a wall and slowly lowered herself to sit on the floor. I'm not feeling optimistic about this exercise. Why not? Izuku stopped his pacing and crossed over to join her, leaning against the wall and letting himself collapse onto the floor. It was a familiar position for the 2 of them, but he figured that he'd take this situation over the many times they'd wound up sitting against a wall beside each other during the war. I fear that it may be my fault that the exercise hasn't ended yet, Momo told him. I'm so used to giving commands, at this point, that I may have led us astray. If the exercise isn't based on working together to build shelter, then we've been wasting our time for over a week. We don't know that it isn't, Izuku reassured her. Maybe it's just that we still have more to do. We've built what amounts to a functional village, Momo huffed. I have a hard time imagining that the others have managed to outdo us. Maybe it's based on, I dunno, Izuku speculated, how well we're managing to work as a team. Don't get me wrong, we're doing pretty well, but it's not like Mina and Setsuna have exactly stayed on task. Indeed, those 2 women almost seem to be treating this exercise as a vacation. Perhaps, Momo guessed, it might be that we are too used to being in charge. Maybe they actually have the right of it, and the challenge is for us to act according to someone else's instructions, rather than being the ones to come up with them. Could be, Izuku nodded. That does sound like something 𝐈𝐴𝐽 would pull. Momo hummed. A few moments passed in comfortable silence. Maybe, Izuku raised, we could take a bit of a step back. See what the others come up with. We might as well, Momo agreed, though I'm still forbidding Mina's proposition of STRP poker. Agreed, Izuku chuckled. I also wonder if Setsuna might be correct, Momo continued. Perhaps we are being evaluated not on our teamwork between each other, but rather on our personal development. That also sounds rational, Izuku joked. If that's the case, then I am afraid to say, Momo sighed, we might very well be screwed, as Mina would put it. Both of them laughed at her choice of word, so unlike Momo's usual proper diction and vocabulary. What do you even mean by that? Izuku wondered. Even though I've served as a leader before, Momo answered, I still find the role somewhat uncomfortable. As you've heard, I'm doubting myself once again. I simply cannot avoid considering all the possible downsides to my suggestions. Momo, Izuku interjected, that's not fair to yourself. You're a great leader, and you're one of the smartest people I've ever met. She sighed once again, and leaned her head into his shoulder. He casually wrapped his arm around her own shoulders, softly resting his hand on her back. You've always been an inspiration, Momo murmured. I wish that I had the same faith in myself that you somehow have in me. Give it time, Izuku recommended. For all we know, this whole thing's on a 2-week timer, and we're just overreacting because you already led us to the finish line, and we're waiting for everyone else to catch up. Momo laughed softly against him, and Izuku just hoped that she took his words to heart. 1 week and 5 days since arriving Oi, Greenie. Izuku was woken from his half-nap by Setsuna's voice. Their new home was about halfway completed, and he and Momo had been working on it while the other 5 members of their group decided what else to do with their day-to-day tasks, but this had taken a lot out of him. Even with the faint trickles of one for all he could still access, Izuku had to admit that hauling around entire butt trees for a whole day wasn't easy. Yeah, he muttered, what's up? I found something, Setsuna announced, and when he turned to look at her, he saw that one of her eyes was missing, clearly using her quirk to continue scouting their surroundings. What did you find? Izuku wondered. Anything substantial should have been noticed by now. I'm pretty sure I tracked down a hot spring. Setsuna cried, wanna come with me and check it out? Izuku weighed his options. It was early evening, so not late enough that whatever possible dangers came out at night might be prowling around, but the other members of their group were mostly indisposed. Momo was having a full-blown nap, Okiko and Mina were out fishing, foraging, wandering, and Shiozaki was busy weaving her vine hair into a set of hammocks. What about Kodai? Izuku wondered. The quietest member was, as far as he could tell, unoccupied. That's okay, the woman spoke, and Izuku almost jumped, didn't realize she was standing right there. Before she continued, I would rather stay here for now. Besides, someone should keep an eye out, since Yorozu's asleep. It made sense to Izuku, but he wasn't exactly encouraged by Setsuna's big, toothy grin. Yay, she cheered, now you've got to come with me. Because I'm going, so if you leave me all by myself, why, who knows what might happen to a poor, vulnerable girl like me? Yeah, Izuku rolled his eyes, I happen to know that you're far from defenseless. With a big, strong man like you protecting me. Of course I'm not. He shook his head ruefully as he stood, prepared to go along with her despite his slight misgivings. Izuku had mostly, kind of, gotten used to her constant teasing and flirtation, but every couple of days Setsuna would still manage to say or do something that made him turn all red. So, Setsuna chirped as they walked out of camp, what's going on with you and Yorozu? Momo. Izuku wondered, what do you mean? The two of you have got all quiet the past couple of days, Setsuna observed. It's not like either of you. Leaving us to fend for ourselves and all. Oh, yeah, Izuku admitted. We were wondering if maybe we had taken too much of a leadership role, rather than working as a team. We wanted to see if that would end the exercise, maybe. Why do you want this to end? Setsuna wondered. Lighten up, boy. This is probably the first vacation you've had in the last 4 years. I went to America for a month, Izuku argued, back in what would have been 2nd year. Fleeing the PLF, right? Yeah, that doesn't count, then. They continued chatting mostly Setsuna for the next 10 minutes or so, before Setsuna suddenly came to a stop, grinned even more widely than usual, and made a wide, sweeping gesture with her arms. We're here, she announced, and for emphasis, her eyeball came flying in, reattaching itself to her face with an audible pop. Great. Izuku actually felt encouraged by this, let's see what we're working with. They climbed to the top of a small hill, and sure enough, they found a small pool. As the air had started to cool off in the evening, faint wisps of steam were visible streaming from the pool, but Izuku also saw loose leaves floating on the water, and a few bugs which flitted on and off the surface. That's a good sign, he thought, not acidic or alkaline, and probably not contaminated, seeing that those bugs seem fine. He was grateful for Okiko's instructions on bushcraft, especially when it came to telling how safe a given water source might be. Just a sec, he knelt by the surface of the pool and cautiously dipped a fingertip into it. The water was pleasantly warm, but not scalding, and when he stuck his finger in his mouth, he only tasted slight hints of minerals, not the metallic tang of any more worrying elements. It should be safe, he said as he stood back up. Great. Setsuna spoke behind him, I'm getting in. He turned around to face her, and immediately spun back the other way and slammed his eyes shut. Why are you naked? He cried. I'm not getting my clothes wet. Setsuna protested, as he heard her walk past him. Besides, I could really use this. I know that it's pretty warm here in Dina World, but the nights have been getting a bit chilly for me, it's hard to feel awake in the morning sometimes. Yeah. Lizard mutation, she answered. You can open your eyes, by the way. Izuku cautiously did so, and found that she was seated on a rock shelf within the pool, submerged deep enough that her NDTY wasn't exposed. He breathed a sigh of relief. You getting in, or what? Izuku hadn't planned that far ahead. It's way weirder if you just stand there while I'm in here, Setsuna teased. Besides, you've been working all day, I bet that all those big muscles of yours could use a bit of heat to relax. Izuku opened his mouth, about to protest, before shutting it again. A hot soak did sound absolutely ideal at that moment. Okay, he sighed, but cover your eyes. Can't I just turn around? Setsuna whined. You just pop one of your eyes out again, Izuku pointed out. Heh, she chuckled, yeah, probably. All right, greenie, strp away. Despite her teasing, Setsuna did, in fact, cover her eyes with both hands, allowing Izuku to hurriedly strp off his shorts and t-shirt. Momo had worked hard to produce clothing a bit more substantial than a loincloth before he, too, sank into the warm water. See, this is why I'm not too worried, Setsuna spoke after a brief silence. I don't think we're meant to be trapped here or anything. I honestly think that this is kind of like a self-care resort. How so? Izuku wondered. There's a natural freakin' hot tub, Setsuna pointed out, just a few minutes away from where we happen to set up camp. That can't be a coincidence. Maybe, Izuku pondered her suggestion. It definitely made some sense, but that just didn't seem like Aizawa's style. He yelped and jumped where he sat when a pressure suddenly dug into his neck. Easy, big guy, Setsuna cooed, you look tense, I figured I'd help. The knowledge that it was her hand kneading into the bare skin of his neck and upper back didn't exactly make Izuku less tense, but after considering it, he realized that arguing against Setsuna was pointless, and let himself relax a bit. Her hands do feel pretty good, he had to admit. We should head back before it gets dark, he mumbled, even though he didn't actually want to leave the pool. Yeah, I guess so, Setsuna agreed. Well, now that we know where this is, we can always visit again. She stood up without warning, and Izuku caught a glimpse of far too much skin before he shut his eyes again. Set, he protested, give me some warning. Not when you keep reacting like that, she teased, and he heard her move past him in the water, then hop out of the pool. How on earth would I not get flustered by that? 2 weeks since arriving, I'm telling why, Midori, it's an island of love. Mina chirped. That's insane, Izuku argued. There's no way that Aizawa would set up an entire team-building exercise just to match all the singles together. That's gotta be a coincidence. Mina grinned, but he sure does pair off you and Chako together a lot, doesn't he? Izuku muttered indistinctly, unwilling to give Mina the joy of having him agree with her on that front. So, you gonna make a move, or what? Mina asked. What? Izuku stammered. I didn't actually mean that was an option, Mina giggled. I mean, what's stopping you? Everyone can see you two are all googly-eyed for each other, which is so dang cute, by the way, so why haven't you asked her out? Izuku tried to come up with a response. I don't think that's right. It's not like that. No. Mina put a finger on her chin in thought, why not? It just isn't, Izuku replied. I'm not sure why you think that, anyways. Wait, Mina seemed to come to a realization, you like girls, right? God, I'm going to feel awful if I've been teasing you all this time, and I've just been being shitty to you without realizing. No, I mean yes, Izuku answered. I like girls, it's not about that. What is it about then? He tried to come up with a way to say I'm afraid that she'd say no, and it would cost us our friendship without sounding pathetic, but couldn't find the words. I dunno, he tried to use an excuse instead. Oh, come on, Midori. Mina bounced over to him, there's gotta be something. I wonder, maybe you've got your eyes set somewhere else. No. Izuku was getting increasingly flustered. I mean, my eyes aren't on anyone. I dunno, Mina hummed, you and your Momo have been awfully close lately. I always thought that she had a thing for Todoroki, but I was wrong about that, so maybe I missed something else that was right under my nose. There's no way that Momo would be interested in me that way, Izuku argued. Oh, so you are interested. Mina's grin became outright predatory. I didn't say that. Izuku shoved his hands into his hair. Well, it's not like I'm the most popular. Or best looking. Mina, for some reason, broke down into a fit of giggles, before she wiped a tear from her eye and responded. Oh, God, you're actually serious, aren't you? She gasped. Midori. My pal. My fluffy-haired buddy. You absolute broccoli. You are a goddamn catch, and don't you ever think otherwise. Broccoli. Cause of the hair, Mina answered. Ooh, don't distract me. You, she poked his chest for emphasis, are super famous and ridiculously powerful, but you're kind and caring despite that. You'd be an A+, #1, boyfriend of the year, and every girl with eyes can see that. No way, Izuku mumbled, I'm really not anything special. You've basically already locked down the #1 hero spot once you graduate, Mina kept going, probably #1 on the hero bod list too, because phew, those pecs, boy. You aren't just a snack, you're a whole dang meal. I don't think I'd beat Miko, Izuku shrugged. For hero bod of the year, Izuku grinned self-consciously. Ooh. Mina giggled again, good point. But I also made some good points. Maybe we're still stuck in this exercise because you're still being such a self-effacing dingus, have you considered that? Well, now I am, Izuku muttered. I happen to know a thing or two about a thing or two. Mina stated proudly, planting her hands on her hips in a heroic pose. It makes way more sense than your island of love idea, Izuku teased her. Hey! Mina harumphed, don't you be like that. It makes plenty of sense. Even if I was a catch or whatever, Izuku said, it still doesn't have anything to do with why we're here, no way. Why not try it and see? Mina smirked. Nope, no way. Izuku felt the urge to tangle his hands in his hair again. We've got plenty of things to worry about before my love life or whatever should even come up. Mina made a thoughtful noise. Maybe you don't have your eye on anyone here, is that it? Yep. Izuku eagerly agreed. Nobody here good enough for you. Izuku froze, that's not what I meant. You're all very pretty. Then why do you keep looking away from us? Mina tapped her finger against her chin. I swear, Midori, I've been keeping an eye on you, and I haven't caught you taking a peek once. It's almost insulting at this point. He was losing his ability to use words. Like, I know that I'm not everyone's taste, Mina said. That's okay, but seriously, look at the other girls. Literally. What? Izuku was at a total loss. Mina, you're really pretty, it's not about that. 𝐒𝐻. He realized what he'd said the moment it left his lips. Ooh, she trilled, am I? Mina stepped a bit closer to him, and ped her head questioningly. She rested her hands on his shoulders, and the way she'd bent her arms, well, it did very interesting things to her cleavage, things that Izuku immediately did his best to ignore. Why, Izuku admitted, I don't stare at any of you because that would be, super disrespectful. It's not that you aren't good looking, I didn't mean to imply that, tell me a reason, Then, or I won't believe you, Mina smirked at him. A reason? If you think I'm pretty, she explained, tell me a reason that you think so. Come on, Midori, I'm curious to hear what you'll come up with. You have really pretty eyes, he spoke without hesitating. A moment passed between them, and Mina's face suddenly became a much darker pink, almost purple in color. Ooh, you're good, she muttered, before she released him. If you use lines like that on Chako, she'll have no chance. Maybe. Izuku hadn't really considered making a move while they were stranded on a prehistoric island, but we'll be out of here eventually, right? 2 weeks and 2 days since arriving, Izuku tossed and turned on his bedroll, as sleep continued to elude him. They had completed their new residence, more of a small house than a cabin, and he was grateful that his rolling around wouldn't interrupt anyone else's sleep. Still, even their improvements to infrastructure had failed to end the exercise, and the 2-week mark had passed even more uneventfully than the first milestone. He hadn't had any more dreams within One for All since then, either, and Izuku wondered why that was. His quirk was still frustratingly weak, staying steady at around 5% of his total capacity, but he retained the ability to access the other 6 quirks stored within, though they were even weaker by comparison. It made no sense to his analytical mind, but at that point, 2 weeks into life in Dinaworld, he could only figure that quirks are bullshit was the best explanation. Izuku sighed and rolled to his feet. He softly padded out of his room, as he decided that maybe some night air would help clear his head enough for him to fall asleep. He saw a familiar figure standing just outside the door in the darkness, as Okiko must have been similarly troubled. Izuku walked a bit louder as he approached her, and he saw her jump a little in recognition of his presence, though she didn't turn around. Hey, he greeted her, and reached over to squeeze her shoulder reassuringly. Can't sleep? No, I can't, the woman, clearly not Okiko, spoke. Oh God. Izuku pulled his hand off of her like he'd been burned. I'm so sorry, could I thought you were Okiko. That's okay, the quiet girl answered. It is dark out, and her and I have very similar figures. I didn't mind, anyways. Izuku was grateful that she wasn't holding this awkward moment against him. Are you okay? I'm fine, she replied, just thinking. Anything you'd like to talk about? Izuku hedged. I am having doubts, Kodai responded. I wonder if it is my fault that we remain here. Why would it be? Izuku was confused. This was intended to be a team-building exercise, correct, she explained. I am not a very good team member. That's not true, Izuku argued. You've been great, helping Momo and Okiko put these buildings together, and all that. Outcome-based evaluation, Kodai stated, which does not account for the fact that I have not truly been a team member. I am too quiet, and I am not very friendly. I mean, Izuku stammered, yeah, you're kind of on the quiet side, but that's okay. Everybody likes you just fine. Kodai, I don't think you need to worry about changing who you are, or anything like that. I cannot make sense of this place, Kodai hummed, but I suppose that quirks can produce strange and varied effects. It does not seem implausible to me that the end of this exercise could be conditional on how we all treat each other. Yeah, Izuku sighed, quirks are weird. Yours is especially weird. She turned to face him, and Izuku was struck by the way that her blue eyes shone in the pale moonlight. It almost seems as if you have 7 quirks, instead of 1. But that seems even more impossible, since you are not a Nomyu. Yeah? Izuku trailed off, as he realized that his usual excuses might not work. It's, complicated. I quite like talking about quirks, Kodai said. I would rather discuss that than my personal issues, if you don't mind. Well, you know how I was a late bloomer, right? Izuku asked. She nodded silently in response. The first, application that I could use, he explained, a fictional version of the power of One for All, was the super strength. But it didn't come along with enough enhanced durability, so if I used too much power, I'd break my bones. I remember watching you at the first sports festival, Kodai replied. It looked very painful. It was, Izuku admitted, but as I got better control, that stopped being as much of an issue. Your second application, the black energy tendrils, Kodai recounted, those manifested during our joint training battle. A different way of using the same energy, Izuku said. Instead of super strength, it's kind of like solidifying it. It's hard to explain. Next was your levitation ability. Kodai extended a hand to start counting off his quirks, not that she knew, then minor precognition, followed by some sort of stealth ability. Later, you developed rays of energy projected from your eyes, and finally a generalized force field which blocks incoming attacks and enhances your own. Is that accurate? More or less, Izuku lied. I believe the solution is actually rather obvious. With that in mind, Kodai hummed, and Izuku felt his heart race. Even with All for One dead and Shigaraki imprisoned, I'm still worried about revealing the truth behind One for All. Your quirk was likely misclassified initially. Kodai nodded to herself. You do not possess a physical enhancer subtype, but rather a versatile telekinesis quirk. Izuku's thoughts whirled as he tried to analyze her statement as if she were talking about someone else's quirk. You know, that makes a lot of sense. It is like my friend Leiko, Kodai said. Although her quirk has comparatively more range and fine control, yours is much more powerful and can manifest in different ways, and you additionally benefit from more advanced mental adaptations. I don't really have precognition, Izuku revealed. I call it danger sense, actually. It's only good in a fight, to be honest. Still, that is a useful application of psychic energies, Kodai hummed. Thank you, Midoriya. I feel better now, after this conversation. No problem, Kodai. He gave his best heroic grin. Let me know if you want to talk again, okay? I would like to hug you now, she said unexpectedly, as a gesture between friends. Sure, Izuku agreed. Kodai was clearly a bit uncertain about how the whole thing went, but when Izuku cautiously wrapped his arms around her, he honestly found the whole experience more pleasant than he'd have pictured. Thank you, once again, she said as they separated from each other, for the conversation and for the hug. Anytime, Izuku spoke, and fought the urge to wince at his own phrasing. Good night, Kodai said, and walked past him with no further words exchanged. Well, that sure was something. 3 weeks and 1 day since arriving, they were getting kind of desperate. Izuku didn't think that a training exercise should last this long, and he wasn't the only one who was nervous that they were missing something. The group had banded about a number of different theories. Mina was still on her island of love thing, but all the different ideas about what goal they had to complete before returning to the real world were either already done, or so implausible that they weren't worth attempting until things became much more desperate. An arc. Shiozaki had announced out of nowhere one afternoon. What's that? Momo asked. It's a big boat, Setsuna answered. No, I mean, what's the relevance? Momo huffed in return. We are on an island. Shiozaki continued her bombastic tone, surrounded by water. Our task is not to weather the flood for 40 days and 40 nights, but rather to craft a vessel sufficient to carry us to the promised land. That's an utterly brilliant idea, Izuku realized. He and Okiko had found the ocean on the very first day, and while the island was comfortable to live on, giving up comfort to pursue a common goal was exactly a ruse that Aizawa would pull. Shiozaki! Izuku cried, you're a genius. That must be it. I think so. Okiko questioned, we've gone down to the beach plenty, and I don't know about you all, but I can't see any land nearby. That'd be one heck of a journey, wouldn't it? We can figure this out, Izuku rambled excitedly. I can throw a basic raft together, row it out for a while, and see if I spot anything, and if I do see land in the distance. That's gotta be it. I think you're onto something. Setsuna grinned. I don't think I've got the stamina to fly an eye out to the horizon, so that might be our best bet. It does seem worth investigating, Momo agreed, and you certainly have the most strength and stamina of any of us, Izuku. I can make a raft, Kodai spoke, if Yorozu creates a miniature. Oh, Mina pouted, maybe this isn't Love Island after all, but Ruse Island. Aizawa, UJRK. There is no need to build a raft, Shiozaki spoke up again. I shall assist you, we mustn't tarry any longer. Are your vines waterproof? Izuku wondered. Not very, Shiozaki answered, but if I weave them together tightly, this will not be an issue. Locate yourself an oar, and I shall form the vessel of our salvation. Izuku's heart started to race as he found an appropriately sized branch in short order, and with Mina's assistance, while her acid is weaker than usual, it's still more than enough to melt wood into shape, had a large ore in hand within minutes. The 7 students excitedly rushed down to the beach, and Ibara knelt on the waterfront, her hands clasped in front of her in silent prayer. Her hair extended and wove itself together, and before long, she stood on top of a very convincing single-hulled boat, complete with a sail. Right. Izuku cautiously trod onto her hair, finding that it was just as solid as wood underneath his feet. Let's head out. Bon voyage. Mina called out, as they took to the water. Even with only 5% of one for all coursing through him, it was more than enough to provide inhuman power to the strokes of Izuku's oar, and almost before he knew it, they were sailing along at a decent clip. Shiozaki, Izuku called, I figure we should limit ourselves to about half an hour, one way, okay? Agreed, she answered, and then they fell back into their roles. Shiozaki cut a noble figure, perched on the prow of the boat made of her own hair, almost like the figurehead of an ancient ship. The time passed both more quickly and more slowly than Izuku would have expected, and he actually started to feel his arms beginning to tire before Shiozaki suddenly announced that she saw something. Izuku lifted from his task and turned around to look at what she'd seen, and his heart fell. A familiar purple wall extended out of the ocean in front of them, and while they weren't close enough to be certain, Izuku thought that there was nothing behind it. Nevertheless, he rowed them up to the strange barrier, where his suspicions were confirmed. Just like the obstacle he'd witnessed within One for All, the purple energy seemed to seal off the entire world, but this time, there was nothing but an impossibly deep darkness on the other side. What is this? Shiozaki wondered. I think, Izuku sighed, it's the border of where this world ends. Experimentally, he stepped forward to stand beside her, and touched the barrier. He felt a strange hum through his finger, but it seemed completely impenetrable. He rapped his fist against it, first gently, and then with more force, and accomplished nothing more than proving that it could withstand his current strength. It appears I have failed us, Shiozaki spoke quietly. You haven't failed anyone, Izuku told her. It was a great idea, it just didn't turn out to be the solution. They turned around, and began sailing back towards their island with much lower spirits. They didn't bother to exchange any further words. As the minutes dragged on, Izuku started to notice that water was liking up over the sides of their boat, and when he peered over, he could immediately tell that they were riding much lower than when they departed. Shiozaki, Izuku asked, how are you holding up? I have deceived you a second time, she mumbled. I am not so unaffected by the limitations of this hell as I claimed. Shiozaki, he asked with more emphasis, as she fell to her knees, but not in prayer. I'm tired, she whined quietly, and the boat started to fall apart underneath them. Immediately, Izuku flung his oar aside and wrapped his arms around Shiozaki. As they fell into the ocean, he realized that her vines had become badly waterlogged, and if he didn't do something, she was going to drown. Leave me, Shiozaki murmured, let me fall. Never, Izuku answered. Sorry if this hurts, I'm going to have to cut your hair. She made a noise of assent, and Izuku drew deep on his quirk, activating both float and sharp look at once. Even though float wasn't anywhere near strong enough to let him levitate while they were stuck in Dino World, it was definitely helpful in increasing their buoyancy, and sharp look, a gift from the third wielder, which normally allowed him to basically shoot lasers from his eyes, behaved more like its original manifestation, slicing through her vines like an invisible knife. Freed of the excess weight, Izuku turned so that Shiozaki laid atop his chest, as he floated on his back in the water. I'll get us back, okay, he reassured her, save your strength. He started to paddle his feet, and before long, the pair were making significant progress towards shore. After a few minutes, Izuku heard loud voices in the distance, and when he paused to crane his head backwards, he spotted the other 5 standing a couple 100 feet away. We're almost back, he muttered to Shiozaki as he started kicking his feet once again. Eventually, he felt sand under his feet, and repositioned them so that he carried Shiozaki in his arms, where she hung limply. I'm glad it was you, she whispered to him, here with us. Izuku didn't reply, too preoccupied with getting her back to safety. Other men would have been consumed by sinful thoughts, she murmured, and sounded as if she were half asleep. But you are truly righteous, Midoriya. You have saved me. You're a hero. That's the job description. Izuku smiled as he finally crested out of the water, Shiozaki clasped tightly in his arms. The other girls were quick to rush over, worriedly asking what happened. We can't sail out of here, Izuku replied, as he passed Shiozaki over to Setsuna and Kodai, before he dropped to his knees himself, utterly exhausted. There's a wall in the way. A moment of defeated silence passed through the group. Well, not a total loss, Mina finally spoke up. You managed to get Shiozaki soaking wet. Okiko groaned and reached out to smack Mina in retaliation, but the pink girl was too quick. 1 month since arriving, unlike their celebration of the 1-week mark, the mood that marked the next significant milestone of being stuck in Dino World was a somewhat somber one. Even the name seemed a bit too whimsical, but Izuku wasn't going to grouse about it. They'd held another party to celebrate once again, and Izuku had drank a bit more than last time, but he'd started to find that the alcohol only seemed to worsen his mood, so he'd cut himself off at a solid buzz. The girls had similarly been fairly low-key. Momo had gone to bed early, followed by Shiozaki, then, shockingly, Mina. The 3 women still awake had been engaged in quiet conversation when Izuku had excused himself. They had expanded the boundaries of their little village during their 3rd week, so that its borders now included a nearby hill meant to serve as a lookout point, and Izuku decided to camp out atop this hill, staring into the night sky with something uncertain in his heart. It'd be nice if there were some stars, at least, he thought, and wondered why the creator of this artificial world had thought to include a moon, but not other fundamental features of a realistic universe, might brighten things up a little. He heard a noise below, and turned to see Okiko wandering in his direction. "Hey!" he greeted her. "Hey!" She wumped to a seat beside him. "How you doing?" "Been better," Izuku admitted. "You?" "About the same," she sighed. "I didn't think that we'd be stuck here this long." "Why'd you figure that is?" Her accent's coming out more lately, Izuku thought, kind of adorable. "Well, quirks are bullshit," he explained. "Could be a lot of reasons, really." "Like?" Okiko wondered. "I dunno why Aizawa hasn't just put a stop to this. It's been a dang month, he wouldn't waste that much time." "It might be that he can't," Izuku answered. "It's like, you know how if he erases Mina's quirk, the acid she made still sticks around." "Yep." "Well, maybe this is like that." Izuku waved his hand around vaguely. "Maybe this place sustains itself for however long it's meant to, even if the guy who made it wanted to put a stop to it. You'd think somebody would have figured out a way out for us." Okiko sighed and leaned against him, resting her head on his shoulder. "Should be a big deal, right? Whole group of students stranded for a month." "It might not have been a month," Izuku grumbled. She made a confused noise. "Well, if this is actually a pocket dimension," Izuku frowned, "maybe time doesn't pass the same in here as it does in the real world." "How's that?" "Like, you remember Mr. Compress, right?" "Hard to forget him," Okiko snorted. "Well, his quirk," Izuku continued, "it probably worked by making little dimensional bubbles, carving out a chunk of the world into a place where space worked differently, but everything else stayed the same. It might be that for every day we spend in here," Izuku sighed, "maybe only a few minutes pass outside. That sounds like something Aizawa would like, cramming a whole bunch of training into as little time possible, right?" "Yeah?" Okiko scooched a bit closer to him. "I guess it does." "I hate to say it," Izuku concluded, "but I have no idea how long we'll be stuck here." "You know, I've been doing some thinking," Okiko interjected. "Yeah. Maybe Mina's right about this whole thing," Okiko hummed in thought. "I don't mean the Love Island part, I mean that we should be treating this like an opportunity rather than a struggle." "How do you figure?" Izuku wondered. "Loads of people would spend good money to live on an island paradise for a month," she giggled quietly, "and I'm here with 3 of my best friends. I miss Zu, yeah, but I've got Momo, and Mina, and you here with me." "I miss the others too," Izuku confessed. "Maybe that's what this is about." Okiko turned to look up at him, and her brown eyes were enormous. "Learning to make the best of what we've got." "That doesn't sound like Aizawa," Izuku hummed, though his thoughts were elsewhere. All of a sudden, 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐲 lifted her head and pressed her lips softly against his. The moment felt like it lasted forever, and Izuku's heart hammered in his ears as he realized what was happening. "Chako?" he asked softly when she pulled away from him. "I've waited long enough, Deku," she giggled a bit. "I think I need to start doing what I want, and so do you." "But," he goggled, "you kissed me." "Yup," she smiled, "been wanting to do that for a long time, you know." "Oh," Izuku realized, me too." "Well, now YA can," she smirked, and Izuku took the opportunity to do just that. Her lips are so soft, he thought, as he exchanged his second kiss with her. She tasted vaguely like mangoes, no doubt thanks to the drink she'd had earlier. "Does this?" he asked her, after convincing himself to end the kiss. "Are we?" "Let's figure that out later," 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐲 hummed, "when we're back in the real world. I don't want to start dating, then we find our way out, and we get left always wondering if we officially got together, because of a stupid logical ruse." Oh, it made sense, but it still stung a bit. "Yeah, I understand. Don't get me wrong," 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐲 smiled at him happily. "From now on, you can kiss me whenever you feel like it." It turned out that whenever was right now, so Izuku kissed her again without hesitating. "I'd like that," Izuku breathed. "I do too." 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐲 wrapped her arms around him and nuzzled her head into the top of his chest. I dunno, let's not worry about the relationship part, not until things are back to normal. Besides, we can't really be going out, I can't exactly take you out anywhere around here." He couldn't help but chuckle. "Yeah, that makes sense. So we're still best friends," 𝐒𝐿𝐻𝐲 clarified. "Just, maybe, we can make out sometimes. Or other stuff." It turned out that other stuff had just become Izuku's new biggest interest. "Then, later, we can go on a real date, figure it out from there." 𝐒𝐿𝐻𝐲 finished, and pulled back from cuddling him to look at him for approval. "I mean, yeah, I'd like to date you," Izuku chuckled, "but, well, I get it. It's a weird place we're in, metaphysically speaking." "Dork," she giggled, and held him closer. "Should we say anything to the others?" he wondered. "Let me think about it," 𝐒𝐿𝐻𝐲 hummed. "I've got a couple things I need to figure out myself, when it comes to that. Then I might have a few things to ask you, but after that, yeah, I guess I'll have to tell them." "I can break the news if you want," Izuku offered. "I know it might be kind of awkward." No, she dismissed his concern, "It's not like that. It's just, yeah, I need to think, then I'll talk to the girls, see what they think." "Okay," he agreed. "Anything else?" "Not for now." She turned her head up to look at him, a sappy smile on her face. "I'm glad you're here with me," he told her. "I'm so glad." 𝐒𝐿𝐻𝐲 kissed him once again, and Izuku thought that he could happily spend as long as he had to in this strange world, as long as this was what he was doing. 1 month since arriving a few hours before the kiss, 𝐒𝐻𝐲 wasn't really sure what to make of this celebration marking 1 whole month in this strange, prehistoric world. Sure, Mina was in high spirits, but Mina was always in high spirits, and some of the other girls seemed like they were stuck in their own heads a bit. Not that I'm that much better. Even though she made sure to chat with Mina whenever the pinkette bounced by, and genuinely laughed whenever Setsuna's constant string of jokes landed on something good, 𝐒𝐻𝐲 mostly just sat there, quietly sipping the vodka and pineapple that Mina had made for her, and pondering a number of things. A number of people, really. Over the course of the last week, she'd started to get a little worried about Deku. While she knew that it would take far more than this to ever break his spirit, Shiozaki's and his discovery of the barrier surrounding the ocean seemed to have thrown him off, somehow. He, too, was sitting and drinking more than actually talking to people, slumped on one side of their couch more like a bench with some cushions on it with a thinking expression on his face. 𝐒𝐿𝐻𝐲 was pretty familiar with his various facial expressions. That boy wears his heart on his sleeve, and this wasn't one of his more endearing deep-in-thought faces, not like puzzling out a cool new quirk he saw or trying to figure out how to give a speech. Instead of feeling amused, she mostly felt a bit worried. The other person that 𝐒𝐻𝐲 was most concerned about, Momo, sat on the couch near Izuku, and she, too, was apparently content to just sit there in silence. Her and Deku shared a number of traits, of which their natural gravitation towards leadership roles was one, and the two both seemed to have taken their group's ongoing failure personally. I just wish I could help. When it came to herself, 𝐒𝐿𝐴 probably wasn't doing a whole lot better than the pair on the couch, but she was trying her hardest not to let it show to anyone else. The last thing that she wanted was for Deku and Momo to see her sulking and start worrying that they had somehow failed her, which she knew was an assumption that they'd both leaped to all too quickly. It was bad enough that Shiozaki had been all but morose ever since her and Deku's failed expedition. 𝐒𝐿𝐴 didn't really know the girl that well. Her and Kodai are some of the only ones I'm still on a last-name basis with, after all, but it was telling that the vine-haired woman didn't even react whenever Mina or Setsuna dropped a girl. Speaking of Kodai, 𝐒𝐴 had no idea how she was holding up. Even at the best of times, the woman was quiet and withdrawn, so for all that 𝐒𝐴 knew, Kodai was having the time of her life. It's too bad we can't enjoy this more. As a kid, she would have leapt all over the opportunity to spend a whole month on a beach resort, free of charge, which only made it kind of ironically worse that she wasn't able to just kick back and relax in the bizarre paradise they were stranded in. 𝐒𝐴 saw Momo lean into Deku's shoulder the slightest amount, and smiled to herself, happy that the two tactical geniuses weren't so bad that they'd ignore each other. 𝐒𝐴 knew that those two, both among her best friends, had developed a strong bond when they'd acted as co-leaders during the war against the PLF, and she was happy to see it. Izuku slung his arm across the back of the couch. It wasn't like he put his arm around Momo, but it was similar enough in spirit that the tall black-haired woman could reposition, tucking her legs under her hips and leaning in a little bit closer. Cute. 𝐒𝐴 thought. She'd had a lot of time, a loot of time, to ponder her own feelings for Deku lately, and 𝐒𝐴 had come to a number of somewhat surprising realizations over the past couple of weeks. First, and least surprising, she absolutely adored the boy. She wasn't exactly going to drop the word just quite yet, but she knew for certain that she wanted him in her life to an even greater extent than he already was. Her second realization was only a little bit surprising. 𝐒𝐴 knew that she had some serious jealousy issues, and it wasn't exactly hard to figure out that these issues might grow into a full-blown problem once her and Deku finally acted on the years of maybe romantic tension between the two of them. But, she remembered, then I reminded myself that it's not a problem all the time. That thought had led directly to her third, even more surprising realization. 𝐒𝐴 didn't feel jealous when she saw Momo being affectionate with Deku. Sure, on a rational level, 𝐒𝐴 understood that both Momo and Deku were fairly touch-starved thanks to their extremely dissimilar childhoods, and both of them were fairly cuddly with all of their close friends, but something felt distinctly different for 𝐒𝐴, compared to the other girls that she'd seen get touchy-feely with Deku. That always sent a spike of jealousy into her heart. Hatsune has absolutely no grasp of personal space with anybody, 𝐒𝐴 reminisced, and even now that she's dating Tenya, I still feel like pitching a fit whenever she starts slapping her mitts all over Deku to measure him. When she'd taken some time to ponder just what this difference in her reactions might have meant, 𝐒𝐴 came to a fourth realization: she wasn't actually jealous, she was incredibly overprotective. The only big difference she could find between Momo and all the other girls who'd gotten too close for comfort was that 𝐒𝐴 had absolute faith that Momo would never mistreat Deku or abuse his trust in any context. This had kind of shaken her, if she was honest with herself. All this time, I assumed that I wanted to keep Deku all to myself, she thought, but maybe it's actually just that I want to see him happy, and I don't trust many other people to be good to him. 𝐒𝐴 assumed that part of the blame for this misconception of hers lay at the feet of one Katsuki Bakugo. Even up until second year, Deku had considered the explosive blonde to be his best friend instead of me. And this had probably created a subconscious belief that Deku didn't understand what was best for himself. Well, that part is definitely still true. The big thing, now that 𝐒𝐴 was aware of her own biases, was that she was forced to reconsider the whole "I'm the only one who should go out with him, because I'm the only one who will be good to him" thing all over again. As she sat on a cushion off to the side of the couch, she tried to imagine how she'd feel if, instead of just kinda sorta cuddling, Deku had fully wrapped his arms around Momo, and the two had kissed each other passionately since they're a couple in this imagined hypothetical and all. Nope, that's definitely not jealousy. The scene that she imagined definitely made her heart race and her face flush, but not because she was getting mad, nope. Or, damn it, 𝐒𝐴 came to her fifth realization while she was in the middle of pondering all the other ones. I think I have a crush on the idea of them dating. She was completely unsure how to handle this feeling, lacking even the words to describe it properly. 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐲 wondered if this was the same way that Mina felt about Deku and 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐲 herself, considering how blatant the pinkette was about shipping the two of them together. Her sixth realization came in that very moment. 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐲 wanted to date Deku. At the same time, she wanted Momo to date Deku. Oh, she thought, how did I even come up with that idea? Thankfully, 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐲's startling revelation was easy enough to forget about for the time being, since Momo had gone to bed shortly afterwards, followed by Shiozaki, then Mina, shockingly, and Izuku had sort of passively stuck to the outskirts of the party, apparently preferring not to be too involved in socializing. Which, really, was a blessing in disguise. It won't be rude of me to ignore Deku if that's what he wants right now, she thought, which is great, since I can't even look at him without blushing. Thought I got over that a long time ago. 𝐒𝐿𝐻𝐲 had already gotten used to the idea that she'd have to share Deku with other people, but she'd always assumed that would be because, the future #1 hero was committed to all the people of Japan. Not because she was having new thoughts about encouraging him and Momo to date each other. As if by serendipity, Setsuna and Kodai had started discussing the relationship of three of their classmates, Sen Kaibara, Pony Tsunotori, and Kosi Tsuburaba, who were in a polyamorous arrangement together. So, how's it work? Setsuna inquired. Are they all dating each other, or are both the boys with her, or? I don't know the particulars, Kodai responded. From what I understand, both are primarily interested in Pony. If it wasn't confusing enough that Kodai is the one with the scoop on this gossip, 𝐒𝐿𝐻𝐲 thought to herself, there's different ways to arrange this. Primarily. Setsuna grinned extremely toothily. Pony isn't much for explaining the details of their sex life, Kodai shrugged. From what I understand, the boys aren't exactly shy around each other, but Pony is at the center of their arrangement. Like, literally. Setsuna smirked even more aggressively. I believe so, yes, Kodai answered. Say, Chako, baby, you seem awful interested in this topic. Setsuna turned her attention towards her, and 𝐒𝐿𝐻𝐲 couldn't help but slap her hands to her cheeks, embarrassed to be caught out. What's he thinking about? Oh, I just, 𝐒𝐿𝐻𝐲 stammered. I didn't know there were different kinds of, polyamory. Is that the right way to say it? It's all under the label of polyamory, Kodai, surprisingly, spoke up, and there can be as many different arrangements as there are people in a relationship, I believe. At the other side of the room, Deku made some vague, mumbling statements excusing himself to spend some time alone, and left their little home to wander outside. 𝐒𝐿𝐻𝐲 worried that he might have overheard the topic and been offended or something, but by the look on his face, it was obvious that he wasn't really listening to anything that the three girls were discussing. In this case, Kodai continued, completely unbothered, I believe it is a V. She made a gesture of the English letter, with her two index fingers touching, because both of them are dating Pony, but they are not, as far as I know, dating each other. If they were, it would be a triangle. She extended her thumbs to create the shape. I wonder which one is better. 𝐒𝐿𝐻𝐲 wondered, that way seems fairer. Nope, don't need any more worldview-shaking realizations tonight. She took a healthy sip of her drink, chasing that idea from her thoughts for now. What you thinking? Setsuna leaned over towards her. You got a crush on another boy, other than Lean and Green who just left? No, 𝐒𝐿𝐻𝐲 blushed. I'm just curious, is all. Not another boy, maybe. Setsuna edged a bit closer, because if you're willing to share, then, I wouldn't mind getting in on that. No, 𝐒𝐿𝐻𝐲 stammered, and slapped her hands to her cheeks once more. She just barely remembered to leave her pinkies extended. I swear, it's nothing to do with me and Deku. Did you know you have an accent? Kodai asked. I'm pretty sure she's aware, Setsuna rolled her eyes. Oh, Kodai hummed, I wish I had an accent. It might make me more interesting. You're plenty interesting, Setsuna turned to reassure her friend, but don't distract me. Chako, darling, you want to spill the beans on what you're thinking. 𝐒𝐿𝐻𝐲 absolutely did not wish to spill those beans. Really, I just don't know much about the whole, polyamory thing, 𝐒𝐿𝐻𝐲 explained. I don't know anyone else in one of those relationships. They are not the most common, Kodai provided. It seems to work for some people, but goes poorly for others. More of a one-man gal, then. Setsuna kept teasing, I hate to tell you, but if you're looking to stake your claim on Broccoli Boy, you'd better get a move on. 𝐻𝐿 failed to remember to keep her pinkies extended this time, and started slowly floating around the room for a couple of seconds before she crashed back down onto the floor. Let's just say a little bird told me, Setsuna smirked, that a certain green-haired lady who isn't me might have an enormous crush on a certain green-haired boy. I guess saving someone's life might do something to a girl. It sure does. 𝐒𝐿 reminisced. Don't get me wrong, Setsuna continued, like I said, if you two are taking applications, mine is the first on the list. Phew, your boy has some thighs on him, I want to snack on him like his fried chicken, know what I mean. 𝐒𝐿 realized that she felt a little bit of jealousy about this recent conversation, but not nearly as much as she would have expected. I guess being stuck with people for a month makes me trust them a bit more. Anyways, Setsuna finished, I guess it's getting late, I'm gonna head to bed. You're getting sleepy, right? Not particularly, the brunette answered. Yeah, you are, Setsuna drawled, because I think our conversation here is done, since 𝐿𝐴 needs a push out the door to go get her boy. What? 𝐒𝐿 blushed. We're stuck here for who knows how much longer. Setsuna actually lifted 𝐒𝐿 to her feet, reaching out to haul her up by her arms, and I'm real tired of watching the two of you waste each other's time like this. Go. Out. There. Setsuna emphasized her words by swatting at 𝐒𝐿's butt, which prompted a whole new level of eep. Get. Your. Boy. Sitansa concluded. The two other women walked away, leaving 𝐒𝐿 absolutely embarrassed, standing in the middle of the room by herself. You know what? She's right, 𝐒𝐿 reached a realization which was much less surprising, I'm going out there to talk to him. 1 month and 3 days since arriving Mina something had changed, Mina could tell. She just wasn't sure what had changed. Midori was walking around with a notable spring in his step, when just a few days before he'd been sulking for most of a week. At first, she wondered if maybe 𝐿𝐴 had finally actually made a move, but Mina shot that idea down as soon as she had it. There's absolutely no way that those two dorks would be able to keep their relationship a secret when it finally began. Nevertheless, Mina could practically smell a secret, and it would go against everything that she stood for if she didn't do her best to get to the bottom of it. Hey, Midori, she chirped, bouncing her way over to the man in question, what you're up to? Just going to go get some lumber, he replied, hefting an axe over his shoulder for emphasis, since we're going to be here for a while, at this rate, we might as well expand our borders again, right? Neat. Mina really didn't care about village planning. I'll come along, keep YA company. Oh, I don't, Midori started, then sighed, yeah, sure, Mina. At least he can use my first name without stuttering now, Mina thought. Wait. What if that's a sign? Maybe he's more comfortable with girls now. What if it's not 𝐒𝐿, but someone else? Ooh. You better not have double-crossed her. You've been awful chipper lately, Mina continued her questioning as the two of them walked up to the boundaries of their village. What's all that about? I guess I just got tired of worrying, Midori responded. I've definitely done enough of it in my life, heh. Does that mean you're finally learning to enjoy our vacation? Mina asked, yay. Mentally, she ran through her list of suspects. No way it's Setsuna, Mina thought, she'd tell me right away. Who knows about Kodai, she's a mystery and a half at the best of times. Shiozaki has been awful friendly with Midori ever since he pulled her out of the ocean, maybe she made a move. No, she's too religious, and some incognito handholding wouldn't affect Midori like this. That left her with suspect number 1, the same girl she'd been suspicious of for a few days now. I wonder if him and Momo have something going on. There were definitely signs. The two hadn't been cuddly, not exactly, but Mina noticed a lot of little gestures of affection between the two geniuses of the former Class 1A, and if they were willing to share those in public, who knows what they got up to in private. Mina had even gone so far as to point that out to 𝐒𝐿, but her friend had merely giggled and waved off the suggestion, rather than getting all quiet and glary about her jealousy like she usually would. Too bad, it's pretty cute when 𝐿𝐴 gets all intense like that. Hare and Midori had made their way past the gates and into the prehistoric forest surrounding their village. We really need to give it a name. When her pal stopped in front of a huge tree and unslung the axe from his shoulder. Midori said, "This'll be pretty loud, you might want to cover your ears, you got it, boss." Mina replied, and did so. It was honestly kind of awe-inspiring to watch the man work. With every swing of his powerful arms, huge chips of wood were carved out of the tree, and while Mina might not have made any progress on her little investigation, she wasn't exactly going to complain about the chance to watch him go all lumberjack. He said something to her. "What?" Mina asked. She couldn't hear him, her hands were over her ears. He gestured at her to remove said hands, and she almost blushed as she did so. "I'm gonna bring it down now," Midori explained, "make sure you're out of the way, okay?" Mina wandered a good few dozen feet away from him, then watched as he walked around to the other side of the tree and shoved, cracking it at the point where he'd been chopping. Good lord, those triceps. Mina fanned herself lightly. If I didn't know better, I'd say that I should be on my list of suspects. She walked back over as he huffed for breath, one arm planted against the fallen tree for balance. "Say, I was thinking," Mina started her interrogation, "there wouldn't be anything going on between you and one of the girls here, would there?" His bafflement seemed disingenuous, and Mina thought she'd caught him. "Why would you ask that?" "I dunno," she drawled, "just seems like you've got some extra energy. Lately, I got to thinking maybe you've got someone special on your mind." "Why, Mina," Midori teased, "you know I've only got eyes for you." "Oh, is that so?" She grinned at him. "I can't imagine why." "Really?" he smirked, "with that luscious hair, that appealing smile, and those incredible legs. How could I not?" Mina felt herself blush. Midori bit his bottom lip, but it wasn't a seki gesture, rather that he was obviously trying to stop himself from giggling. "Ooh," she huffed, "you're terrible." "You've been teasing everyone for literally years," Midori protested. "You're telling me that you can dish it out, but you can't take it." "Oh, trust me," she purred, as she stepped closer to him and ran her finger down his chest, "I can take it incredibly well." That time, it was Midori's turn to blush, and the giggles he'd tried to suppress earlier came back with a vengeance when she started laughing too. "Being a lumberjack's more fun than I thought," Mina announced as, "Oh boy." Midori casually bent down to haul the entire tree behind him. "Maybe I'll come along next time." Getting flirted with like that is more fun than I remembered, Mina realized. Good goddamn. Wouldn't mind if he did that more often. 1 month and 4 days since arriving Setsuna. "Hey, Greenie." Setsuna floated her head over to Izuku. "Where you going?" "Hey, Set," he replied, disappointingly unrattled by the sight after I've been working hard to get past how much it stings to disjoint myself. "Rude, I'm just going to go fishing." "Oh, I'll tag along," she announced. She'd spoken with Mina earlier that morning, and the two gossip buddies had shared their theories about what the secret behind Izuku's recent cheerfulness might have been. For some reason, Mina was absolutely unconvinced that Okiko was the girl responsible, which Setsuna thought sounded absolutely absurd. "I literally shoved her into his arms," she recalled. "Well, kind of spanked her into his arms, but the spirit is still there. Hair, but rocking everywhere." Nevertheless, Mina definitely knew the greenette boy and reddish-brownish haired girl better than Setsuna did, so if Mina said that wasn't it, then it probably wasn't. Which left the mystery of who got in the middle of those sweethearts, and why wasn't it me, an open case. So, she asked him, as they left their village, "Talked to Okiko lately?" "Yeah," Izuku replied, "I talk to all of you every day." "No, I mean," Setsuna smirked, "have you talked to Okiko lately?" "I don't know what you mean." Izuku shrugged. "See, I talked to Mina earlier." Setsuna sold out her partner in investigation, "and she seems awfully certain that you have a certain 𝐔𝐬𝐴𝐺 about you lately." "I don't know what that means," Izuku protested. "I don't know what," Setsuna replied with the most literal translation, and grinned at her own wordplay. Tragically, it seemed to have flown over Izuku's head entirely. Must not have taken French at any point. You'd think that the amazing sparkle pants in his class would have fixed this. Anyways, she brushed that awkwardness aside. "Got any secrets you'd like to share with your new class?" "Tons," Izuku smirked, "but none that I'm going to." "Oh, Setsuna smirked back at him, he's got some teeth after all. Mrau. Their conversation was interrupted by a heavy thudding sound. Izuku instantly tensed, going on high alert, while Setsuna merely looked around, trying to find its source. It wasn't hard to. One of the dinosaurs which roamed the island had chosen this moment to make a rare appearance. Oh ho ho ho, this one's got some teeth too. The technically inaccurate animal bore a strong resemblance to the old takes on a T-Rex, except that it was lacking feathers, and the posture was all wrong, but still. She was still thrilled every time that she got to almost live out her childhood dream of meeting a dinosaur. And not just a dinosauroid mutant type. Look! Setsuna announced cheerfully, look at his teeth. So bitey. Izuku frowned, as the beast kept walking towards them. The gait's a bit off too. Setsuna reviewed its accuracy, but the presence. Wow. It's almost like being in the Cretaceous. Setsuna. Izuku repeated. Did you know that, she continued, that ancient pre-quirk franchise, Jurassic Park? That's the wrong epoch. By, like, millions of years. Setsuna. Izuku interrupted her again. The dinosaur-like thing was within a dozen feet of them, and it opened its jaws wide, revealing full rows of very accurate-looking teeth. She almost felt nervous for a second, before a rush of wind blew past her, as Izuku launched himself towards the Dino monster. Smash! The boy yelled, as he punched it right in its toothy face with a heavy wallop. The Dino beastie yelped, and promptly turned tail and ran. What was that about? Izuku asked her, you didn't even try to avoid that thing. I didn't need to, she grinned at him, after all, I've got a big strong hero looking out for me. Izuku sighed in exasperation. Let's head back, we should let the others know that there was one this close to camp, he told her, just as responsible as ever. Boy, you should have seen yourself. Setsuna cheered, all crash. Bang. POW. And then you booped its snoot hard enough to send it running. Why, you even yelled smash like All Might does, what a hero. Well, I'm glad you're safe, Izuku rolled his eyes. Doesn't the hero want a reward? Setsuna linked her arms around his, drawing closer to him, for saving me, the innocent, pure maiden that I am. Is quit teasing me an option for this reward? She made sure to pop the for emphasis, that, my brave, handsome, heroic friend, is something you will have to endure. Fine, then, Izuku turned to her, and grinned with actual deviousness in his eyes. Ooh, yeah, you're way more confident than you were, Setsuna thought. Someone's been helping you out with that. I'll have to find out who, and see if they're willing to share. As my reward, I want, he started, and Setsuna found herself honestly excited to see what he'd come up with. For you to help me make dinner tonight. Can do, boss, she gave a joking salute, not what I was expecting, but sure. What were you expecting? Izuku asked, and clearly regretted it immediately. Oh, for me to show you my melons or something, Setsuna grinned her widest grin. I mean, I still can, offers always open. Izuku sputtered, and Setsuna cackled. Okay, not that confident yet, hey. 1 month and 1 week since arriving Yui heard steady wham, 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 sounds originating from the edge of their camp, which she found curious. It was well into the evening, later in the day than any of their group typically worked on construction projects. To satisfy her curiosity, she wandered over towards the source of the noise, only to find an even more curious sight. It seemed as if Midoriya had cleared out a space close to the edge of camp, filled in the ground with sand, and driven a single, thick tree into the middle of this spot. He was dancing around the outside of the tree, all the while pounding his fists and feet against it. She didn't spot the telltale signs of his quirk even muted as it is, he still sparks with lightning when using his quirk, which could only mean that Izuku was attempting to fight a tree, quirkless. What are you doing? She asked. Eep, he replied, jumping in place before he spun around to face her. Oh, hey, Keiko, you surprised me. My apologies, she replied. I'm, just doing some training, Midoriya explained. I realized I'd been neglecting that while we've been here, and especially since we might need to chase off, those not quite dinosaurs, I figured I should work on that. But you still have some of your quirk. Yui was confused. That is more than enough, is it not? Well, quirks aren't everything, Midoriya said. Training quirkless is almost as important, really. Is it? She'd never really done so herself. Yui was hardly in bad shape or anything like that, but as she stared at Midoriya's shirtless form, she realized that there were absolutely aesthetic benefits to his training regimen, if nothing else. He looked like a carved statue, all hard lines and chiseled musculature. Those are some very nice abs. I want to like them. Midoriya seemed to notice her staring, and sort of half turned away from her, blushing. She felt an uncharacteristic blush of her own. Why? Midoriya decided to keep explaining. Sometimes, your quirk isn't the right answer for a specific scenario, so I think it's best to make sure that you can be capable without it, right? I've never thought about that, Yu responded. I tend to rely on size more than anything else, whether in combat or rescue scenarios. You know, Midoriya turned back to face her. You and 𝐒𝐿 actually have pretty similar quirks, now that I think about it. You should talk to her about this. She did a bunch of training with Gunhead, and it really helped her grow, both with her quirk and not. Oh, you pondered this, maybe I shall. I bet she'd even be willing to teach you some moves. Midoriya's enthusiasm continued. I see, you answered. Could you show me any moves? I'm not sure I'd be the best teacher, Midoriya chuckled. I'm more of a wrestler and a brawler. 𝐒𝐿's better versed in jujitsu and similar styles. I wouldn't mind wrestling with you, Yu said, and for some reason, this caused Midoriya to blush even more intensely than before. He stammered. Could I? You should, think about how what you're saying might sound, just so you know. Why? What you said, it kind of sounded like, Midoriya explained, something that Setsuna would say. Does that make sense? It kind of did. Yui knew that Setsuna constantly flirted with people, and sometimes it made them uncomfortable, but that always seemed to be because they knew that she didn't mean it. Oh, she answered, I wouldn't mind that, either. Midoriya made a series of panicked noises, which further confused Yui. It was true, though. He was a very attractive man. Yui really liked his abs, and she didn't see any reason why she should be dishonest to him about the way she saw him. Perhaps he does not see me that way, and he is disgusted. That didn't seem likely, either. Yui thought that she was a rather attractive woman, speaking as objectively as possible about these matters, but even when it came to subjective taste, she figured that she'd fall into a type that Midoriya found attractive. After all, he was obviously attracted to 𝐒𝐿 Uraraka, and the auburn-haired woman was basically identical to Yui herself when it came to their builds. I believe my breasts are slightly larger than hers, Yui recalled, but her butt is bigger than mine. Still, that doesn't seem like a big enough difference to matter, and we both have substantial amounts of either category. Perhaps there was one of those subtler reasons that Yui often missed. She had certainly noticed that Uraraka had also been staring at her recently, and perhaps the other woman was measuring her up as competition. That seemed unfair. You wouldn't make a move on someone who already had a partner, but both Midoriya and Uraraka had repeatedly insisted that they were not a couple. I apologize if I've made you uncomfortable, she finally decided. I find you attractive, but if you do not see me the same way, I will not express these thoughts. Midoriya stammered. No, it's, you're very pretty, Kodai, it's just. I'm not really looking for a girlfriend right now. Oh, she didn't see the relevance. Again, my apologies. I was not trying to ask you to be in a relationship with me. I was simply saying that I wouldn't be opposed to physical intimacy with one another, if you were interested in such. I don't, that is, well, Midoriya tried and failed to start a sentence repeatedly. I'll let you know. That sounds nice, Yui agreed. I'm going back to our house. Enjoy your training. Izuku gave a little wave to her as she departed, as if he was completely unsure what to say. I don't know why people have such a hard time with this, Yui wondered. Simply saying what you mean is so much more effective. 1 month, 1 week, and 2 days since arriving Ibara was lost. No, rephrase that. Ibara was lost and DMN'd. Despite her knowledge that this purgatory was meant to provide its inhabitants the chance to cleanse their souls of sin, in the past 2 weeks, she had not only failed to absolve herself of the sin of pride, but had started engaging in all new sins on top of that. She was terribly afflicted by the sin of lust. Where she had been so arrogant and prideful, a sinner though am I, she sang the hymn in her thoughts. To have presumed that it was Midoriya who was guilty of that particular brand of sin, it had become undeniably clear that he was the one pure soul on this island, their only hope of salvation. None other would have plucked her from the very edge of a watery grave as he had done, and yet she had managed to twist his heroism into nothing more than a sinful obsession of her own. Ibara recalled the way she felt, carried in his arms, as he lifted her from the waters, like she had been born again. She also recalled the way his arms felt around her, to say nothing of his firm chest pressed against her own lust. She cried, "You most pernicious tempter." Even worse, not only had her gaze started to linger sinfully on Midoriya's body whenever he was nearby, but she had even started to stare at the other women on the island. Envy, she bemoaned, cousin to pride. Ibara knew that Midoriya was the means by which she could escape the grasp of these sinful thoughts, but it seemed as if her own lust had spread through the other inhabitants of purgatory. Frequently, she saw each of the other women staring at him just as sinfully as she would. They would latch their eyes onto his broad back, molest his thick, powerful thighs with their gaze, stare hard enough as if they could somehow see his very soul underneath his firm, carved pectorals. Why, some would even be so sinful as to peer between his legs when he would walk by, as if they could catch a glimpse of his manhood, which would no doubt be long, and thick, and rigid. Spare the rod, spoil the sinner. Ibara chastised herself, shaking her head to clear those thoughts. No, it was becoming apparent that the time for permitting her friends and the women of Class A to mill around Midoriya like flies around the Lord of Lies would have to come to an end. Ibara would have to proclaim her own status, and surely, Midoriya would see her worth, even though she had fallen so low. Will I be able to compete with the others? Another quiet, sinful thought spoke to her. Ibara was not so prideful as to fall into vanity, but she had to admit, she believed that her body was pleasing to the eye. She possessed what was often called a runner's build, tall, with long, sculpted legs, and a thin waist. My biases may not be the largest on this island, she thought, enviously, but surely, they are also pleasing to look upon. The idea worried her more than she cared to admit. Though Yorozu was, perhaps, the least sinful of Ibara's competitors, she easily outmatched every other woman in that particular category. Much like Ibara herself, the black-haired woman was tall and lean of limb, which concerned her. If Midoriya was particularly tempted by large BRSs, he might be led astray. It is a common preference among men, is it not? She wondered. Ashido, it had taken Ibara quite some time to see her as anything but a demon, was also noticeably, well, top-heavy, not that the term was accurate, given how her bottom was equally as large. Her thighs were thick enough to support her entire hourglass frame, which Ibara suspected many men would find appealing. Yui and Uraraka were practically cut from the same cloth. Neither were quite as busty as the first two, but it was a near thing. Those two women were built less powerfully than Ashido was, while sharing her other proportions, their muscles visible from underneath a layer of pleasant-looking softness. I have heard men find large rear ends attractive. Setsuna, just as lascivious as Ashido, diverged from the previous two women by virtue of combining leanness with musculature. The green-haired woman was sinfully proud of her visible abdominal muscles, but even Ibara had to admit that her friend's looks were noticeably striking. She has, I believe the phrase is, a hard body. It was the height of envy that Ibara had spent nearly as much time thinking about these other women's bodies as she did Midoriya's, to say nothing of the time she had wasted, arrogantly pondering her own appearance. I have to put a stop to this, she thought, this cannot hold, and unless something is done, soon, things will fall apart. 1 month and 2 weeks since arriving, Momo had finally begun to turn her mood around. It helped that the rest of her classmates, for the most part, Shiozaki's been awfully snippy lately, and Kodai is as blasé as ever, had made such efforts to be cheerful and supportive. Momo had known long ago that she wouldn't be half the woman she was today without their friendship, but it was always nice to be reminded of that fact. Izuku, in particular, had been a steady pillar of support, as he always was. Of all the man's amazing qualities, Momo thought that it was the sheer presence he possessed that was the most incredible thing about him. It was as if he could lift other people out of despair simply by existing. It also certainly didn't hurt that he'd been more physically affectionate lately. Momo didn't have many secrets, some, of course, I am as complex as any other person, after all, but one of the not-so-obvious things about her was that Momoyorozu was an absolute fiend for cuddling. There had been a couple of times that she felt a pang of guilt, as if she was somehow transgressing on the not-yet-established relationship between Okiko and Izuku, but whenever her other friend had caught sight of her and Izuku leaning against each other, or exchanging a friendly hug, Okiko usually smiled approvingly. Sometimes she runs off suddenly, Momo recognized, but, perhaps, that is because she wishes to exchange similar gestures, and is embarrassed by that. It wasn't as if Izuku and Okiko weren't similarly affectionate with one another, anyways. If anything, the pair were even more cuddly with each other, lately, than Momo ever was with him. There'd been a couple occasions where they'd even sat together with one of their arms wrapped around the other, which Momo thought was absolutely adorable. Of course, Mina was even more tactile than all three of the other Class 3A students put together, and it was hard to stay sad when that pink ray of sunshine was constantly bouncing around. As Momo lounged in the sun, tired from using her quirk all morning, she reminisced about the strange place they'd been taken to, and almost, somehow, found herself growing fond of the experience. Not that it is perfect yet, by any means, she knew, there are still many improvements we can make to our little camp. Their site still didn't have an official name, but they'd gone so far as to make up a flag for their village, a tricolor design of pinkish red, green, and blue. These stripes represented the hair colors of the 7 students, according to Mina. The pink girl had been disappointed when Momo was unable to produce black fabric of the correct shade, but had decided that blue pops way better than blackish navy does in the end. The flag also bore a 7-point, vaguely star-like emblem Setsuna's design over top of these stripes. They'd raised the flag atop the small hill to one side of their village, and in doing so, Momo realized that this place was somehow starting to feel like home. "How are you doing, Momo?" Izuku stopped beside the deck chair she was reclined on. "I could definitely eat," she admitted. "Yeah," Izuku smiled, "same here. I was thinking I'd go fishing today, how's that sound?" "Absolutely ideal," she returned his smile, and once more felt the warmth of someone caring for her. It was an odd thought, but Momo had started to come to a conclusion that, whenever they were back in the real world, she'd try and find someone very much like Izuku to date. The man himself was off-limits obviously, but Momo had come to find that she much preferred a life with such a constant supportive presence in it. "Go in fishin'?" Okiko asked as she, too, appeared from within their home. "I'll help YA cook it, when you're back." Momo's friend had stopped making as many efforts to disguise her Kansai dialect of late, and Momo thought that it only made Okiko even more endearing. "Shouldn't be long," Izuku cheerfully announced, "maybe half an hour." "Great." Okiko beamed, "See YA soon." As Izuku trod off, Okiko obviously watched him leave, and Momo found that sight incredibly endearing in its own right. "Hey, Momo," the other woman asked. "Yes. You know if the other girls are around? I know Mina and Setsuna are inside." "I believe so," Momo answered. "Kodai and Shiozaki were foraging this morning, but they should be back any minute." Just as she spoke of them, Momo spotted the 2 women coming back into camp, a variety of different fruits carried in a basket between them. As they approached, Kodai reached in to pass a mango to Momo, who politely expressed her gratitude before perhaps somewhat impolitely devouring it, grateful for the calories. "Great, we're all here," Okiko nodded, as if to reassure herself. "Let's all head inside for a bit." "What for?" Kodai asked. "I think it's time we have a little girls' talk," Okiko announced. "I've got some things I want to talk to you all about." Oh, perhaps her and Izuku have finally talked it out. Momo wondered. The thought was a happy one, yet it left her feeling kind of wistful at the same time. Nevertheless, she stood from her seat, eager to hear whatever it was that Okiko had to say. 1 month and 2 days since arriving, 1 week and 5 days before the talk with the girls. "Okiko, you know, I wonder if we can track down some rice," Deku pondered. "It might take a bit more cooking than we've been doing, but I could really go for some tekkadon." The pair of them were heading down to the beach to go fishing, which in practice meant that Deku would leap into the water, tackle a tuna, and haul it back to camp, while Okiko cheered him on. Now that she was being more honest about her with herself about her true feelings, Okiko had to admit that the main reason she went with him was solely to watch Deku show off, rather than providing any sort of meaningful help, but it sure seemed like he appreciated her company. I agree, 𝐒𝐿𝐵 replied. Don't get me wrong, I'm glad that we've got a few talented cooks with us, but I'm getting kinda bored of tuna steaks and fruit for most of our meals. Sashimi the other night was pretty nice, Deku said with a grin, who knew that Kodai knew how to prepare it. We've all got hidden talents, 𝐒𝐿𝐵 giggled. I always forget that you are such a good cook too, mister. Well, I always wanted to help my mom out. Growing up, Deku explained, we didn't really have a lot of money, but she's really good at stretching groceries out into full meals, and I think I picked up on that a bit. I know what that's like. 𝐒𝐿𝐵 had similar experiences, but I never really got the hang of cooking like that. I can make a mean instant ramen. If we happen to find a convenience store somewhere on this island, I wouldn't even be surprised. Deku chuckled. It's kind of obvious now, isn't it? This place isn't exactly hard to live in. Not calling it Dino World anymore, she teased. 𝐒𝐿𝐵 hadn't really been a huge fan of Setsuna's name for the primitive world, but it had fit well enough, she supposed. I guess Set's bored of that name, Deku explained. His using her nickname. 𝐒𝐿𝐵 carefully measured how she felt about that. She wasn't quite sure yet if she trusted Setsuna to the extent that she felt comfortable with the greenette being all flirty with Deku, but if nothing else, her initial spikes of jealousy and embarrassment whenever Setsuna was particularly rambunctious had seemed to subside. She'd already figured out that she was completely, 100%, plus ultra on board with the idea of Momo and Deku getting closer to each other. 𝐒𝐿𝐵 had a healthy amount of self-esteem, but she knew that there were traits Momo had that she didn't. Her friend was a born leader, with an intuitive grasp of strategy and academic topics, and a keen interest in discussing complex theories about quirk science. These were things that Deku had in common with her, and also ones where 𝐒𝐿𝐵 just wasn't quite on the same page as them. To put it more simply, both Deku and Momo were giant nerds, in the most endearing sense of the word. Instead of feeling insecurity about her friend having things in common with Deku that 𝐒𝐿𝐵 herself didn't, she had started to feel some kind of emotion that seemed like a weird relative of proud. The brief talk she'd had with Setsuna and Kodai about the concept of polyamory and its variants had, apparently, opened a lot of potential doors for 𝐒𝐿𝐵, and she'd done a lot of thinking ever since she'd talked to Deku about being more open with their feelings for each other. 𝐒𝐿𝐵 was enthusiastic about Deku getting closer to Momo, on board with him spending time with Mina. She'd definitely help him to get out of his awkward moments more than I do, and she always backs off her teasing if he's genuinely uncomfortable, and very tentatively willing to approve of the idea of Setsuna getting involved with him. She was still uncertain about the other two women on their island. Kodai was a hard woman to read. From all their interactions and what 𝐒𝐿𝐵 had overseen with the other Class B girls, she was simply blunt, reserved, and almost cold because that's who she was, rather than any hostility or disinterest in befriending people. She seemed nice enough, in her own way, but 𝐒𝐿𝐵 wasn't sure if that qualified her for share my kinda not really boyfriend with you status. Shiozaki, on the other hand, was getting on 𝐒𝐿𝐵's nerves in a big way lately. Ever since she and Deku had their failed expedition to the boundary of the ocean, the vine-haired woman had been kind of short and snappy with everyone else except for Deku. It kind of reminded 𝐒𝐿𝐵 of the way she used to act, when she'd thought that her driving emotion was jealousy, and Setsuna hadn't exactly been subtle about pointing out that Vines has it bad for Greenie. If they were going to figure out some sort of arrangement so that everyone could be happy on this island, 𝐒𝐿𝐵 knew she was going to have to figure out how to deal with these latter two women. What are they calling it instead? 𝐒𝐿𝐵 asked, as she shook her head to clear her thoughts and continued their conversation about the name of the island. Well, Deku smirked. You know that Mina still calls it Love Island. Yeah, she couldn't help but blush. I guess that's not entirely inaccurate, is it? He leaned in and planted a quick kiss to her lips, and it was all that 𝐒𝐿𝐵 could do to stop from squealing in happiness. Deku's already getting more confident, she thought. I love to see it. Kiss for luck. Deku grinned. I'll be right back. He took off down to the beachfront, and disappeared into the water shortly after. 𝐒𝐿𝐵 gently slapped her own cheeks to remind herself not to float away metaphorically, and kept her pinkies extended to avoid floating away literally. This could be really good for him, she thought, for all of us, actually. 1 month and 5 days since arriving Izuku. As Izuku woke up, He stretched out in his bed, and immediately found his mind pondering the current state of affairs on Love Island, better name pending. He'd become pretty good at keeping secrets out of necessity, but this particular secret was a lot more fun than hiding the truth of One for All, various events during the war, or the true identity of Hisoshi Midoriya. Who would have ever guessed that Dad was a particularly vicious vigilante, eventually ordered to either leave Japan for good, or else spend the rest of his life in Tartarus. Izuku had met the Green Dragon once, when he had gone to hide out in the United States for a month to escape the effects of Shigaraki's search, and it had been awkward more than anything else. Izuku thought back on the memory. "Listen, kid, I'm sorry I haven't been much of a dad," his father had said instead of a normal greeting. I wasn't really ever cut out to be a parent. Not what I'm good at, not really. From what I hear, you're mixed up in some SHT worse than I even got up to, so, yeah, sorry that you're kind of, well, a bit of a chip off the old block, there." The strange reunion had, at least, illuminated where his tendency to mutter and ramble had come from. "I don't have much advice for you, like I said, I'm not good at this whole father-son kind of deal, but, it was odd to see a notorious Black Ops agent running his fingers into his hair nervously, just like Izuku himself did at times. Unless you want to know how to dispose of a body, the only advice I can really give you is, try not to be like me. When you find a nice girl, make sure, or a nice boy, or both. Hell, I don't even know, but that's not what I meant. Right? Anyways. When you find a nice person, make sure you don't lose sight of it. I got way too wrapped up in the vigilante scene, and before I knew it, I wasn't Hisoshi anymore, I was the Green Dragon 24/7, and that's when I left you and your mom behind." The words hadn't meant too much at the time. Izuku had mostly been baffled by the fact that the QAA, the agency that replaced the CIA, in the Age of Quirks, had unknowingly sent his own father to explain that they weren't getting involved in the war in Japan, but in retrospect, he could see something resembling wisdom in the words. "If you find someone who loves you for reasons other than all the hero bullshit," Hisoshi had explained, "don't let go of that. It makes a difference if you have someone to fight for, someone you're actually willing to stay alive for. Fighting for the good of all society is great and all, but that's a really slippery slope, and I fell down it pretty much right away." Izuku had realized pretty quickly that his father was pathologically incapable of expressing his philosophies in any way except for analogies to combat, but he'd managed to take a bit of value from the bizarre reunion. When he went back and rejoined the war in Japan, Izuku had made conscious efforts to be a bit less self-sacrificing. Now, it seemed that this was paying off. Okiko was almost, kind of, sort of his girlfriend. Compared to clandestine words exchanged in dark, smoky barrooms, keeping the secret that the two of them would steal kisses from each other now and then, that Okiko and him would sometimes hold each other's hands when they were out foraging. Well, that was a lot better. Of course, the other girls had picked up on the way that something had changed right away. Mina and Setsuna had both already interrogated him, but Izuku discovered that each of those gossip fiends were incredibly easily distracted if he just flirted back with them a little bit. He almost felt like it was a bad thing, considering he was sort of kind of, in a way, but not really dating Okiko, but when he'd mentioned that to her, she had actually encouraged him to keep playfully flirting with the other girls. Izuku still wasn't entirely convinced that this whole "we won't really date until we get back to the real world" idea was a realistic one, considering how much more romantic the dynamic between him and Okiko had already become, but he was just clever enough not to ruin a good thing with his worrying and anxieties. The only lingering uncertainty remaining, in fact, was that he still wasn't quite sure what it was that she had to talk to him about before they could officially reveal their not relationship. Thankfully, Okiko had repeatedly and enthusiastically reassured him that it was nothing bad, absolutely nothing to do with being ashamed to be seen with him, and definitely not anything about reconsidering being with him. Izuku was almost getting kind of excited to learn what her own secret might be, since she'd also promised him that when she was ready to talk about it, she thought it would be a good thing for both of them. As he prepared for another day in paradise, Izuku couldn't help but grin. It was turning out to be more fun than he'd expected. 1 month, 1 week, and 4 days since arriving 3 days before the talk with the girls Okiko and Deku made their way through the jungle, both of them keeping an eye out to an extent, especially since those weird dinosaurs have been around more lately, but generally maintaining their light, easy conversation the whole time. "I think you should talk to Kodai," Izuku said. "She ran into me when I was doing some training the other night, and she mentioned that she doesn't really have any martial arts training." "Yeah." Okuko wondered, "Why don't you just teach her?" Izuku mumbled, "She kind of flirted with me, too, so I don't think it'd be a good idea for me to show her a bunch of different wrestling holds." "Why not?" Okuko's thoughts immediately spoke, and she hummed as if considering Deku's words in order to disguise one of her many realizations she'd had lately. Okuko had made efforts to try to get to know Kodai a bit better, and while she still wasn't exactly close with the girl last names and all, still, she'd started to think that she understood her a little bit better now. Yue Kodai was, despite appearances, one of the biggest dorks that Okuko had ever met, and she'd seen Izuku's All Might collection. With a keen, deep interest in quirk analysis and trivia about different heroes. Sure, Okuko was happy to talk about her favorite heroes at length, but Deku could go on even more detailed rants and rambles about basically any hero from the last century, and she was hopelessly out of her depth trying to keep up with that. Kodai would fit neatly into that gap, her treacherous brain spoke. "That's so." Okuko decided to tease Deku, not quite ready to reveal the decision she'd come to. "Soon, though." "Yeah," Izuku sighed. "She, made it clear that I could get physical with her if I wanted, if you know what I mean." "Get physical?" Okuko teased. "No, I don't understand." "Kind of like this," Izuku said, and then he turned to her, pressed her back against a nearby tree and started to kiss her. Okuko returned his affection immediately, kissing him back even more intensely than he'd started out with. Their physical intimacy had progressed to an extent, but beyond the fact that they well and properly made out with one another rather than just exchanging pecks on the lips, it had hit a little bit of a wall. She wasn't exactly ready to take things much further, but Deku was still a bit hesitant, a bit overly cautious with doing the wrong thing, and she wanted to help him get over that bump. Okuko gasped when Deku lowered his head to her neck, kissing lightly along her sensitive skin, and being careful to avoid leaving any deeming evidence like hickeys or love bites. Her skin prickled in too. Goosebumps everywhere his lips touched, even though Okuko felt herself getting warmer and warmer. She lifted one of her legs, and wrapped it around the back of his hips, pulling him closer against her. He rewarded her action by returning his lips to hers, and Okuko very much enjoyed the way that Izuku slowly pressed his tongue into her mouth, where it met her own in a sinuous dance. Her leg flopped back to earth, as Izuku pressed against her. She felt the hard lines of his muscle against her body. Though she was wearing both a BR and a t-shirt of Momo's manufacture, the materials were thin enough for her to practically feel his skin on hers. His chest felt like a fire, pushed against her biasis, and Okuko felt that same heat beginning to pool in her belly. Okuko grabbed him by the shirt, and with one quick motion, reversed their position, so that she was pressing him against the tree instead. "Chako," Deku spoke huskily, before she devoured whatever he was about to say next, kissing him hungrily as her hands roamed over his muscular chest. "So strong," she admired, as she pushed her fingers into his pectoral muscle. "So hot." "Eep," she gasped in surprise, when she felt his strong hands grip her butt. "Sorry." Izuku made as if he was going to lift his hands. She reached down and clasped his wrists, disabusing him of that notion immediately, as she planted his hands back down with emphasis. Okuko knew that she had a big butt. "Girl, you're thick with 3 CS, as Mina had described her, and she was happy that Izuku seemed to enjoy that particular feature. "You can touch my butt, silly," she giggled. "You just surprised me." "Oh," Deku muttered, "good." His brain was, apparently, otherwise occupied, as he cautiously started to grab and knead her rear end. His obvious attraction to her felt nice. His hands feel pretty nice too. They continued to kiss each other with Deku's hands planted firmly on her butt, and it didn't take long for things to heat up. Their kissing became messy, almost on the border of sloppy, as they each desperately tried to push their tongues into each other's mouths. "We might not be experienced," Okuko thought hazily, "but we've got passion." When Deku pulled her a bit closer to him, she felt something hard press into her belly from between his legs, and the realization of what this meant made her heart race and her skin burn. She shifted slightly, pulling away from his body a tiny degree, and thought about trailing her hand down his abdomen, to grasp the hard length that she'd felt. Deku mumbled, we should probably stop here, for now. Yeah, I guess so. She realized that she didn't really want to stop there, but she had to talk things out with him and the others before taking that particular step. So, 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐲 breathed for breath as they separated, we should talk. Izuku looked panicked, and she couldn't help but giggle. Not like that, she laughed off his concerns, I keep telling you, it's not a bad thing. I just think, I should be honest, before we keep going. Keep going. Before we go further, 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐲 smiled comfortably, with each other. You know, taking clothes off and stuff. Izuku turned a shade of red that she hadn't seen on any human being without some sort of blushing-based quirk. So, yeah, 𝐒𝐿𝐻𝐲 decided that steamrolling her way ahead was the best approach. You know how, we aren't officially dating, like not yet. Izuku was confused, which was fair. And, you know how the other girls flirt with you sometimes. I'm not going to do anything bad. Izuku protested, sure, you told me I should flirt back a bit, but that's all. 𝐒𝐿𝐻𝐲 reached to plant one of her fingers on his lips. She giggled when he instinctively kissed her fingerpad, unable to be anything but affectionate. I told why, I'm not mad, and this isn't anything bad, Kay. He nodded eagerly. I was thinking, she broached the topic, since there's one of you, and 6 of us, he made a noise of confusion. Well, maybe you can do a bit more than flirting, if you wanted to. Maybe you can do a bit more than flirting, if you wanted to. Izuku was even more confused than he had been. It'd be a bit unfair, wouldn't it? 𝐒𝐿𝐻𝐲 hummed, if I hogged YA all to myself, and all, Izuku made a noise that was something like a word. I've been thinking, 𝐒𝐿𝐻𝐲 explained, and what I said before, about wanting to figure things out for real once we're back in the real world. This is, part of it, I think. How so? Izuku still didn't really get what she was saying. Just like we should, you know, try things out with each other, 𝐒𝐿𝐻𝐲 blushed. I think you should try things with the other girls. If you want. But, Izuku argued, I'm with you. Is she breaking up with me? No, she's been very clear about this not being a bad thing, but I don't understand. 𝐒𝐿𝐻𝐲 tends to be pretty, territorial, to say the least, and now, if I understand her right, she's saying I should kiss the other girls. Or more. I don't know what that is, but, 𝐿𝐻𝐻𝐿. Of course you are, silly, 𝐒𝐿𝐻𝐲 giggled, but why couldn't you be with someone else too? Woo. Like, 𝐒𝐿𝐻𝐲 tapped her index fingers together nervously, what do I think about Momo? Momo's great. Izuku was lost, she's one of my best friends now, I'm really glad that she's here with us, she's so smart and good at planning. 𝐒𝐿𝐻𝐲 interrupted, I mean what do you think about Momo? Izuku shrugged, what I just said. Do YA think she's pretty? 𝐒𝐿𝐻𝐲 asked. Izuku blushed, as his confusion reached new heights, I guess. I mean, yeah, Momo's very pretty, but, you're just as pretty. I'm not being jealous, Deku, 𝐒𝐿𝐻𝐲 smiled at him, a slight blush on her own face, but thanks. You are, though, he sincerely believed 𝐒𝐻𝐲 was one of the most gorgeous women he'd ever seen. My point is, 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝐲 continued, I also think that Momo's really smart, like you, and she likes the same kind of nerdy science talk that you do. It's not nerdy, Izuku argued, understanding. The basis of how quirks operate is essential for effective performance as a hero. Okay, Aizawa, 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝐲 teased. Yeah, I'm pretty much repeating a class lecture, Izuku realized. That's what I've been thinking about, 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝐲 elaborated, there's some hobbies and interests you have that I don't, and that's totally fine and all, I'm not worried about it, but what's the problem if you share those things with other people? With friends. Or more, 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝐲 bafflingly said, I don't think it's just me that's noticed that Momo seems a bit lonely, and the two of you often wind up hanging out with each other. Momo's my friend too, I care about her lots, and if she'd be happier if she could, kiss you and stuff. Why would I want her to be unhappy? Do you? Izuku stopped talking, and lost himself to a strangely alluring image that invaded his mind. Do you want me to kiss Momo? Why? Well, she's very pretty, 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝐲 giggled, You can't honestly tell me that you wouldn't want to. Izuku had never really considered the idea before. Sure, he could obviously see that Momo was also gorgeous, but that didn't mean that he was trying to hit on her. But, Izuku wondered, how does that change our plans? You know, to try to start dating for real when we get back. We can figure that out when it happens. 𝐒𝐿 smiled reassuringly. Like I've said, I've been doing a lot of thinking, and I think if it was the right person or people. Anyways, I think I wouldn't mind sharing you for real, if that's how it works out. How does that work? It's called polyamory, 𝐒𝐿 said in a sing-song voice, like how Setsuna was explaining the relationship that Pony, Kaibara, and Tsubaraba have. Oh, Izuku hadn't thought about that possibility either. They're all dating each other. Kinda, 𝐒𝐿 explained, the way that Kodai explained it, both the boys are dating her. Wait, Izuku had a thought, do you want to date Momo? 𝐒𝐿 squawked. No judgment, Izuku blushed. I guess I just didn't know that you, felt that way. Oh no, 𝐒𝐿 stammered, and slapped her hands to her face. I didn't mean that. I dunno. She started to lazily drift through the air as her quirk took effect, and Izuku gently reached out to tug her back down to earth before she collapsed into a heap. The pair giggled to each other at her signature form of embarrassment, then immediately started kissing each other again, their affection easily spilling over into physical expressions. I guess that's another bridge to cross when we come to it, 𝐒𝐿 finally said, but, for now at least, I think it'll be best for all of us, all 7 of us, if it turns out that way, if we don't worry about being exclusive or committed or anything. Nothing's changed between you and me, it's just, if something happens with another girl, I won't be mad. Izuku was still a bit baffled, but the dynamic she described was finally starting to make some sense, so how do we bring that up? It's about time I had a talk with the girls, 𝐒𝐿 decided. I'll let 'em know that you and I have been together, kinda, but also that you're not off the market, in a way. Want me to help with that talk? Izuku asked. I think it'll be better if I tell them without you there, 𝐒𝐿 explained, not that it's a secret or anything, but if you're hanging around during that conversation, it might seem kind of like I'm pressuring them. Oh, yeah, Izuku nodded, I can see that. I think, sometime in the next couple days, 𝐒𝐿 had a resolute look on her face. If you want to go out of camp for a bit, I'll sit 'em all down. I can take a little fishing trip, Izuku thought. I'll make sure I let you in on that. Ooh, good plan. 𝐒𝐿 gave him a quick smooch. When I'm ready to talk, I'll offer to help cook the fish, okay? That'll be our code word. I guess we have a secret plan after all, Izuku smiled. This one doesn't seem so bad, though. 𝐒𝐿's got a vicarious crush on Momo. Hey. 1 month and 2 weeks since arriving the day of the talk with the girls. 𝐒𝐿, I think it's time we had a little girls' talk, 𝐒𝐿 announced. I've got some things I want to talk to you all about. Her heart pounded in her chest as she made the proclamation. This is it, she knew, no going back from here. 𝐒𝐿 was, honestly, kind of excited to reveal hers and Deku's secret relationship, but if she was honest with herself, she was equally as excited to see if any of her friends wanted to share the same kind of dynamic with him. It had been somewhat surprising at first, but the more that 𝐒𝐿 had thought about it and subtly tried to poke Kodai and Setsuna for information, the more she had landed on a conclusion which just felt right. She was undoubtedly polyamorous when it came to her preferred relationship dynamic. She didn't exactly imagine that she'd go out looking for another boyfriend. Something about that didn't feel quite right, for some reason, but the idea of her boyfriend having other girlfriends. That sounded nice, in some way that was hard for her to elaborate on. So, 𝐒𝐿 began, when the 6 women had gathered together. Some of you might have noticed, things have been a bit different lately, we're not as sulky. Mina asked. Yeah, you might say that, 𝐒𝐿 mumbled. So, I might as well just be upfront about this. Deku and I have been getting together. Mina squealed in excitement. Momo said oh my, and Setsuna gave her a toothy grin. 𝐂𝐻𝐃. Mina bounced over to wrap 𝐒𝐿 in a tight hug. You gotta tell me the deets. When did it happen? How'd it happen? How'd you manage to have a date here? How was it? Oh, 𝐒𝐿 clarified. We're not, that is, dating. Oh. Setsuna chimed in from the side of the room. What does that mean? Kodai asked. Me and you, we've been, marking out and stuff. Okiko fought the instinct to hide behind her hands. Oh, Mina chirped, and stuff, hey. How was that? We haven't done that yet, Okiko stated. Wait, no, I'm getting distracted, I had something else to say. Do tell. Setsuna asked, since you've taken the one prime slice of beef off the market, I'm gonna have to live vicariously. Well, that's the thing, Okiko fidgeted, not off the market. Hey. Mina gasped. What? Setsuna interjected. I'm confused. Kodai said. I talked to him, and we agreed that, since we're stuck on this island for who knows how long, we shouldn't make anything official until we're back home, Okiko explained. We don't want something to happen where we start dating for real, then we get sent back right away, and always wind up questioning if we got together because of this exercise and all. That seems logical, Momo added, but how does that mean that Izuku is, as you put it, not off the market? Well, Okiko blushed. Yeah, it's kinda like Setsuna said, honestly. We don't know how long we're gonna be here for, and he's the only boy here and all, so, she swallowed nervously and prepared to lay it all out there. If any of you want to, get together with Deku, Okiko tapped her fingers together, you've got my permission. Hot DMN. Setsuna yelled. Blasphemy. Shiozaki cried, and sinful Stockton. What chance does a man have to remain righteous, beset by no fewer than 5 fiendish females? 5. Kodai inquired, there's 6 of us here. Shiozaki ignored her, and instead chose to kneel on the floor, muttering some sort of prayer about temptation. I don't mean it's, like, open season, Okiko yelped, and if anything does happen, it has to be something that everyone involved is comfortable with, okay? It's just, I figure it's not fair of me to keep him from everyone else. She glanced towards Momo by instinct, and I think that some of you might be good for him. What about after? Mina wondered. Chako, babe, I love you, but you aren't exactly not the jealous type. That's the thing, Okiko answered. I don't think I'm jealous, not really. I know how that sounds, let me explain. I know that I'm really overprotective of Deku. A lot of the girls that flirt with him are doing it because they want something from him, or they want to try and get with a hero, she huffed. But, well, I think I can trust some of you to treat him right. When we're back home, we can handle any discussions we need to have then, okay? Dang, Setsuna drawled, and here I was, resigning myself to a lifetime of loneliness. What with being stuck here with one off-limits boy and a bunch of straight chicks, and all. What? Mina's outburst was indignant. Set, I'm hella bi. No blasphemy. Shiozaki added in. But. Setsuna seemed off balance for once. I've been flirting with you for, like, ages, and you never responded to it. I thought you were joking. Mina blushed. Danjit, now I feel dumb. I always mean it when I flirt. Setsuna clarified, and Okiko took a moment to realize that Setsuna had flirted with her on a bunch of occasions. It's just that you're all babes. No, Mina cried, I've been missing out. Well, if that's on the table, Setsuna detached her torso and plopped onto Mina's lap. Wanna make out until you feel better? Mina responded by kissing Setsuna immediately. Okiko blushed fiercely at the display which was rapidly developing in front of her. Oh, wow, Momo gasped, they're really going at it, cease this sinful behavior. Shiozaki stood up and physically hauled Setsuna's upper body off of Mina. Behave with some decorum. Don't be prejudiced, Momo interceded. There's nothing wrong with 2 women getting together, Shiozaki. I know that, the vine-haired woman snarled. If these 2 find love together, I wish them a long and fruitful life. That does not mean that I wish to witness such licentiousness. Actually, that's a good point, Mina slurred, her face practically neon purple. Now that we're finally starting to hook up with each other, we should lay down some ground rules, here. Yeah, we should, Okiko agreed. I didn't mean for this to turn into a free-for-all or anything, just, putting it out there, I guess. Our initial residence is currently unoccupied. Momo tapped her hand against her chin in thought. Perhaps any, well, amorous activities should be conducted there. Love shack! Setsuna cried out, and Mina joined in right after, as the two excitable women started to chant the phrase. Right, so, I think Deku wants to take things a bit slow. 𝐒𝐭𝐼 tried to bring the room back to order, so don't, pounce him right away, okay? Be nice to him, I plan to be very nice to him. Kodai added in, and 𝐒𝐭𝐼 fought off an all-new blush. I knew that was a possibility, she reminded herself, I just have to trust that she'll have his best interests in mind. Okay, so we're all on the same page? 𝐒𝐭𝐼 asked. Setsuna and Mina both went woo. Kodai said yes, Momo nodded and started to blush fiercely, and Shiozaki huffed and crossed her arms. Well, I guess this is the start of something new, 𝐒𝐿𝐼 mused. It's a good thing you weren't here for this part. These girls are way too pent up, they would have eaten you alive. Hey, the man in question made his appearance, as he walked through the door with an entire tuna slung over his shoulders. Lunch is here. Speaking of which, I'll say. Setsuna yelled, boy, you're looking good enough to eat. He turned to 𝐒𝐿𝐼, I'm guessing you had that talk, then. 𝐒𝐿𝐼 nodded rapidly, burying her face in her hands as Mina and Setsuna continued to yell various crude compliments from the background. I knew what I was getting into, she thought, but I hoped this wasn't too much. She would later discover that this was, in fact, the right decision. 1 month, 2 weeks, and 2 days since arriving Izuku, it's getting warmer, have you noticed? Momo asked. Izuku pondered her observation. He supposed that the nights had a bit less of a chill to them lately, but generally speaking, the world still seemed to land firmly in the tropical end of the climate spectrum. I'm not sure I noticed, he replied, but I'm not really in tune with the weather at the best of times. This was one of Izuku's persistent downfalls. Back in the real world, he still had very little knowledge of how to dress himself fashionably. Sure, he could tell if it was raining and he had to put a jacket on, but beyond that, rain or snow, sunny or overcast, he tended to default to his red sneakers and a t-shirt with a slogan printed on it, if left to his own devices. I wonder, Momo put her hand to her chin in thought, why would this place have seasons? Yeah, Izuku was curious himself, after she raised this point. It's not like this is an actual planet, so axial tilt shouldn't be a factor. It's weird enough that there's tides, but there is a moon in the sky, I guess. I think it's fairly clear that, whatever principles guide this world, conventional physics probably aren't one of them, Momo assessed, which, frankly, has me somewhat concerned. Why's that? If there are seasons, Momo answered, then they may not follow any logical pattern we'd expect from the local climate. Instead of a mild, unnoticeable winter, for all we know, it might wind up snowing in a few months. Even if it doesn't get that dramatic, Izuku built on her speculation, we might want to anticipate that we'll see a rainy season after summer, and make sure that we've got troughs and runoffs around our cabin so that it doesn't flood. That's a good point, Momo nodded. A hot summer might be somewhat unpleasant, but it wouldn't really pose a threat to our infrastructure, or what counts as such. She sighed, and sat down against the wall. Izuku and Momo had dedicated their day to renovating the, why'd they have to call it that, Love Shack, the former residence that the 7 students had thrown together when they'd first arrived, which would serve as a place where amorous couples could get some privacy. It still blew Izuku's mind that he was in one of those pairings, even if it wasn't official quite yet. Then again, Mina and Setsuna decided to have the same status as 𝐒𝐿𝐼 and I. With these matters becoming somewhat more of an immediate concern in the last couple days, Mina and Setsuna are certainly, affectionate with each other, turning the Love Shack into a comfortable place for people to enjoy their time together privately had become a priority. He and Momo had constructed a real door for the entrance, but she hadn't been capable of creating the mechanical components for a proper handle or lock, so it was kind of half-complete. Not that I think anyone's exactly going to break in while it's occupied, Izuku thought, but it would be pretty awkward if the wind blew the door open or something, while a couple was in the middle of doing stuff. I wish I had a better understanding of what I can and can't create here, Momo complained, complicated chemical formulas such as toothpaste. That's no issue. A simple handle mechanism. Impossible. Yeah, it's not very consistent, Izuku hummed in thought. On a basic level, The fact that not all of us have our quirks impaired to the same extent is already puzzling, but the fact that yours has specific restrictions here is really confusing. I tried to make a generator yesterday, Momo explained, that failed miserably. Yet our first day here, I was able to produce a satellite phone, even if it was useless. I wonder, Izuku queried, maybe there's a dreamlike component to this world after all. In what way are you thinking? Momo inquired. Well, take the dinosaurs, for example. Izuku made air quotes while he said the word. Setsuna's been extremely thorough in describing how they aren't actually accurate dinosaurs, so where did those come from? Momo pondered, the basic idea is there, but the details are off. I think I see what you're getting at. Right, yeah, Izuku nodded. I'm wondering if, when this world was created, it took the basic idea prehistoric, which turned into the time when there were dinosaurs, and then the basic concept of dinosaur wound up getting mixed together into the creatures we've encountered. That would make sense, Momo agreed, as a way to offset the cognitive workload of designing a pocket dimension from the ground up. Perhaps, for the quirk user who sent us here, instead of having to painstakingly imagine an entire planet, the process is more create a prehistoric world, like you suggested, and then our own minds filled in the gaps. Yeah, Izuku was always glad that she understood his quirk theorizing, so there's probably dinosaurs because Setsuna really wanted to see a dinosaur, but they don't look right because the other 6 of us didn't have an accurate picture in mind. I wonder whose thoughts were responsible for us arriving naked. Momo wondered. A beat passed. Mina, they both answered at once, and laughed with each other for missing something so obvious. Sure, Mina technically wears clothes, Izuku recalled, but she's even worse than Setsuna. All her bikinis are pink, like her skin. I still think she's naked whenever I get a glimpse of her. That's probably why our quirks are so weird, Izuku continued. It's not like a nightmare, not that bad, but all of us can remember having to train hard to use our quirks to their full potential, and now we're all limited in ways that relate to the struggles we went through back then. That seems logical, Momo nodded vigorously, which is why Shiozaki is the least affected. She's certainly developed her quirk, but since it's fundamentally a mutant type, she wouldn't have gone through the same kind of training that the rest of us have. So, with that in mind, Izuku concluded, I wonder if you might have more success if you, I know how cheesy this sounds, if you try to believe in yourself when you're creating something. We may as well put this to the test. Momo stood to her feet. I am responsible for creating a bed for in here, after all. Momo screwed up her face in concentration, and Izuku saw the signature glow of creation light up the room. Sure enough, in moments, a full mattress emerged from her belly, landing on the floor with a whump. You did it! Izuku cheered, that's amazing. Tired, Momo whined. And then she, in turn, whomped forwards to land on the bed she'd just made. Are you alright? Izuku asked, concerned. I'll be fine, Momo replied. I'm glad I could do that, but it took a lot more out of me than I should. I just need to rest for a few minutes. Izuku frowned. He wished that he could help out in some way, and he was worried that despite her triumph, Momo would see herself as weak for being affected in this way. He sat on the bed behind her, where she'd curled up into a small ball. Hey, Izuku reassuringly ran his hand over her back. We couldn't do this without you, you know. I should be doing more, Momo quietly argued. No, I'm serious, Izuku replied. If it was anyone else but you who was here with us, we'd be living in lean-tos and dressing ourselves with leaves, sleeping on the softest patch of ground we could find. Instead, we've got a full cabin, we have clothes, and now we have an actual bed. Momo made a soft muttering noise. Izuku kept rubbing her back as a few moments passed in silence. Izuku! Momo mumbled, and she rolled onto her back, turning to face him. Can I ask for something? Of course. Izuku was glad for the chance to help her. Can you cuddle me, for a bit? Momo blushed, and buried her face in her hands. Nothing more than that, just. I think it would help to be close to someone right now. Yeah, Izuku agreed, as he cautiously laid down in bed beside her. Of course, Momo. As soon as he gave his assent to her request, Momo practically latched onto him, as she wrapped her arm over his body, and laid her head on his chest. Izuku slung one of his arms over her shoulders, and with his other hand, he softly rubbed her head. "This is nice," she spoke quietly. "Yeah," Izuku agreed without needing to elaborate on the sentiment. It was nice. He couldn't help but recall the conversation Okiko had with him last week. "So, what do you think about Momo?" And, in turn, couldn't help but admit that maybe, possibly, on some level, he might have had a little bit of a crush on his friend. Izuku still couldn't quite wrap his head around Okiko's proposal of maybe dating more than one person at once, but if nothing else, the knowledge that he wasn't betraying Okiko's trust helped to ensure that this moment remained a nice, peaceful one. He and Momo passed the next few minutes in silence, comfortable just being close to one another. "Thank you," Momo spoke after a while, "that was just what I needed." "Anytime," Izuku chuckled, as they separated from each other. All of a sudden, Momo leaned over and pecked his cheek quickly. Izuku couldn't help but blush, but he at least managed to stop himself from stammering in surprise. "We should get back to the others," Momo said, then smiled slyly, "so that they don't think we're up to anything other than renovations in here." He did start to stammer at the implications of that statement. The next day Setsuna and Izuku trudged their way back to camp, after they'd spent the day exploring deeper into the interior of the jungle. They hadn't discovered anything particularly noteworthy, just that the jungle continued to grow more and more dense the further from their camp they got. Izuku wondered if they had, in fact, been meant to wind up setting camp in the location they'd chosen. When he and Setsuna had finally decided to turn around after a few hours of walking, Izuku had thought he could faintly hear the sounds of the ocean in the distance. "We probably covered something like 15 kilometers, accounting for our pace slowing over the day." Izuku did some rough calculations in his head, assuming that this island is roughly circular, that gives a radius in the range of 20-ish kilometers or so approximately, just over 1,000 square kilometers. "Dude, you're muttering," Setsuna interrupted his thoughts. "What was that?" "Oh, nothing, really," Izuku answered, "just trying to figure out how big this island is." "Why's that?" Setsuna asked. I dunno," Izuku replied. "I guess it's knowledge that might be useful somehow." "Nah," Setsuna shrugged. "You saw how dense the jungle was getting. I don't think that we're meant to be exploring the rest of the island, any more than we were supposed to sail our way out of here." "There has to be some way out," Izuku argued. "I still think the way out is in here." Setsuna detached one of her fingers to prod against Izuku's forehead. "It's absolutely cornball, I know, but I think this is one of those the real journey is self-discovery type things." "Honestly, it could be," Izuku agreed. "It doesn't really seem like Aizawa style, but maybe it's part of some sort of stop holding yourself back lesson." "Ora," Setsuna grinned, "your teacher, who clearly has a soft spot for you, wanted to give you an island getaway with a bunch of babes." Izuku started a sentence, and immediately lost whatever he was going to say. "Maybe relationships are part of it," Setsuna continued to speculate. "I don't know Aizawa-sensei as well as you do, but would you have to trust others? You can't just rely on yourself." Be a lesson that he might try to teach. Yeah, it sounded exactly like something Aizawa would instruct. Hell, Izuku had been lectured on that very fact on multiple occasions, and by more people than just Aizawa. "There it is." Setsuna smirked. "You're just lucky that I'm here. I mean, not only am I clearly a genius, but, phew, check out these legs." Izuku couldn't help but do just that, considering that Setsuna's lower torso floated in front of him at eye level to emphasize her statement. "She does have great legs," Izuku admitted. "Speaking of which, lovable," Setsuna teased, "you gotten any further with Chako yet? Sealed the deal?" "No, we haven't." "Well, done that," Izuku sputtered. "It." "Oh ho ho," Setsuna chuckled, "so you plan to? Great to hear. Have you and Mina?" Izuku returned the question without thinking. "Oh, nah, we aren't as close as you and Spacebutt yet," Setsuna smirked, "but I'll be sure to tell you all the details when we get there." Spacebutt. Izuku thought that he'd gotten used to hearing weird nicknames considering the SHT that Kaken has come up with, but this was a new one. "You know," Setsuna waved her hands around, "she's got the whole space-themed costume thing going on, gravity manipulation quirk, all that." Her grin became much toothier, "and that but is out of this world." Izuku made some squeaking noises as he privately agreed with Setsuna's assessment. Speaking of girls with fat booties, Setsuna paused to chuckle at Izuku's squawk of surprise. You should hang out with you more, hey. I literally see her every day, Izuku protested. Yeah, but the two of you aren't as good friends as you could be, yet. Setsuna smiled more genuinely. I know that I'm a constant tease and all, but I care about her a lot, you know. She's such a sweetheart. Once you get past all the awkwardness and quiet girl thing, she floated a finger over to Bupi Izuku's nose. Sounds like someone else I know, in fact. She seems nice. Izuku still wasn't sure what to make of Kodai. I'll try talking to her more. When you do, Setsuna advised, don't hold back on all your hero fanboy dorkiness, either. She's probably just as big a nerd about that stuff as you are, Setsuna explained. I can go on for a little bit about my own favorites, but the girl's practically an encyclopedia about most heroes. You are too, so I think the two of you would be good for each other for that. Let your dork flags fly, yeah. I've talked to her about quirk theory a bit, Izuku hummed, so, yeah, I can do that. Great. Setsuna slung her arm and just her arm around Izuku, and in the meantime, I'll be doing my best to get you two dinguses out of your shells. Wait, is it dinguses? Sounds like a Latin root. Would it be dingy? If anything had Izuku baffled about the new status quo on their island, it was the way that so many of these women seemingly not only flirted directly with him, but also tried to set him up with their friends. Hell, even Okako was prone to this, considering how subtly she encouraged him to pursue the same kind of not technically relationship with Momo as he shared with Okako. Also, if you wind up showing her the finer points of your Detroit smash, Setsuna teased, let me know if you want tips. Just like Chako, ye is goddamn thick, Mama likes. Do you seriously have a crush on everyone here? Izuku wondered. Hey now, it's not like I'm easy or something, Setsuna laughed as she protested. I can't help it that you're all a bunch of babes. And yes, Greenie, that includes you, you absolute slab of beef, you marvel of modern manliness, you utterly swole sweetheart. Thanks, Izuku blushed. Quite literally, any time, Setsuna cheered, before Izuku felt something wet brush against his ear. And that goes for more than just compliments, baby. Then her, apparently, detached mouth then bit his earlobe. Izuku stuttered and stammered the entire rest of the way back to camp, as Setsuna kept up a constant flow of increasingly ludicrous compliments. 2 days later Izuku saw an unexpected sight when he came back into camp after a day of hauling some lumber just in time for dinner. Shiozaki was crouched by one of the boulders randomly scattered through their camp, holding a piece of wood in front of her that had a number of pigments smeared over its surface. She appeared to be finger-painting an image of the sunset, or at least a close approximation thereof. Hey, Shiozaki, he greeted her, what are you up to? Oh, hello, Midoriya, Shiozaki replied. As I have found that the environment of this camp has left me unsettled and frustrated, of late, I decided that I should engage in a hobby of mine to soothe my mind. I didn't know you painted. Izuku wasn't exactly a great artist himself, but he had a passing familiarity with the medium. It had been part of his various physical therapies, meant to help him regain some of his fine motor control in his hands. I do have hobbies and interests outside of studying the Bible, Shiozaki sighed. The last week or so had, admittedly, seemed to be difficult for the Christian woman. While she had honestly improved her tendency to chastise other people for not adhering to her own standards, Izuku could tell that Shiozaki wasn't exactly a fan of the knowledge that he and Okako and Mina and Setsuna had been, well, getting together. She was particularly against what she described as a den of lustfulness and debauchery, considering that all 4 people in those not relationships were free to get together with anyone else on the island. Izuku knew that it wasn't really the most conventional kind of arrangement, but, well, they weren't exactly in the most ordinary circumstances. Mind if I have a look? Izuku asked. I haven't painted in forever. Oh. Shiozaki smiled an expression which was maybe a bit more than half-hearted. By all means. I am far from the most talented of painters, and this is not my preferred medium, but I believe that the primary benefit of this activity is more for my own well-being, rather than the aesthetic considerations. I don't know what you mean, Izuku admitted. That looks really pretty to me. He wasn't even saying it to be nice. The swirls of color that Shiozaki had painted on the rock were eye-catching, and the way that the sunset was also kind of reminiscent of ripples on a lake just looked interesting to Izuku. "You are too kind, Midoriya." Shiozaki glanced at her paint-covered fingers and fretted for a moment, as always. "I know you said this is mostly for you," Izuku continued, "and I think that's great. But don't sell yourself short, either. There's real benefits in helping to make this place a bit more ours, you know. Like the flag that Mina and Set put up." "I suppose you are right," Shiozaki hummed. "Our departure from this purgatory seems to be a distant dream, if that, and there is no telling the date of our ascension." "How long have you been painting for?" Izuku wondered. "Since I was a child," Shiozaki answered. "Normally, I would wish to have a canvas and brushes, but I would not be so selfish as to bemoan the limitations of our present circumstances." Izuku wondered. "You know, I can't say for sure if it'd work or not, but I saw some plants down by the river the other day that sort of looked like paintbrushes. I could grab some of those for you." "Oh." Shiozaki raised an eyebrow. "Can you describe them?" Izuku tried to recall. "Green, they sort of looked like tiny pine trees, almost. But kind of brushier, if that makes sense." "Equisetum avens." Shiozaki spoke some words that Izuku didn't recognize. "The common horsetail plant. Commonly used as a primitive paintbrush, as you suspected. If you brought me some, you would certainly have my gratitude." "Definitely." Izuku smiled. "You're into botany as well, then?" "Well," Shiozaki gestured at her vine-like hair, "it makes sense, does it not?" "Right," Izuku chuckled, embarrassed that he'd missed that connection. "It does. I never got the hang of Latin names in science class, but you and Setsuna are really good at those." "Setsuna is certainly an expert in extinct species," Shiozaki said, "which, given our circumstances, must be significantly more useful than my own knowledge, which is little more than trivia." "Hey, that's not true," Izuku argued. "Once the garden that you've been tending starts growing, it's going to be a huge help, not having to go foraging whenever we want to find some vegetables." "It is the least I can do," Shiozaki waved her hands around awkwardly, "to aid our common struggle." You okay?" Izuku asked. "Sorry if I'm bothering you. Or assuming too much. You just seem kind of distressed right now." "Oh, hardly, Midoriya," Shiozaki smiled. "Your company is certainly not unwelcome. No, my issue is one of vanity. I have just now realized that I have covered myself in pigments, and I have no way to cleanse my hands before dinner without soiling my clothing." Izuku realized. "Don't worry about that." He pulled his shirt off, since it was pretty much halfway to becoming a rag after his day of labor. "Sorry, it might be a bit sweaty." Izuku offered it to her, "but I'll need a new one anyways, just use that." "The shirt off your back," Shiozaki hummed in thought, before she took the piece of clothing and started to fastidiously wipe her hands clean. "I like your painting," Izuku smiled. "I think you should do more of that, if you feel like it, of course." Shiozaki tucked the pigment-covered fabric underneath her makeshift palette, and stashed both beside the rock she'd been working on. "We are blessed to have you here with us," Shiozaki spoke, and then reached out to brush the back of her hand gently against Midoriya's cheek. "You are a kind man, Midoriya. I am grateful that we can be friends." "You can call me Izuku, if you'd like," Izuku offered, feeling a bit uncharacteristically bold. "Most of my other friends do." "I would like that," Shiozaki smiled. "In turn, you may refer to me as Ibara, if you longing." The sound of Mina calling out "Dinner's ready. Come eat," interrupted their conversation, and with that, the two green-haired students made their way back to the cabin. Izuku felt pretty good about himself, that he'd helped Ibara to open up a little bit. The next day, 1 month and 3 weeks since arriving, Izuku took a drink of water and wiped sweat from his brow, finally finished his task for the day. Momo had managed to produce a functional chisel, so Izuku had gone to a slab of granite near the camp and split it into smaller pieces. The stone would be helpful for reinforcing the foundation of their cabin. Wouldn't be surprised if we get a storm soon, starting to see more clouds in the sky, he thought. For some of the smaller fragments, he'd recruited Mina's help, While her quirk was much more limited than her usual utterly terrifying capabilities, she was able to produce strong enough acid so that she could smooth the surface of the rock, and together, they'd managed to craft a few perfectly passable tablets of stone. He thought that Ibara might appreciate them. They certainly weren't a proper canvas, but they might very well prove to be a better surface to paint on, rather than the random boulders scattered throughout camp. Hopefully, she doesn't take the opportunity to inscribe them with commandments. So, Midori, Mina drawled, now that there was nothing distracting her, you two sealed the deal yet? He blurted. You and 𝐶HAKO, Mina continued, you two lovebirds gone all the way. Done it. Boned. She knocked her hands together to demonstrate. No, Izuku protested, not yet. Sheesh, Mina, why do you have to ask it like that? 'Cause I'm so curious. She chirped, you know, I bet Okiko's gonna be wild once you two get around to it. Erg. Izuku wasn't able to make coherent sentences thanks to the ideas that just entered his mind. She gets so intense sometimes, you know. Mina smirked. I can only imagine how passionate she might get, phew. WWWL. Izuku stuttered not because he was nervous, but because he needed to stall for time while he did his best to think, what about you, then? Oh, I can get plenty passionate too. Mina leaned closer to him and dropped her voice to a husky tone. Why, you propositioning me, Midori? We did just get all hot and sweaty together. I mean, Izuku faked his best impression of confidence. What about you and Set? You two lovebirds must have a lot of energy, if you know what I mean. Ooh, Mina grinned. I forget that you can tease back now. No, Set and me haven't done anything but some marking out, which is a lot of fun. I recommend it. Aren't you too, Izuku tapped his fingers together for emphasis, together. Kinda, not really. Mina shrugged, it's kinda like you and 𝐶HAKO, but not so serious. We're having some fun, and that's great, but I'm not exactly gonna try and find a ring for her anytime soon, you know. Does she know that? Fut, of course, Mina giggled, you're so protective. It's adorable. Well, you're both my friends, Izuku protested. I mean, I'm happy for you both if it's working out. But I just don't want anything awkward to happen. Lighten up, Midori. Mina stretched her arms over his head, and Izuku had to turn his gaze away from her. Since the pose did some interesting things to her cleavage, we all laid out our ground rules, remember. We're being good girls, I promise. Izuku muttered an indistinct reply, as he tried to mask the way he'd nearly blurted out his immediate thought, good, right. Oh, what's that? Mina huffed, you wouldn't be making fun of little old me, would you now? Maybe I'm a bit surprised that you're so restrained, Izuku teased, I never figured you were the take-it-slow type. Mina tapped her fingers against her chin, deep in thought. Sometimes, I'm not sure about this new, confident, making fun of Mina version of Midori. Sorry, Izuku started to apologize. I didn't I'm teasing you, silly, Mina giggled. Good to know I've still got some charms, sheesh. No, I like it. Even if I miss the way you used to get all red and stuttery, it's more fun when you tease back. Oh, good, Izuku relaxed. What a change, though. Mina continued, who knew, you just had to let Midori touch some bubbies, and all of a sudden he's Mr. Suave. It's not because of that, Izuku argued. Oh. So you have. Izuku was lost. You've touched 𝐶HAKO's melons. Mina smirked, I knew that you couldn't be that innocent. Well, over her shirt, yeah, but that was still amazing. Hey, Izuku complained, you tricked me. That's cheating. Yep. Mina popped the P for emphasis, what are you gonna do about it? Izuku stood from his seated stance, and took a couple steps closer to Mina. Maybe you are a bad girl after all, he dropped his voice lower, bad girls get punished, you know. Do we? Mina teased a finger through a lock of her hair, and what do you have in mind, Mr. Deku? You'll regret it. Izuku stepped even closer to her, so that their faces were almost touching, don't test me. Maybe I want to be punished, Mina whispered while smirking slyly, did you think of Tai? Her sentence disappeared into a high-pitched squeal when Izuku moved suddenly, and he dug his fingers into her sides to ruthlessly tickle the pink girl. Now you're cheating. Mina's words were interrupted by her playful yelps and giggles. I never should have told you I was ticklish. Nope. Izuku popped the bee in imitation of her. I know all your weak spots now. Not all of them. Mina's tone suddenly became essential, and Izuku realized just how close they were standing. But if you're a good boy, I think I'll let you find out. Izuku blushed, and took a step back, stuttering something indistinct. There he is. Mina cheered. I've still got it. Yeah, Izuku admitted, you do. Come on, lover. Mina bounced over to one of the lighter pieces of stone, and hefted it up onto her shoulder. We should get back. This is fun, but remember, we've got to go to the love shack if you want to go further. Okako might have her turn first, but just you wait. I still can't believe that's what we named it. Izuku sighed, as he activated One for All and lifted the remaining load in his superpowered grasp. He did his best to ignore the implications of what Mina had just said. You love it. Izuku exhaled a long-suffering chuckle, as he and Mina made their way back to their temporary home. The next day, Midoriya, 𝐭𝐲𝐲 spoke as she walked up to him. Are you busy today? Not really, Izuku answered. I was going to do some training, but that's about it. What's up? Good timing, 𝐭𝐲𝐲 replied. I'd like to join you in training. While Izuku didn't exactly have a set day-to-day routine going, he usually dedicated at least some time to his light training routine every 3 days, a pattern that 𝐭𝐲𝐲 had probably noticed. Izuku swallowed to calm the sudden twitch he felt in his nerves as he realized that there was nothing coincidental about her timing. Sure, he agreed, sounds good. Now? 𝐭𝐲𝐲 asked. Okay, Izuku was getting used to her blunt way of speaking. She's almost a bit like Zu in that way, but Zu uses more words to express herself, so he didn't take her question as bossy or demanding. What did you want to work on? He inquired, as they made their way over to the training arena he'd constructed. Grappling, 𝐭𝐲𝐲 answered. Of course, I would like to address my deficiencies with short-range combat, as you identified. Okay, well, Izuku started to explain, I'm really not an expert in this. Most of my moves are just things that I've picked up on over time, not anything formally taught. That's fine. Do you know any of the basics? Izuku asked. Fighting stance, common holds, things like that. I do not, 𝐭𝐲𝐲 shrugged. I tend to focus on medium to long-range combat, relying on size to make use of projectile-based attacks. Which is kind of short-selling its capabilities. Izuku started to ramble. With how quickly your quirk takes effect, you could be very difficult to handle in close quarters. You could easily enlarge someone's clothing to entangle them in their own costume, or shrink a weapon if you were able to make contact with it. You're good at analysis, 𝐭𝐲𝐲 interrupted. I like that. This is why I want your help. Oh, yeah. Izuku grinned ruefully and rubbed at the back of his head. It's kind of a hobby of mine. Is it? Ever since I was a kid, Izuku answered. I've filled out, has to be a couple dozen notebooks by now, with analysis of different heroes and their quirks. That's very interesting, 𝐭𝐲𝐲 spoke, and it took him a moment to realize she wasn't being sarcastic. Do you have any notes on classmates? Yeah, Izuku admitted, tons. Do you have notes about me? A few, yeah. He hoped this didn't seem creepy. She didn't know him that well, and his habit could easily sound like some kind of stalking. I would like to see them, 𝐭𝐲𝐲 spoke, when we are back in the real world. Oh, of course, Izuku agreed. A few moments of silence passed between them. If 𝐭𝐲𝐲 found this silence awkward, there was no sign of it. So, training. Izuku broached the topic again. Yes, 𝐭𝐲𝐲 nodded, as I said, I'm lacking in close quarters capability. It's probably best to assume I know nothing of the topic. Well, step into the ring, Izuku gestured. We can see what you've picked up on by instinct. As he gave her a few different kinds of instructions, Izuku could tell that 𝐭𝐲𝐲 wasn't exaggerating. She was clearly very inexperienced with hand-to-hand fighting. She knew how to throw a proper punch, that's a start. But her footwork was all kinds of wrong. When Izuku clasped her wrist in his hand, then instructed her to escape this simplest kind of hold, she merely stared at him for a few seconds before admitting, I don't know how. Okay, so, Izuku guided her hand to wrap around his own wrist. This only works if your opponent doesn't have super strength. but the weak point on this kind of hold is where the thumb and fingers meet each other. See? Yes. What you'll want to do is twist your arm towards that point, and pull down at the same time, he explained. Give it a try. She was a fast learner, at least. She executed this simple self-defense technique pretty much perfectly. Nice. Izuku applauded her, and Kodai nodded in gratitude. So, another common one, if someone's trying to choke you with both hands, he mimed the gesture, but set his hands on top of her shoulders instead of around her neck. Do you know how to get out of that one? What's the context? Kodai asked, for some reason. Hey. The context where I'm being choked, she replied. If someone's attacking you. Oh, Kodai nodded. In that case, yes, I know a move to escape. What other context would there be? Want to show me? Izuku asked, as he tried to ignore his confusion with the quiet woman. No, she answered. Why not? I would rather not crush your TST-seals, Kodai replied. I've been told that striking them with your knee is often sufficient to escape this sort of attack. Izuku lifted his hands from her shoulders. Yep, let's not do that, he agreed. How about if someone's choking you from behind? In a fight, she asked, once again confusing him. Of course, Izuku really didn't get why that needed to be clarified. I have an idea, Kodai surprised him. Itsuka taught us a move to discourage Nito from greeting people by giving them shoulder rubs. That was a thing. Izuku was always surprised by how weird Class B's own blonde maniac could be. Briefly. Can you show me? Izuku hoped that this wasn't another groin-based attack, but it seemed as if Kodai at least had the common sense to warn him if that were the case. He stepped behind her, and reached over her shoulders, once more pretending as if he were trying to strangle her, though he merely rested his palms over her neck. They stood like that for a moment, until Izuku awkwardly cleared his throat to catch her attention. Kodai, he prompted. Right, the move. Kodai seemed to remember what they were doing. She then proceeded to demonstrate a fairly adequate hip toss, sending Izuku to the ground where he landed flat on his back. If it were a real fight, it would have been a bit too slow and clumsy to be effective and she wouldn't have broken the stranglehold like that, but for the purposes of a demonstration, Izuku was impressed. He was a bit less impressed when her momentum carried her forwards, and Kodai stumbled over her own feet to land on top of him. Oh, she spoke, I messed that up. That's okay. Izuku reassured her, that's what training is for, to learn. As she didn't get off of him, Izuku became increasingly aware of both, the fact that her body felt pretty damn and great against his, as well as the memory of her saying she'd be interested in wrestling with him. Kodai, he did his best not to blush or stutter. You have very nice muscles, she spoke, and when Izuku glanced at her, he saw that there was a completely uncharacteristic blush on her face. May I touch your torso? Izuku's next efforts were dedicated to processing this request. You kind of are. No, I mean, like this, Kodai corrected him, and then slid one of her hands up the bottom of his t-shirt. Her small hand trailed lightly over his abdominal muscles, all the way up to his pec, which she squeezed approvingly before Izuku could even react. Maybe not here. Izuku yelped. Oh, right, Kodai removed her hand, then rolled off of him. Sorry, I forgot that these things are supposed to be done in the love shack. Even Kodai calls it that. I think I am done with training for now. She spoke a bit more quickly than usual, and Izuku noticed her blush was only growing deeper. Thank you, Midoriya. No problem, Kodai, he responded. Oh, Kodai realized something. You can call me Yui if you want. She turned to leave before Izuku could even return the gesture. He thought, as he unsteadily rose to his feet, that was weird. Kind of nice, but weird. He slapped his own cheeks to try and chase away the memory of her body on top of his, her hand tracing his bare skin. It didn't quite work. 4 days later, 1 month, 3 weeks, and 6 days since arriving, the day was drawing to a close, and Izuku was excited for what the night might bring. Okiko had been giving him looks all day, and he'd already learned that those particular kinds of glances were a certain indicator that he'd be joining her in the it needs a better name, love shack later. Their physical relationship had certainly progressed over the last week. 3 days ago, They'd taken their shirts off while making out for the first time, and the sight of Okuko's melons would be forever cemented as one of Izuku's best memories. And the night before, she'd been bold enough to touch his erection over his breathes. Of course, she'd immediately started blushing and giggling as soon as her hand made contact with his PP, and Izuku might have felt insecure if it wasn't for the fact that it was just so her to react that way. Instead, he joined her in laughter, and the two of them had simply wound up cuddling for the rest of their time together, which he was also perfectly okay with. Still, Izuku was very, extremely, totally aware of how attracted he was to her, and the possibility that this attraction might soon have even more NTMT forms of expression was an idea that he had a difficult time ignoring. Sure enough, as he'd hoped, shortly after everyone else went to bed, Okuko turned to him in the common area of their cabin, with a smoldering expression on her face. "Deku," she whispered, "wanna go to the other room?" That's a much better euphemism, Izuku thought, as he nodded eagerly. The pair giggled quietly with each other as they made the brief trip over, and as soon as they had crossed through the door, pausing only to flip the sign out front to occupied. One of Mina's suggestions, they latched on to one another. Okuko crushed into his chest as she leaned up to kiss him, and without hesitation, Izuku brought his arms around her, reaching down to cup her butt. He squeezed her firmly, and found the little noises of enjoyment that she made absolutely perfect. Before long, she'd wrapped her legs around his torso, so that he could lift her off the ground entirely. He walked the pair of them towards the bed in the back of the love shack, which might have just been a basic mattress, some flat pillows, and a thin blanket, but as far as Izuku was concerned, it was his new favorite place in the whole imaginary world. Okuko slurred between kisses, pulling away for a moment. "You know, tomorrow's going to be 2 months that we're here, yeah." Izuku failed to see the relevance when he could be kissing her instead. "We'll probably have another party." She walked her fingers over his collarbone, making Izuku shudder from the delicate sensation. He agreed, as his brain was entirely occupied by more immediate concerns. "So, we probably won't get to spend tomorrow night together," Okuko explained, and then reached down to pull her shirt off, removing the clothing in one smooth motion. "Melons," Izuku concurred, as he filled his hands with the anatomy that had similarly filled his thoughts. Her biases were on the bigger side, not that Izuku would hazard a guess at a cup size, but soft and bouncy, capped with pink nipples, her are really about the size of his thumb and forefinger in a circle. Absolutely perfect. Izuku's thoughts were entirely focused on appreciating the sights and feelings he was lucky enough to participate in. Okuko giggled, and paused her explanation to pull him back down for another kiss. Izuku managed to awkwardly wriggle out of his own shirt, and even though he preferred how they felt in his hands, the feeling of Okuko's breasts pressed against his bare chest was something that, well, he had no idea how he'd ever lived without it. They started to kiss more passionately, and their tongues danced against one another. He thought that the pair of them still tended towards the sloppy side of making out, but as far as Izuku was concerned, that was absolutely ideal. He grunted in surprise when her legs wrapped around him again, pulling them even more tightly together. Izuku's PP, still covered beneath his pajamas, pressed up between her legs, which caused both of them to gasp at the feeling. "Can I?" Okuko asked, leaving the rest of her question unsaid. "Yeah," Izuku eagerly agreed, hoping that he didn't seem too eager. Her hands slowly trailed over his bare chest, then down his abdomen, until, as they both scared in a breath in anticipation, Okuko reached past the band of his breathes, and her fingertips brushed against the of his PP. Izuku made a noise of pleasure, and he felt himself throb from this lightest touch. If he thought that felt good, the feeling when she wrapped 3 fingers and her thumb pinky extended, of course around him, then slowly began to pump her hand up and down his length was absolutely, mind-blowingly incredible. Izuku spoke, and she stopped for a moment. "Can I touch you, too?" Okuko nodded, and he saw her cheeks turn red. He leaned down to gently kiss her, and slowly, cautiously reached under the waistband of her shorts. His fingers passed over her short strp of PBIC hair, before he carefully stroked upwards between her legs. Okuko hissed out a noise, and Izuku loved hearing it. He had a basic idea of what he was doing, mostly from SecEd and the occasional internet foray, but still had to fight the rising thrill in the back of his mind, the panicked excitement he felt at the knowledge that it was him making her feel good. As thrilling as the whole experience was, his attempts to pleasure her at the same time as she stroked him had led to an awkward angle, the couple's arms halfway interlocked as they both navigated each other's breaths. They shared a look, and with no need for words, each withdrew their hands, before both of them hurriedly shuffled out of their clothing. "I shaved my legs," 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐿 kind of half-squeaked, as he saw her truly naked for the first time, "well, other than when we arrived here. But I didn't shave, down there. I hope that's okay." "You're so appealing," Izuku breathed out, and 𝐒𝐿𝐻's happy smile was clear evidence that her insecurity had fled her thoughts. "Let me see you too, do," she gestured at him, and he realized that he'd instinctively crossed his hands over his groin the moment he'd taken his breathes off. He fought back a brief stab of his own security, before he removed his hands, revealing his irked PP to her in its entirety. "Oh, wow," 𝐒𝐿𝐻 glanced up at him, wow. You're big." "Thanks," Izuku's stammer made a brief return. "So, did you wanna do what we were doing, again?" 𝐿𝐻 spread her legs a bit wider, and Izuku cautiously leaned forward, allowing the pair to reach between each other's legs once more. This angle worked much better. Before long, they'd established a rhythm, 𝐒𝐻 reaching over top to slide Izuku's PP, while he reached under to run his fingers against her PP. "She's really wet," Izuku realized. "Kiss me again," 𝐒𝐻 asked, and he shuffled up the bed a bit to grant her request. "Oh!" Izuku breathed out in surprise as he realized that 𝐒𝐻 had changed the angle she was moving her hand in, and now, every time her hand neared the head of his PP, he felt something very warm against his tip. "I was thinking," 𝐒𝐻 gave him a quick kiss, "we've, technically been sort of dating for a month now, yeah?" Izuku had a hard time focusing on her words. 𝐿𝐻 started, "Do you wanna go further?" "Further?" he squawked. "All the way?" 𝐒𝐻 asked, and he could tell she was a bit nervous to make this request. Izuku felt an impulse to reassure her that they didn't have to mutter something about not wanting to push her into doing anything she wasn't comfortable with, but, thankfully, the smarter parts of his mind realized that she had asked him this because it was what she wanted. "I didn't bring a condom," Izuku explained. "Actually, I don't even have any here. I guess I'd, have to ask for, well, 𝐻 moved her other hand to press her fingertip against his lips. "I'm safe. Turns out, Momo has no issue making BRTH control pills for all of us." Yeah, 𝐒𝐻 looked up at him, and he was in awe of how appealing her brown eyes were in that moment. "So, if you're ready, I'm ready." I think, Izuku could have spoiled the moment by being nervous, but for once, he decided to go with what felt right. "I'm ready, yeah." A moment of understanding passed between the two, and 𝐒𝐻 angled his PP a bit lower, tilted her own hips up a bit. Slowly, cautiously, and carefully, Izuku started to press his hips forward. The warm sensation he'd felt earlier kept growing and growing, until the very head of his PP slid between her PP lips, entering her by the barest fraction. "Go slow to start, 𝐻?" 𝐒𝐻 asked. "Of course." Izuku kissed her, and "I might not last the longest, that's totally fine." She kissed him in return. "Let's just feel good, alright?" Izuku moved his hips forward a little further, and slowly, but inevitably, his PP slid inside 𝐒𝐻. He paused for a moment when she sked in a breath, when he was about halfway in, but after she got used to the feeling, she nodded at him in encouragement, and he kept going. "Oh, God," 𝐒𝐻 hummed when he finally bottomed out inside her. "You feel so good." Izuku made his pleasure known. "So do you." She planted a quick smooth against the side of his neck, then wrapped her arms around his shoulders. "You can start moving now." The feeling of slowly sliding his PP out of her PP was equally as amazing as when he'd first put it in, and Izuku felt himself shudder as he started to begin moving his hips in small movements. As he'd kind of feared, it didn't take him long to start feeling his CLMX building, and by the time that 𝐒𝐻 seemed comfortable enough that he could begin pumping his hips in earnest, Izuku was getting close to his peak. "I'm not gonna last much longer," he admitted. "Good," 𝐒𝐻 spoke huskily, then brought her legs up around his hips one last time that night. She clenched her calves around the back of his legs, pulling him into her hard. "I want you to come, Deku. I wanna feel it." I inside? Izuku asked. 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐲 kissed him again, and the way her tongue pushed eagerly into his mouth was confirmation enough. His worries cast aside, Izuku pumped his hips against 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐲's with vigor, until he was moving hard enough that soft slapping sounds echoed through the room. His spine tingled, and he felt heat building and building in his belly, as Izuku got even closer to his 𝐂𝐿MX. I'm gonna dash, he gasped. Yes, Izuku. 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐲's PP clenched around his PP. Give it to me. He gave her 2 more hard moves before he had a mind-blowing orgasm, the first of his life that he'd ever had with a partner. 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐲 cried out with a happy noise when he came, and as he collapsed bonelessly on top of her, she clung to him just as tightly as she had during sex, muttering happy little noises into his ear. Wow, Izuku commented, as his thoughts returned, that was incredible. Yeah, 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐲 kissed him, and that's just the first time. It's supposed to get better than that, even. Izuku reached up to gently run one of his hands through her hair. You're amazing. So are you, she smiled happily, and the pair finally disengaged from each other. Izuku rolled to the side to lie flat on his back beside her. Wanna stay in here tonight? Izuku asked. Definitely, she rolled onto her side, cuddling into him. We'll probably wake up in a couple hours, but I don't wanna leave this bed yet. Me neither, Izuku agreed. Wrapped in an embrace, it didn't take long for the pair to fall into a happy, satisfied sleep. 2 months since arriving 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐲, do you think she's gonna calm down anytime soon? 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐲 wondered. It is hard to say, Momo admitted. I don't know her very well, but it almost seems as if Ibara is stuck in a cycle of some sort. How do you figure? She seems to have moments where she takes particular exception to, well, everything, Momo explained, then she'll start to calm down for a bit, only offering token protest against Mina and Setsuna being particularly, well, Mina and Setsuna. Then, after a few days, Ibara gets rather offended by something, and the whole thing begins anew. Think we can help at all? 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐲 asked. I mean, I don't exactly think that we should all form a church group with her, but I wonder if there's anything we can do to make it a bit easier for her. I'm quite unsure, Momo shrugged. From my perspective, we already make a fair number of allowances for her particular beliefs. I actually wonder if she'd be satisfied with anything but a scenario where she was the de facto leader of our entire group. Still, it's not like we've been, private enough, 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐲 nervously fussed with her hands, about how I'm involved with Deku, and all. If that knowledge offends her so, Momo reached out to clasp 𝐒𝐿𝐻𝐲's hands and stop her fidgeting. That's her problem, not anything you've done wrong. Yeah, 𝐒𝐿𝐻𝐲 nodded. We aren't anywhere near as bad as Set and Mina, at least. The girls giggled at that. While neither of the pairings might have been official couples, not dating with a capital D or anything, Mina and Setsuna sure seemed to make up for their unofficial status by making out at pretty much every available opportunity, whether it was private or not. How has that been going? Momo asked. Your, Momo flustered, relationship. Arrangement. I am unsure of the correct term. Oh. 𝐒𝐿𝐻𝐲 blushed. It's been going great. Really great, she reminisced about the night before. It must be, Momo teased, you just turned all kinds of red. Meep, 𝐒𝐿𝐻𝐲 made a noise as she brought her hands to her face. Momo laughed again, but it wasn't a taunting kind of laugh, more that she seemed to be appreciating 𝐒𝐻𝐲's ridiculousness. I'm happy for you too, Momo continued after a moment. I mean, it took far too long for you both to figure it out, but now that you have, it seems like a good thing. Well, 𝐒𝐻𝐲 argued, I had a little bit more to figure out than most people, come on. Oh, right, Momo nodded. I forgot about the whole, possibly polyamorous side of things, to be honest. Did you? 𝐒𝐻𝐲 teased, you weren't hoping to get your own shot at Deku. 𝐒𝐻𝐲, it was Momo's turn to blush fiercely. I respect your relationship, I would never dash. If you respect it, 𝐒𝐻𝐲 bumped her elbow into Momo's side, then you'd know that it wouldn't be doing anything wrong. Momo made some soft muttering noises, as she tucked her face into her hands. Hey, it was 𝐒𝐻𝐲's turn to clasp her friend's hands. Why don't have to be embarrassed? It's just not what I had expected. Momo's blush was practically nuclear. I mean, well, The fact that I might possibly, maybe, perhaps, have something that could, from some perspectives, resemble the prospect of feelings, for someone who's already spoken for, well, I'm not exactly surprised, 𝐒𝐿𝐵 teased. Momo tried to hide her face again and made a squawking noise. Hey, Momo, 𝐒𝐿𝐵 reassured her, I'm not teasing, but I'm not trying to be mean about it, you know. Momo made a noise that sounded like murm in response. During the war, you and Deku, 𝐒𝐿𝐵 explained, you were basically two of our generals, yeah. Sure, I helped in planning sometimes, and Todoroki helped in other ways, but as far as us students went, it was you two that we all fell back on when the going got hard. This is hardly a battlefield, Momo muttered. Nah, but that's not what I mean, 𝐒𝐿𝐵 clarified. I mean that the two of you have a special kind of bond from all that, and I'm not jealous about it, because it's something different than what he and I have, right? But it's not just about that, yeah, 𝐒𝐿𝐵 smiled happily, same as how I don't have feelings for him just 'cause he was kinda my hero for a little while. That might have been where they started, but it's not where it wound up, is it? Nerm, Momo abandoned her attempts at speaking coherently all over again. He's just got so much to give, 𝐒𝐿𝐵 might have fangirled out a little bit. If anything, I was the silly one for ever thinking that I'd even want to keep him all to myself. I think I kind of, sort of understand. Momo wondered, it certainly wasn't very, detailed, but I recall when I was a young girl, I was quite enamored with the Lord, the Lady, and her chambermaid. Is that one of your romance novels? 𝐒𝐿𝐵 bumped her shoulder against Momo's. Of course it is, the black-haired girl mumbled. I know, it's silly, but I suppose it might have introduced the topic to me, and I didn't find it unappealing. So, 𝐒𝐿𝐵 giggled, you gonna make a move, then? Momo reverted to high-pitched squeaking instead of talking. You know that the boy won't have the guts to make the first move himself, 𝐒𝐿𝐵 continued teasing. I practically had to beg him to dash. She cut herself off there. 2. Momo was still bright red, but she smelled BLD in the water, her opportunity to get revenge for 𝐒𝐿𝐵's teasing. To what, exactly? Nung. 𝐒𝐿𝐵 said in a sing-song voice, you'll see for yourself eventually. Maybe. The two broke down into a whole new round of laughter at each other's blushing awkwardness, and 𝐒𝐿𝐵 was more reassured of her choice than ever. She hadn't felt the slightest hint of jealousy or possessiveness, even with her latest insinuation. Later that night, Izuku never have I ever served detention, 𝐒𝐿𝐵 announced. Izuku took a sip from his drink, as did Momo, Mina, and Setsuna. Ooh, you're a bad girl like me, Mina chirped. What did you get detention for, Set? For spying on your class, actually, Setsuna explained. Nito had some scheme in mind during second year, before round 2 of our joint class exercises, that he thought would give us a leg up. What happened? Aizawa-sensei caught me in, 2 minutes, Setsuna laughed. I had to write assignments about ethics for a week. If only those lessons had stuck, Ibara huffed. Oh, hush, you, Setsuna waved off the criticism. I might as well go next. Never have I ever aced a test. That is because you do not apply yourself, Ibara groused, before she obediently took a small sip of her own drink. Momo and Yui did the same, as did Izuku himself. This is actually kind of fun. Izuku pondered the drinking game they were playing, certainly less dramatic than Truth or Dare, or whatever else Mina has in mind. As 𝐒𝐿𝐵 had predicted, the 7 students had decided to celebrate the monthly anniversary of their arrival in the place formerly known as Dina World, another, better name pending. Izuku's thoughts still lingered on the celebrations that he and 𝐒𝐿𝐵 had shared the night before, and at times, a goofy grin came over his face for no apparent reason as far as the others knew, at least. Never have I ever, Momo began the next round, failed a test. She looked smugly satisfied as Mina, Setsuna, and, once again, you drank on that round. I am surprised that my ruse caught you, Momo giggled. You seem to be academically accomplished, from what I know. I failed a few English tests, Yui explained. It's a very irrational language. It can be understood through tough, thorough thought, though. Izuku repeated a little tongue twister that present MIC had once taught. Which rhymes with thought, but not with tough, their class. Enough academics. Mina decided, we're here to have fun. Academics are fun, Momo argued. Nope. Mina popped the P. Here's one for you all. Never have I ever had a crush on a pro hero. A round of grumbles went through the party, before everybody but Momo, Mina herself, and 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐿 took a drink. Oh, Ibara. Spill. Mina bounced in excitement. Who was your hero crush? I am ashamed to admit, Ibara sighed, there was a time when I found myself appreciating the visage of the pro-hero Hawks in a way that went beyond admiration of his accomplishments. That makes sense, Izuku thought to himself. When his wings grew back in, his feathers had all gone white, instead of red. He practically looked like an angel when he showed up on the battlefield once more. Too much of a pretty boy, Setsuna joked, I like 'em rough and tumble. You know, Mako, Kamu Woods, Ryukyu. 𝐒𝐿 spit out some of her drink. I interned with Ryukyu, she protested. Don't make it weird, Set. What about you, Midori? Mina teased, since you're such a hero expert, I'd love to know who made the grade for you. Izuku muttered an answer under his breath. Didn't catch that. Mina shuffled closer to him and leaned her face into his shoulder. Come on, we're all pals here, spill. Spill. Pixie Bob. Izuku admitted, and felt a blush rising along his neck. It wasn't like an obsession or anything like that, I just thought she was pretty. So you've got a thing for intense girls? Setsuna joined in the teasing. Makes sense, Charco can get pretty dang scary at times, yeah. I do not. 𝐒𝐿 protested. 𝐒𝐿, Momo interjected, you declared war on our entire class before the first sports festival. 𝐒𝐻𝐸𝐵. 𝐒𝐿 made a wordless noise of protest, unable to come up with an argument against this accusation. Oh, that's too bad for me. Mina's voice was all sing-song. I'm not intense at all. Babe, Setsuna chuckled, you're practically the definition of too much. Well, you like it. Mina stuck her tongue out. Setsuna leaned towards Mina, as if she were about to take said tongue into her mouth, and only Ibara loudly clearing her throat stopped her. If anyone has questionable taste, Yui interrupted, it's me. I had a big crush on Endeavor, before, well, all the controversies came out. Endeavor? Setsuna cackled, honey, he's like more than twice our age. At the time, Yui explained, I was exploring a daddy kenkei. I've moved on from that. My KNKS are more age-appropriate now. Lord protect us, Ibara whined a prayer. Our Father who art in heaven, wrong kind of daddy, Ibara, Setsuna drawled, which prompted the vine-haired woman to blush a deep scarlet and make inarticulate noises of protest. Mina, you cheated, Momo interrupted, it was not that long ago that you were, thirsting over Mako. Or, F. Mina cried out, and Ibara was too preoccupied to chastise her. Guess I got a drink double, then. She made a show out of finishing her beverage, and took a mock bow before she stood up to make another. Setsuna swatted at Mina's but as she walked past, which prompted a whole new round of giggles from the two troublemakers, and a whole new level of outraged spluttering from Ibara. Yui, you're up, Setsuna announced. The quiet girl pondered for a moment. Never have I ever had secretary. Yui. Ibara shouted, this is an inappropriate prompt for this sort of game. Unheeding of her complaints, Mina took a swig of her drink, and after a moment of hesitation where she lifted, lowered, and then raised her mug once again, so did Setsuna. Izuku tried to be nonchalant and subtle about the sip he took, but 𝐒𝐿 completely failed to be stealthy, as she made an eep noise before hurriedly taking a big sip of her own drink. Ui. Mina trilled, you two finally sealed the deal. 𝐒𝐿 chuckled weakly in response. Greenie, you lady killer. Setsuna's fist floated in front of his face, and Izuku weakly bumped his own against it. How was it? This should be private knowledge. Ibara interjected, shared only between lovers. It was really good, 𝐒𝐿 stammered out quickly, before she blushed fiercely, slapped her hands against her face, and started to float through the air. The room broke into raucous noise, as Mina and Setsuna bombarded 𝐒𝐿 with questions. 𝐒𝐿 made squeaking noises, Momo and Yu spoke to themselves under their breaths, Ibara tried to keep everyone in line, and Izuku basically lost all hope of making sense of the whole thing. 2 months and 3 days since arriving Setsuna appreciated the feel of Mina's skin against hers, as she pressed her not-real girlfriend up against a tree. They kissed each other more slowly than an outside observer might have expected, given that both were boundless wellsprings of energy, but Setsuna found that this pace worked for her, slow, sure, but no less passionate. She pulled away from Mina long enough to get the pink girl to tilt her head to the side, and gently trailed her teeth over Mina's neck. Good thing my teeth look a lot pointier than they actually are, Setsuna thought. I think I've got a bit of an all thing, and biting is, phew, very good. Mina voiced her approval, and reached down to squeeze Setsuna's butt, which pulled the two women a bit closer together. Setsuna's thigh slid between Mina's legs, and in turn, she wound up straddling one of Mina's. Experimentally, Setsuna pressed her leg upwards, which made Mina squeak in surprise. Setsuna felt the sensitive skin under her lips flush with heat, and she felt her own skin heating up when Mina needily palmed at her butt. "Hey, Set," Mina mumbled, "slow down a little." "Oh, yeah," Setsuna lowered her thigh, a little bit disappointed, "no problem." "It's not that I don't like doing this," Mina explained, "just not quite ready to go too much further, quite yet." "That's totally okay," Setsuna pecked her lips. I'm not sure if I'm ready to go all the way yet, either." "Have you?" Mina trailed off, with a girl. "Nope," Setsuna admitted. "You?" "Nope," Mina whined, clearly embarrassed. Setsuna made sure to give her another quick smooch to try and chase that away. "Do you wanna, talk about our experience?" "Well," Setsuna begrudgingly unwrapped her arms from around Mina, "I've got some. I saw we both took a drink to 𝐒𝐬𝐽's challenge, when we did the Never Have I Ever game." "Me too," Mina said. I dated Kiri for a little while, over the summer before this year." "Oh." Setsuna was surprised by this. "Isn't he with Bakugo now?" "Yeah," Mina frowned. "I don't hold it against him. I'm glad that it was me that helped him figure himself out, but it turns out he's not bi, he's only into dudes." "He's missing out," Setsuna teased, and gave Mina another kiss, "but I'm happy to take advantage of his loss." "Thanks," Mina giggled, but Setsuna could tell she was feeling a little bit insecure. "I guess I'm just worried that, well, we might go a bit further than fooling around, and you might figure out that you're not into it, too." "You don't have to worry about that," Setsuna reassured her. "I might not have had much hands-on experience yet, but you can be damn sure that I'm into girls." She reached out to squeeze Mina's but to emphasize her words, "just as much as I'm into boys. I'm into everyone, really. If somebody's a babe, they're a babe." "You're a babe too." Mina initiated their next kiss. "I hope I'm not letting you down, you know." "It's not that I don't want to, it's just a bit soon." "Nah, I get you," Setsuna admitted. "To tell the truth, I'm a bit nervous too. I haven't, gone all the way yet, with a boy, even." "No." Mina crooked a finger under her own chin in thought, which was absolutely adorable to Setsuna. "But you took a drink." "Kind of like your situation, I guess," Setsuna explained. "Not quite the same, but similar in spirit. End of second year, 𝐒𝐭 started dating Sen for a little bit, and I was bummed because I had a big crush on her. Well, so did 𝐒𝐻𝐼, and when we started getting together to commiserate our love lives, it turned into some fooling around and stuff." Mina realized, "and he and 𝐒𝐭 are together now, right?" "Yeah," Setsuna shrugged. "I think that's better off, overall, because my crush on her faded out pretty quick once she was off the market, even temporarily." "Well, I'm glad you aren't heartbroken." Mina hugged her tight. "That still got to sting a bit." "It did at the time," Setsuna agreed, "but me and 𝐒𝐻𝐼 were never together, so we, never went all the way. Mouth stuff and hand stuff, sure, and that counts as sec, definitely, but I guess I'm counting different things as all the way for dudes or ladies. Is that unfair?" "I think I kinda get it," Mina nodded. "What can I do to help?" "Babe, you're doing great," Setsuna smooched her once again. "Just because I'm a bit nervous about being with a girl doesn't mean that I'm not all kinds of stoked to make you scream, gorgeous." Mina blushed a dark purple, and Setsuna really liked getting that sort of reaction out of her. "How about we set a date?" Mina wondered. "Yeah." Setsuna was curious. Not exactly a lot to do for dates around here. No, I mean, like, a day date, Mina giggled. Well, probably at night. Wait, I'm getting off track. Setsuna joined her in giggling. Mina was fun, so carefree and not at all serious. It was a nice change of pace from her previous not-quite dating experience. I mean, like, Mina tried to explain, look at 𝐒𝐭𝐽𝐲 and 𝐼𝐺, right? Oh, do I ever? Setsuna joked, that girl is thick and green beans but is almost as nice. Oh god, I know, right? Mina smirked, but I mean, they were sort of together for a month before they, she knocked her hands together. What if we took inspiration from that? Yeah. Setsuna thought this sounded like a better idea than her current plan of stumble around until it makes sense to go further. When's our anniversary? 2 weeks, right? Mina screwed up her face in thought. I think, if we're counting from the first time we made out. Sounds about right, yeah. Setsuna nodded. Great. Mina smiled, look at us go. Only, like, kind of sort of being disaster bisexuals. What, you mean we're not going to spend another month flirting with each other without even realizing it? Setsuna teased, then yelped as Mina pinched her butt in retaliation. It's a plan. Mina announced, what is that, 11 days from now? Works for me. Setsuna agreed, and I dunno, I haven't exactly been keeping track of the calendar. Why would we, Mina teased, when there's so much eye candy around? Right. Setsuna laughed. Let's get back to camp and check some of that out, yeah. Girl, way ahead of you, Mina giggled along with her. Yeah, this is good. Setsuna thought, it's just, 2 girls having some fun together, nothing to get nervous about. 2 months and 1 week since arriving, Izuku Momo's earlier fears had proven to come true. As the days wore on, the temperature steadily climbed, until the daytime had become so hot that it was kind of exhausting to do anything other than lay around in the shade. At night, they'd taken some steps to try and alleviate the oppressive heat, had made attempts to improve the airflow throughout their cabin, but there was just nothing that any of them could do to make the daytime head less stifling. Well, I guess that's one way, Izuku realized, as he whipped his head in the other direction. Setsuna! Ibara shrieked, put a shirt on. Whyyyyyy. Setsuna whined, it's hot as ball out, we've all seen each other naked already, and it's not like Greenie isn't gonna see my melons again at some point. Izuku blushed even harder at the not-so-subtle implication that Setsuna planned to get in on the whole anyone is free to do stuff with anyone else agreement. Seriously, Izuku, just look at me, Setsuna ordered, and he hesitantly turned to face her, though he kept his gaze locked on her eyes. Look. They're melons, they're not gonna hurt anybody. For emphasis, Setsuna reached down to cup her melons, and Izuku couldn't help but glance down. While, objectively, she wasn't even that much more uncovered than her usual apparel even after Momo figured out how to make clothing a little bit better, Setsuna still favored the equivalent of string bikinis, but seeing her dark nipples standing out from her chest just felt different somehow. They might hurt someone, Mina teased, if you smacked someone hard enough with them. They're so perky, after all. Setsuna's melons were, indeed, incredibly perky. It might have had something to do with her general build, as she was easily the most cut out of the 6 women, with a visible six-pack that bordered on 8 even and taut lines of muscle obvious on her arms. Her melons sat high on her chest, and, as he just observed, were capped with small, dark nipples. Izuku remembered that he shouldn't stare, and turned his gaze to the rest of the room. Ibara, of course, was indignant, and she still wore a whole robe even with the heat. Momo was practically unconscious, slumped over a chair, and wearing a bikini. Yui had her feet in a bucket of water, and also wore a 2-piece bikini-like outfit. Okiko was sprawled out on the floor, face down, and Izuku realized that he'd taken far too long to notice that she'd also decided to go topless at some point, her back exposed as she'd undone her top. He felt something hit his face, and Mina cheered woo. Topless party. Oh, God. As Izuku hesitantly removed the offending item from his face, it didn't take long to notice Mina bouncing in place, and she was really bouncing. With her own top in Izuku's hands, her melons were free to do all sorts of incredibly fascinating movements. Mina was the second bustiest girl on the island after Momo, but it looked like her melons had retained a whole bunch of bounciness, even with their size. Her nipples were a darkish purple, kind of like her lips, and on the larger side, her areolae a bit bigger than Izuku could make a circle with his fingers. As a whole, the third pair of melons that Izuku had intentionally looked at were just as nice as the first two sets. Must you two be so lewd? Ibara whined. It is clear that you are not merely attempting to escape the heat, but tempting Izuku at the same time. Ooh, first name basis. Mina chirped. Why don't you loosen up a bit, Vines? I happen to know that you're hiding a rocking bod under that robe. There is nothing to be ashamed about in being proud of the body the Lord has provided me, Ibara muttered. But this does not mean that I should display myself like some sort of were of Babylon. Oh, that's too far. Mina stalked towards Ibara. You take that back. Is it? Ibara's vines whipped around her. Perhaps you should examine your conduct before complaining about being compared to such a figure. No fightin', Okiko mumbled from the floor. Izuku's shirtless, you said. Why didn't you argue when he took his off? Well, that's different, because, Ibara stammered. Izuku hadn't even really thought about it himself. He figured that there wasn't really much difference between their camp and a beach, and he went topless at the beach. It's different because she likes looking at Midori, Mina huffed, and crossed her arms. Well, that sure does things to her cleavage, Izuku gulped. And she's jealous that she's too stuck up to get comfortable like the rest of us. I never. Ibara protested, but the way that she blushed hinted that there might have been a bit of truth in Mina's words. I think it is fair, Momo interjected, if everyone is allowed to dress themselves as they are most comfortable, without insulting each other for our choices in apparel. Join us, yo Momo. Mina cheered. Come on, you've got to let those bad girls breathe. And, Momo spoke authoritatively, without trying to pressure each other into dressing differently. This is not a junior high school. Mina grumped, but that doesn't mean I'm going to put up with viney hair being rude to me. Ibara, you spoke up, let's go down to the river. I want to wash my hair, would you help me? Fine, Ibara huffed. I only pray that you do not engage in anything indecent while I am gone. We can keep it in our breathes, Ibara. Setsuna rolled her eyes, and that's quite the gesture when her eyes literally roll out of her head. It's too dang hot to do anything hot, anyways. Ibara grumbled all the way out of the cabin, and the mood remained a bit tense even after she and Yui had left. We need to do something about her mood, Okiko said, still face down on the floor. I get that she's on edge because it's too damn hot, but I'm losing my patience with the whole moral brigade thing too. I'll try talking to her later, Izuku interjected. Not that I think that I have any authority, or anything like that, but Ibara and I have a pretty decent rapport going. That's because she wants to F you, Mina huffed, and she's too uptight to admit it to herself. Mina! Okiko gasped. What? Mina shrugged. We went over this whole thing already. She's clearly got eyes on Midori, just like the rest of us, but she's pretending like she doesn't, so it's some way for her to lord it over us. Izuku processed as far as just like the rest of us before he descended into a storm of internal muttering. That feels nice, you spoke, doesn't it? Indeed, Ibara kicked her feet in the stream beside her. I was, perhaps, getting a bit too, heated. What's up? Yui asked. How do you mean? I mean, Yui explained, you're getting more and more tense. Even I can tell. It was true. You might not have been the deftest navigator of social dynamics, but it was pretty apparent that Ibara was getting more and more frustrated as the days wore on. Compared to others, those like Ashido and Setsuna especially, but even less easygoing types like Uraraka, the other girls seemed to be getting more comfortable and happier with their circumstances. She wondered if part of Ibara's stroppiness had to do with the bubbling awareness that it was looking pretty likely that all of the other 5 women would have their turn with Izuku. But if that were the case, why wouldn't Ibara just also take a turn? It frustrates me that the others are so shameless, Ibara said. I may not approve of casual relationships, but I am willing to look the other way if they are discreet about it, which they are very much not. Why does that matter? Yui wondered. It matters because it is sinful, Ibara proclaimed. I may not be able to hold others to my own standards of behavior, but that does not mean I will stand idly by, tacitly endorsing their perversion of what should be a pure, loving thing. How is it perverted? Yui asked. They might not have a label on it, but you haven't been as aggressive against Izuku and Uraraka. It is obvious, Ibara crossed her hands in front of her, that those two share a deep and abiding love for one another. I would be foolish to criticize something so wonderful. If anything, it bothers me that the nature of this place has tempted Uraraka into sharing Izuku, which seems contrary to her nature. She's poly, Yu was vexed. For her, that means that she actually prefers if Izuku has other girlfriends. Paul the Apostle spoke of this. Ibara referenced some figure that Yui didn't know. Each man should have his own wife, and each woman her own husband. Weren't there lots of men in the Bible with multiple wives? Yui sunk a bit lower into the stream, enjoying the cool water against her skin. What changed? Well, that's the Old Testament. Ibara joined her, submerging herself up to her waist. The New Testament set new restrictions on the faithful. What does your priest say? Yui posed the question. How so? I don't really know how it works, Yui admitted, but don't you have a religious leader? Do they speak out against these types of relationships? Well, Ibara frowned. No, not as such. The message of my church is that love is love. Unlike times in the past, when bigotry was allowed to hide under the guise of religion, we do not look down on men who love men or women who love women. So, again, what's the difference? Yui just didn't understand. If a man loves a woman and another woman, why is that wrong? Ibara made a series of noises of protest, but didn't speak any actual words. Do you have feelings for him? Yui cut to the chase. Ibara made an uncharacteristic noise of confusion, and sunk deeper into the little stream, until her head almost dipped beneath the surface. Are you jealous that Izuku wouldn't be able to love you and only you? No, it's not. Well, that is, no, Ibara stammered. Oh, that's pretty obvious. Yep, you observed, you're jealous. Impossible, Ibara huffed. Jealousy is a sin based on greed. I cannot be greedy with something that I do not possess. But you want to, you shrugged, so you've basically got two options, right? If you can get over the fact that he's in a poly relationship, you can find your own kind of happiness with him. If you can't, then it's not your relationship to interfere in, and you should be happy for the people who are part of it. I fear they will treat him like a toy, Ibara admitted. Setsuna and Ashido are not shy about their affection for one another. I worry that if they bring Izuku into their embrace, it will be as naught but a temporary lover, a callous and hurtful way to express love. Maybe it'll be a casual thing, you hummed, maybe not. Even if it is, I don't think they'd be hurtful about it. Uraraka would flip out if that was the case, and she's been quite relaxed about that possibility. How can you be so blasé? Ibara wondered. It is not hard to see that you, too, share similar feelings towards Izuku. I'm not exactly great at relationships, Yui answered. I don't want to dive right into a lifelong commitment right away, in case I miss something about why it wouldn't be a good fit. Now that he's with Uraraka, I feel like that makes it easier. I can try and see if there's enough chemistry there to become something more serious, or if there isn't, I'd be happy with a physical relationship for a while. You're dictionarying yourself, Ibara insisted. You are a wonderful woman, and you would make any man or woman, a happy one. That's not true, though, Yu corrected her. Imagine if I had dated him, let's say Jirota. I am not bold enough for his preferences, and he is not emotionally expressive enough for mine. It would have left us in a scenario where we would have to change who we were, or otherwise be unhappy. I simply cannot see your perspective on this, Ibara muttered, but Yui suspected that her arguments were starting to take root. I think that love is a nice idea, Yui revealed, and I would like to find it one day. I simply don't think that it is wise to presume that the first time you ever feel such feelings has to be the last time. So, you would be willing to debase yourself instead, Ibara gasped, participating in someone else's relationship as an outsider. It almost sounds as if you would make yourself a plaything. That sounds kind of fun, Yui said, and Ibara gasped even more dramatically. What? I've never been shy about the things I like, you know that. You used to be a lot more understanding. I know, Ibara sighed deeply, it is just, there is no break from seeing these things, you know. I cannot distract myself from my thoughts, when the things that frustrate me are in front of me every day, every hour. So, figure out what you feel, then, you spoke, I get that you're confused, but taking it out on everyone else isn't fair. I'm not confused, Ibara argued. Yeah, you are. You lifted herself out of the stream, you're curious about trying things out with Izuku, but you can't accept that you'd have to share him to do so. I'm fine with the idea, and I think the other girls are too, so because you're the odd one out, you're getting all defensive and insisting that you have to be the only correct one. Like I said, Ibara, you reminded her friend that this was meant to be helpful, not an attack on her. You have to figure out what you really feel. Personally, I think it's pretty neat that a whole bunch of people might love each other in different ways, but if you can't accept that, then it's not for you, and that's fine. I don't. Ibara started to argue. That doesn't give you the right to criticize others for the kind of love they have, Yui concluded. Think about it. If you want advice, I can do my best, but that's what I'm asking you to do. Yui started to walk back to camp, feeling a bit better now that she'd cooled off in the water, and a lot better that she'd explained some of her feelings. 2 months, 1 week, and 1 day since arriving Momo. I may have misestimated, Momo realized. I'm not so sure that it will fit. I think it will, Izuku reassured her. We'll just have to take it slow. Momo dipped her fingers into the hole, and they came away wet, but she wasn't sure it would be sufficient. Tapping the last reserves of her quirk, she exuded a thin coating of edible oil from her fingertips, and spread it liberally around the entrance. Okay, she took a breath. Try now. Just go slow. Of course, Izuku answered, and slowly started to guide the pipe he was holding into the hole. At first, Momo feared that she'd been correct, it's too large, but slowly, inevitably, the slid inwards. When Izuku had completed his motion, and the long was fully embedded, he withdrew slightly. He gave a couple of experimental pumps, and then, almost immediately, fluid spouted forth from the tip. We did it! Izuku cheered. He stood back, and he and Momo observed their work. Together, they'd created a miniature well out of a barrel, a careful redirection of the nearby stream, and a water pump that Momo had painstakingly assembled over the course of days. Fantastic! Momo joined his cheer. This will make gathering water much simpler. You're such a big help. Izuku pulled her into a hug. Seriously, Momo, we'd be way worse off without your help. I just wish my quirk was cooperating more, Momo admitted, and this little well wouldn't be anything worth mentioning if it wasn't for all the labor you put in, digging everything out. That's nothing, Izuku dismissed her compliment. It'd just be a hole in the ground if it wasn't for you. I suppose, Momo pondered, as she idly rested her cheek against his shoulder, we both might be downplaying our contributions slightly, aren't we? Sounds like us, Izuku chuckled, and Momo appreciated the way his chest rumbled against her with his laughter. You know, Momo raised a different topic, we are quite similar, aren't we? Definitely, Izuku easily agreed. I still don't really believe it when other people look to me for suggestions, let alone as some kind of leader, or something. Me neither, Momo wrapped her arms around him a bit tighter, but, once again, I suppose that we should each give ourselves a bit more credit. From where I stand, your qualities are plain to see, and, well, if you have the same opinion as me, I'm not going to question your judgment. You might want to reconsider that, Izuku joked. You've watched me break my bones how many times, now? Far too many. Momo always hated to see it, but if nothing else, and there are plenty of other good qualities he possesses, Izuku was remarkably resilient. Even though his arms were scarred, his fingers slightly gnarled, he never seemed to suffer from lingering pains or weakness. If he did an absolutely remarkable job at hiding it. Has Chako been bringing that up with you, too? Izuku asked. The whole we're kind of similar thing. Now and then, Momo hummed. In truth, Okako had reached a point where she was becoming something very close to insistent with her suggestions that Momo and Izuku would make a good pair. After taking a long time to process her own thoughts, Momo had to admit that she believed the truth behind her friend's words. Izuku wasn't the sort of man that she had dreamed of as a girl, but that was because she'd never seen herself with someone so genuinely heroic by nature, She had always thought it more realistic that she might wind up in a relationship with someone steady and reliable, but not overly passionate or prone to sweeping displays of emotion. In the past, she'd thought that content would probably be the most intense feeling produced from a future relationship, but now, she had started to think that it might be possible she was experiencing something a bit more intense than that. What do you think about her claims? Momo asked. Well, I think she's talking me up a bit too much, Izuku answered. I mean, yeah, I'm pretty good at the whole heroism thing. That's an understatement, Momo thought, but I'm not really anywhere near as smart as you, even if I study pretty hard, and stuff. I'd consider you fairly brilliant, Momo complimented him. Granted, your talents are especially pronounced when it comes to tactics and strategy, but I'd hardly say that you're a slouch when it comes to science or literature or other academic topics. I mostly read old fantasy and sci-fi, Izuku chuckled again, not the literature that you enjoy. You might be giving me a bit too much credit, Momo mused, considering how many romance novels I read, not exactly high literature, those. I always appreciate how you break down the films we've both watched, you know, Momo focused on the positives. Your analytical ability is very impressive, even beyond quirks and combat. Thanks, Izuku squeezed her a bit tighter, and she realized that their hug was just kind of continuing on with no end in sight. She certainly didn't mind that. I assume, Momo inquired, that even if Okuko's polyamorous status was what led to her conditions on your relationship, you're not opposed to them. I'm not actually too sure, Izuku hummed, but before Momo could feel disappointed, he explained, I mean, I get the idea behind some kind of casual entanglements, however they are defined, but even if we aren't official, what I've got with Okuko sure feels like a relationship. Momo hummed. She measured her own reaction to this statement, and found that she didn't feel jealous or disappointed. She'd known for years that Okuko and Izuku adored each other. After all, do you think that status makes you less likely to, well, consider other options? Maybe, Izuku agreed, but I think it's more along the lines of, I'm not sure if I'm the best at keeping things casual. If something happened between me and a girl who wasn't Okuko, I might start feeling the same sorts of feelings for them, too. Of his many good qualities, Momo was perhaps most entranced by how much Izuku had to give. She couldn't help but recall the time that he'd broken himself and thrown a match just to help Todoroki overcome some of his personal issues, and the two men hadn't even been acquaintances at that point, let alone the steadfast friends they were now. She had no doubts that, however many people might be involved in separate relationships, well, if they could truly be considered separate, with Izuku, he'd be guaranteed to share just as much of his warmth with everyone in his life as he would with Okuko. Momo came to a decision. Izuku, she asked, and he turned his head to face her. Yeah. Momo lifted her head, and slowly, carefully pressed her lips into his. Her first kiss might not have happened where she'd expected. This certainly isn't a private event of some sort, but when it came to who she shared it with, she was rapidly coming to believe that this was, indeed, what she'd been waiting for. They separated, and Momo felt a silly smile crossing her features. I think I'd like to do that again, sometime, she promised. That sounds really nice, Izuku spoke quickly, but managed not to stammer. Momo hummed in thought, and hugged him once again, before she released him, and they started to walk back to camp. I'll have to tell Okuko that I'm on board, Momo thought, which sounds kind of exciting. 2 months, 1 week, and 3 days since arriving. Mina was pretty sure she was dying. Possibly even melting. Potentially about to spontaneously combust. Whichever horrible end she was about to meet, the cause was clear, the oppressive heat that summer had brought to the place formerly known as Dino World. This blues, she whined. Midori, baby, why can't you make us a pool again? I mean, I could. Izuku turned to her, then startled and blushed. I've been going topless for the last 4 days, and you're still reacting that much. Before he continued speaking, it's just, if the water sat in a pool, it'd heat up to be just as hot as everything else is. There wouldn't be much point to it after like an hour. I'm tired of going up to the stream every time I want to cool off, Mina protested, it's so far away. It's like a 10-minute walk, Izuku sighed, at most. But it's boring. Mina argued, like, yeah, it's nice to splash around and cool off, but that's it. Do you want me to go with you? Izuku offered, taking the bait she'd just put forward without hesitation. Absolutely. Mina cheered, let's go. Now. Now. All right, Izuku muttered something under his breath she didn't catch. What's that, Midori? Just thinking, Izuku answered, mysteriously. What about? Maybe if we build a canopy, he answered, making a pool here might work. But the air temperature would still play a factor, less thinky. Mina grabbed his hand and pulled him along with her, more splashy. Even though she'd complained about the length of the walk, Mina had to admit that the time passed quickly as she and Izuku made their way to the nearby stream. It definitely helped that Izuku was becoming a better conversationalist. Instead of breaking off into his signature muttering storms in the middle of talking to him, he was actually becoming pretty outgoing. Akiko's new role in his life was clearly a good thing, given that he seemed to have more confidence in general, and, while he still got all blushy and averted his gaze most of the time, he was even able to handle close proximity to topless women without getting weird. Man, we're lucky that it was Midori that came along with us, Mina thought, not only because he was the last single boy, wait, is he still single? Anyways, but also because he's just such a nice dude. Any potential benefits to their friendship aside, Mina was glad that it hadn't been someone like Todoroki too serious. Or Bakugo fun in small doses, but he'd be reduced to constant shrieking at this point who had wound up as the sole male among the 7 students. Yae! Mina cheered as soon as they approached the stream, and immediately bent down to remove her bikini bottoms. She heard Izuku make a strangled noise behind her, but she ignored it in favor of practically diving into the cool water. Come on in, Midori, she chirped, the water's fine. He made some muttering noises, and gestured at his own clothing. He'd reverted back to wearing something vaguely resembling a loincloth, before continuing to stand there, not doing anything. Oh, right, she remembered, and turned to face away from him. A moment later, he gently lowered himself into the stream, a respectable distance away from her, his eyes arduously fixed straight ahead of him. You know, Mina teased, I'm gonna see it eventually. Meep, Izuku replied. You've impressed me, though, Mina continued to tease. Imagine a few months ago. You would have had a slide by now, surrounded by topless girls most of the day. Moop, Izuku made another not-a-word noise in response. Maybe you're not all that into melons. Mina wondered, I mean, Chaco's got a pretty great pair, but that girl has one bodacious butt, maybe you're a butt guy. Eap. Izuku continued to squawk. So, what is it? Warble. Melons or butt? Mina asked, melons or butt? BRSTS or butata? Both. Izuku squeaked, both are nice. Yeah, but which one do you prefer? Mina wondered, if you had to choose, that is. Be melons. Izuku yelped. Really, Mina turned to face him, and he just kept staring ahead. Then why aren't you checking us out all the time? I don't want to stare, Izuku said. But I don't mind if you do, Mina giggled. Seriously, I've got some pretty rocking melons, if I can say so myself. Izuku chose not to reply at all, instead managing to turn an impressive color of red, despite the cooling water he was sunk into. They'd done some work to make a little bathing area in the stream. Izuku and Momo had split its course a little ways upstream, which divided one path into a water barrel, and the other flowed past some rock benches that Lean and Green had set up. The end result was that both were nearly neck-deep in the water, which was way too convenient for hiding anything good, in Mina's opinion. Seriously, Midori, Mina scooched even closer to him, I really don't mind. I guess I'm still getting used to the idea, Izuku mumbled, that not only is Akiko actually interested in me, but maybe other people. It's kind of hard to imagine. Why, she moved close enough that their bare thighs were barely touching. Well, you know I wasn't the most popular in middle school. Izuku answered, or elementary school, or, the first part of high school too, now that I think of it, well, that is, shush, she reached over to pat his shoulder reassuringly, what, you didn't have much experience before this? Zero, Izuku chuckled, I had my first kiss in, the place formerly known as Dino World. That's way too long, Mina huffed, and Izuku squeaked. Not the first part, the name for this place. Oh, yeah. I'm gonna call it Vacationland now, I think, Mina decided. As far as the rest goes, she slid her hand down Izuku's considerable arm until she reached his wrist. Mina pulled his hand up, out of the water, and planted it firmly on her left melons. Mina! Izuku squawked in surprise. He tried to lift his hand, but she kept it pinned in place with her own on top of his. I wanted to prove to you that I don't mind. Mina happily chirped. This isn't a trick, or a way to tease you or something. I really, really think you're cute. You're really, really pretty. Izuku trailed off, but whether intentionally or by instinct, he experimentally squeezed her melons, his fingers lightly denting her pink, bouncy chest. Thanks. She leaned in and planted a quick smooch against his burning hot ear. I don't want to go much further than this quite yet, just so you know. Izuku nodded eagerly, but when his thumb idly flicked over her NPL, the shock that it sent down Mina's spine kind of had her reconsidering the boundary she'd just set. Ooh. Mina encouraged him though really, I'm not exaggerating much, she thought, I like when you're not so shy. Izuku gave her another squeeze, then slowly lifted his hand. His face had started to go red in a way that wasn't quite blushing, but closer to excitement. I've always admired how bold you are, actually. It's really fun, having you around, and you always cheer everyone up. I think you're great, you know. Oh. Mina felt a little blush of her own at his words. Thanks, Midori. You're great too. She playfully bumped her shoulder against his, then yelped in faux outrage when he reached his hand into the water and splashed some of it at her. This is a lot of fun. Mina thought, boy, just you wait until after Set's and mine anniversary. 2 months, 1 week, and 5 days since arriving Izuku. I betcha that you can't, Okiko argued. Can too, Izuku replied. That can't be more than, 500 kilos. My point exactly, Okiko teased. You're very big and strong and all. She poked his bicep for emphasis, but without your quirk operating at full power, there is no way you can lift that. The pair stared at a giant boulder, a bit past the boundaries of their camp. The enormous rock laid in front of what sure looked like the entrance to a cave, and with the sweltering summer heat, the idea of a cool, dark environment sounded very, very appealing. One way to find out. Izuku grinned. He summoned the power of One for All, that tiny trickle that he could actually access in Vacationland thanks for the new name, Mina, at least, and rubbed his hands together, preparing to haul the stone aside. Izuku bent down into a squat, moved his hands around the boulder's surface for a bit, then eventually found something close enough to a handhold. Don't hurt yourself. Okiko giggled. Come on, Izuku stuck his tongue out at her. I've never hurt myself by going overboard. Not once. She nodded, but rolled her eyes all the same. You know that you don't have to try and impress me, right? Well, Izuku smirked, that's not true at all. Half the fun of actually being with you is doing dumb things to show off. Just half. Okiko smiled in an exasperated way. What's the other half? I'll show you later, Izuku implied. Right now, I've got something else big and hard to deal with. Oh, Okiko blushed, but continued their teasing back and forth all the same. Well, show me what you're made of, big boy. Can do. He sunk his fingers into the gaps in the boulder which served as his handholds, and strained his muscles, trying to pull the stone to his chest at the same time as his thighs burned to lift the rock. After a moment where he wondered if maybe he couldn't lift it, the rock shuddered, then raised into the air under the power of his strength. Izuku couldn't exactly hurl the boulder aside casually, but as he triumphantly lifted it free, he bellowed in triumph all the same, before setting it down to the side with a heavy thud. Goddamn, Okiko breathed, you did it after all. These aren't just for show, Izuku bragged and flexed his bicep, which was a bit sorer than he'd expected. That's so. Okiko spoke huskily, as she stepped closer to him. Let me be the judge of that. She ran her fingers delicately over his arms, pausing to squeeze at the slab-like planes of his shoulders, the ridges of his triceps, and the swell of his biceps. When she completed her investigation, Okiko stepped even closer, and pressed her body against his, chest to chest. We're getting better at kissing, Izuku thought, as their lips met. The pair didn't get too hot and heavy. It's already far too hot in the late afternoon, but at the same time, it didn't take long for their kissing to move from the realm of smooching all the way into making out. Definitely getting better, Izuku reiterated his earlier thoughts. Where they had previously tended to make out sloppily and passionately, with a bit more experience under their non-existent belts, sloppiness had been replaced with sensuality. Their hands roamed over each other's bare torsos mostly bare, 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐲 still wearing a bandeau-type thing as their tongues glided against each other. 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐲 hummed happily when Izuku reached down to squeeze her but hard, the motion pulling her even tighter against him. He felt himself starting to get hard, and pushed his hips against her to demonstrate this. Izuku had finally managed to get past his initial instinct to hide his RLL from her whenever she noticed it. "Is that all for me?" 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐲 teased, as she reached between them to ghost her fingers over his loincloth-like breathes. "There's just so much of it, is that why?" Izuku punctuated his teasing by kissing her again. "You've been so insistent on sharing." 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐲 giggled. "This is an awful lot of PP for me to handle all by myself." The pair couldn't help themselves. They broke down into a fit of giggles pretty much as soon as they started the innuendo. "You know," 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐲 continued, "it's been a little while since we've had some special time together." "Yeah," Izuku agreed. "It's been too dim and hot to do much of anything." "Oh, yeah, for sure." 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐲 didn't seem insecure at all, rather kind of impatient. "But the next night it's a bit cooler out, yeah. We should definitely spend some time in the Love Shack." 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐲 laughed at the ridiculous name. "You know, just the two of us." "Unless you're planning on inviting one of the other girls," Izuku spluttered. He knew that things were certainly leading in the direction of becoming even more NTMT with one of the other girls at some point in the near future. Mina, or maybe even Momo, or Yui hasn't exactly been shy about her intentions, but he had never even considered that 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐲's willingness to share might extend that far. "I'm just teasing you." 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐲 smooched him quickly, and kept giggling. "Geez, you looked like you were about to have a heart attack." "You surprised me," Izuku protested. "Did I?" she drawled, and ran her finger down his chest. "You're a terrible tease," Izuku jokingly grumbled. "I dunno," she flicked her fingertip against his NPL, which made him eep in surprise. "I think I'm pretty darn good at it." "Yeah," he agreed, "you are. I like it." "I know," she grinned. "Right, almost forgot." He recalled the initial purpose of this little expedition. "Let's see what's behind boulder number 1. "Ooh, right." As it turned out, instead of a nice, cool cave hiding behind the boulder he just moved, Izuku discovered that it had been obscuring an even larger boulder. "Well," he huffed, 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐲 burst into her most intense giggles yet, taking far too much enjoyment from his frustrated outburst. Izuku couldn't help but join her in laughing. His disappointment was easily outweighed by how much he appreciated 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐲's company. Despite the failure of their little quest, the pair headed back into camp in high spirits, a steady, easy conversation flowing between them the entire time. 2 months, 1 week, and 6 days since arriving Ibara had a lot of different thoughts on her mind as she made her way back into camp, fresh from a cleansing soak in the so-called whirlpool, the designated area of the nearby stream that was meant both for bathing and to escape the oppressive heat. She had wrapped herself in her plain, white robe without even bothering to let herself dry off, thankful for the way that the slight breeze still sent cool breaths across her skin, even while she was covered. Part of her truly wanted to compare this environment to hell, but Ibara knew that as uncomfortable as the summer was becoming, it was nothing compared to the flames of damnation. "Where I might reside for eternity," she feared, "as I am naught but a creature of envy, of pride, and of wrath." Her conversation with Yui the week prior hadn't exactly been a revelation, but it had certainly given her a lot to think about. It had not taken her long to realize that she was, in fact, being unfair to her fellow women, with how absolutely scorching the days had been lately. Those who were comfortable with that state of dress might have been on to something when it came to going topless throughout the day. Ibara felt some guilt about how she had attacked her friend Setsuna, as well as Setsuna's partner, Ashido. While there was still quite a bit that Ibara found troubling about their dynamic with the others in their camp, it wasn't as if casual flirtation suddenly became more offensive when the two women were simply dressing appropriately for the weather. Ibara knew better, and worse, she knew that she knew better. Her pastor had always made a point that, while her faith was admirable, her method of proselytizing may have been somewhat, well, counterproductive. It is hard to convince people to accept the love of God, he had explained, by reminding them of their sins and castigating them for such, even though we are all sinners. Religion was a strange topic for many people. Ibara also knew this. After the advent of quirks, many existing religions had become less popular over time, at times even threatened with being supplanted by new beliefs based around the existence of quirks. Even within her own church, another thing that Ibara knew was that she was one of the more devoted followers of the Bible. While she did not believe herself to be prejudiced or cruel about her observations, she suspected that many of her fellow worshippers would have been more supportive of her classmates, were they standing where she did. Ibara understood that she'd have to work on being more accepting of her fellow stranded students, even if their relationships, or is it relationship, singular? She wondered, confused her. I've been too prideful to see that I was the one causing discord and strife, Ibara mused, blind to the way that I was lashing out because of my own shortcomings, ignorant of how I've been affecting the others. She had a lot to make amends for, but Ibara wasn't sure if she deserved their forgiveness. She very nearly ran into the sole male member of their group as she re-entered the camp. Izuku Midoriya seemed to be in his own world, his head tucked down against his chest, a single hand resting against his chin. "Oh, sorry." Izuku apologized to her. "For some reason, I wasn't paying attention." "The fault lies with me," Ibara explained. "It is I who nearly walked into you." No, Izuku brushed aside her admission. "I was busy thinking about stuff, and didn't even look where I was going. Anyways, how are you holding up?" "How so?" "Well, the heat, for one." Izuku grinned wryly as he waved his hand around, gesturing at their surroundings. "But, I mean, you haven't really been talking to the others too much lately. I'm a bit worried." "Your consideration is as appreciated as it is misplaced." Ibara was, as always, impressed by how deeply Izuku cared for everyone else. "That's because I have been terrible to them," Ibara admitted. "I cannot take back the words I have said, and I find myself at a loss for how to say anything better. I'm sure if you apologize, they'll forgive you." Izuku met her gaze, and Ibara found herself lost in the emerald green of his eyes. "I think everyone's a bit short-tempered, with how he cut himself off. Dang hot it's been." Truly, it has been DMN hot. Ibara felt herself blush at the blasphemy, but it was a first step forwards. "But I cannot blame my shortcomings on this alone." "Give it a try," Izuku suggested. "They might surprise you." "What were you thinking about earlier?" Ibara changed the topic. "Oh, I was trying to think of some way to cool down the camp," Izuku answered. "Building a roof over the whole thing was one idea, but that's just going to trap heat inside. My next thought was trying to dig out a basement, but I don't have any idea what kind of ground we're on top of, so I was thinking I'd head out a bit past the walls, see if I can get some sort of idea." "Would you like my assistance?" Ibara offered. "My quirk should be of some use with digging." In truth, she wasn't looking forward to the idea of dirtying herself just after she'd bathed, but this sounded far too close to pride even in her own thoughts. "No, you just got back from bathing." Izuku had suddenly turned red, and averted his gaze from her. "Indeed," Ibara answered. "Sorry, have I offended you in some way?" She wondered why his demeanor had suddenly changed. No, it's just, Izuku stammered a bit. "You're kinda wet." "What?" Ibara was shaken. "I did not even realize that I was aroused, let alone that it was obvious enough for him to tell." She glanced down at herself in shock, and quickly understood that this wasn't what Izuku had meant at all. Instead, her white robe clung to her body much more tightly than her usual fashion. While they had not become transparent enough as to become obscene, her clothes now outlined her breasts and torso, adhering to her flesh so that her nipples were faintly visible. She felt herself blushing fiercely, but in that moment, resolved herself to take a step towards changing, being more accepting of earthly matters. "Well, it's very hot out." Ibara did her best to dismiss her own fears. "I find that the breeze is more cooling if I am like this." "Makes sense." Izuku squawked, still facing away from her. "Izuku," she put a hand on his shoulder, "I appreciate your respectfulness, but I am not ashamed of the body that I have been blessed with. I am not indecent, You have no need to avert your gaze from me. When he turned back to face her, she saw his gaze trail down her body briefly, before his eyes snapped back up to meet her own. Curious, she thought, I just felt much warmer after that. Anyways, Izuku tried to change the topic, thanks for the offer and all, but, no, I think I'm good to try this little fool's errand by myself. He started another sentence then trailed off. Yes. You don't have to. I just think, that is, it might be a good idea if you tried talking to the other girls. I agree, Ibara sighed. I have much to repent for, but I would hate to spoil their mood by continuing to be unsociable as I have been. You've been fine. Izuku tried to cheer her up. After all, we're talking right now. Thank you, Izuku. Ibara put her other hand on his shoulder and steeled her nerves. I appreciate your counsel. I have a request, if you would oblige me. Of course. Izuku nodded eagerly. Could I, she forced the words from her lips, hug you? Oh. Izuku casually wrapped his arms around her and nearly lifted her off the ground with his enthusiastic gesture, of course. All too soon, he lowered her back to the ground and gave her a wide smile as if to say, see, you can be friends with people after all. Thank you. Ibara felt even warmer than she had, once again. Anytime. Izuku cheerfully announced, I'll see you soon, Kay. I look forward to it, Ibara agreed, and the man walked away after giving her a silly little wave. As she watched him leave, Ibara couldn't help but let her gaze linger on the way his shoulder muscles flexed under his skin, entranced by the casual strength he exuded. Such a strong, faithful man, she thought. I can think of ways he might serve me. What? She had no idea where that had come from. No. Be free of lust. She slapped her hands against her own cheeks, trying to drive those images from her mind. Out, idle hands of the devil. Ibara unconsciously rubbed her thighs together, and as she realized what that meant, turned around to flee within the camp's walls, utterly embarrassed by her lack of restraint. To say nothing of those ideas I just had. 2 months and 2 weeks since arriving Setsuna. Tonight's the night. Setsuna thought excitedly. It almost seemed like Vacationland itself was cooperating with the plans that Mina and her had made. The night air was quite a bit cooler than the last few days had been, reaching a reasonable enough level that seemed prime for getting hot and heavy, rather than just hot and tired. Setsuna thought that she could hear the distant rumbling of thunder at times, but that seemed like a problem for future Setsuna. Present Setsuna had much more fun ideas on her mind. She was kind of getting impatient by that point, if she were honest with herself. Setsuna respected Mina's boundaries and timeline and all, but the girl was pent the F up, and actually getting an outlet for this bubbling tension sounded absolutely ideal. Hey, gorgeous, she whispered to Mina, in the middle of their cabin, when the others go to bed, why wanna, sneak out back to the love shack? Mina smirked. Setsuna resisted her urge to break into the chorus of that old song. You know it, girl. Instead, she punctuated her statement by stealthily palming Mina's butt and gave her a hearty squeeze for emphasis. Definitely. Mina agreed, just as subtle as Setsuna herself. While she waited for everyone else to wander off to bed, Momo's already asleep, Ibara just left, and Yu is fading fast. Setsuna detached one of her ears and floated it off to another corner of the cabin, where Izuku and Okiko were quietly talking to each other in her room. The doors open and all, Setsuna rationalized, it's not like I'd be interrupting anything too spicy. Should be soon, she overheard Okiko saying, just waiting on the last 3, Setsuna, you spoiled all her fun, are you eavesdropping? Ep. Setsuna lied, as her ear practically snapped back into place. Just maxin' and relaxin', Had to stretch my ears a bit, yeah. Yui just rolled her eyes in response. She was far too used to Setsuna's antics, which kind of inspired Setsuna to make sure that said antics became a bit more ridiculous. She always adored getting different kinds of reactions out of her quiet friend. Well, I'm going to bed, Yui stated. Good night. Night, Setsuna sang, and watched her black-haired friend walk to her room. Sure, her gaze probably lingered on Yui's but more than was strictly friendly, but as Setsuna had already figured out, she was way too wound up to resist that wiggling form of temptation. As soon as Yui's door slid shut, Setsuna sprang into action. First, she propped the cabin's front door open. Next, she detached one of her hands and left it lingering near said door. Third, she swooped over to Mina and hauled the pink girl into her arms, then silenced Mina's giggles by pressing their lips together hard. Setsuna just barely remembered to close the door behind her as she carried Mina out of the cabin. Her not-real girlfriend clung tightly to her, face to face, and melons to melons. Setsuna was already getting worked up by the way that their melons smashed against each other. It's just fantastic that she's also down for going topless, Setsuna thought, to say nothing of the moments when their nipples would touch, which sent sparks shooting into Setsuna's belly. Instead of reattaching her hand, Setsuna made sure to float it over, and latched onto Mina's but with a firm grip. I really dig that she's got some muscle on her. Setsuna appreciated her girlfriend's figure while she carried her. Good thing I'm also strong enough to lift her this easy. Setsuna was kind of curious which one of them might wind up the top in their upcoming liaison. She wasn't super experienced with any sort of power dynamics during sec, but she could definitely see the appeal of being in control or surrendering control to her partner. She used her detached hand to open the door to the love shack, and proceeded inside without any further delay, kicking it closed behind her. "You're eager, heh?" Mina teased. "God, you know it," Setsuna confirmed. "I've been waiting for this all week." "Me too," Mina kissed her, and their conversation paused for a moment as they made out messily, with lots of tongue perfect. "I'm definitely totes ready for this, by the way." Bypassing the bed in the back of the room entirely, Setsuna instead chose to push Mina up against the wall nearby, as the pair got down to business in a little side alcove. Setsuna reluctantly released her grip on Mina's but to allow the other woman to slide down to the floor, but it wasn't like her hands stayed idle for long. Setsuna immediately planted her hands on Mina's melons, 𝐔𝐬𝐽, and squeezing her bountiful chest eagerly. Mina groaned her approval, and returned the gesture on Setsuna's own melons. "You have incredible melons," Setsuna practically growled, "so big. So bouncy. Yours are fantastic too." Mina repaid the compliment, "I love how perky you are." Setsuna felt the heat growing in her belly practically reach a boiling point, especially when Mina sunk her fingers into her chest and really squeezed, with emphasis. "I've been patient enough," Setsuna thought, "time to really get this started." She ran her hand down Mina's belly, then pushed her fingers under the waistband of the other girl's bottoms. Mina sked in a breath in anticipation, as Setsuna quickly found her target, and immediately ran two of her fingers over Mina's wet pee-pee. As seemed to be a trend with the pair, Mina quickly returned the favor, and shoved her hand into Setsuna's shorts, moving her fingers in delicate teasing motions, just barely coming into contact with Setsuna's CLT. "More," Setsuna whined, as she pushed her fingers up, inside Mina's wet heat. "Eep," Mina yelped, a bit slower. They stared into each other's eyes for a moment, then broke down into a round of giggles, as they each withdrew their hands temporarily. "This is the whole never been with a girl thing in action, isn't it?" Setsuna chuckled. "Yep." Mina popped the pea. "Okay, so, yeah. I like things a bit slow and teasing to start off, K. I like it fast and hard." Setsuna heard the edge of RL in her own voice. Don't use more than 3 fingers to start off, but yeah, go wild on me, babe." "You got it." Mina kissed her quickly, and they both reached out to resume their briefly interrupted activities. They were interrupted by the cabin door flying open hard enough to bang against the wall. Right after the door opened, Mina's heart leapt into her throat, and she came very close to dropping into a combat stance and spraying what acid she could manage in the direction of the door. Luckily, the sounds of giggling, familiar voices silenced her hero instincts, and instead, she and Setsuna glanced at each other, and both remained motionless. "Wait, Deku," the sign, Okiko spoke. "Oh, right," Izuku said, and there was a clattering sound, before the door swung shut just as dramatically as it had opened. From her position with her back against the wall, Mina saw Izuku carry Okiko into the love shack, clearly having resumed their previous activities despite the brief interruption. As they made their way inside, the two of them were clearly in their own world. They didn't even come close to noticing the pair who were already occupying the room. Mina heard a weird little sound, and Setsuna's head swiveled around in place as she detached it from the rest of her. The sight had, admittedly, been absolutely terrifying the first time Mina had seen it, but by that point she was pretty much used to her not-quite-girlfriend's unconventional anatomy. In the middle of the room, Izuku turned around to fall onto his back right onto the bed, with Okiko still on top of them. The second pair were deep in the middle of a make-out session, their eyes closed, and their tongues obviously busy with each other. Okiko made a satisfied humming sound when Izuku reached down to grab her butt, and when the two finally separated, she started to kiss down his bare chest, crawling down the bed on her knees as she lowered herself between his legs. Mina spoke, and the pair on the bed froze up, their eyes going wider than she'd ever seen before. "Eek!" Okiko cried, and slapped her hands against her face in surprise. Immediately, she started to float off the ground, as she activated her own quirk on herself. "Don't stop on our account," Setsuna teased, it looked like things were just getting good. "What are you doing here?" Izuku stammered out, apparently surprised enough that his old habits made a return. "It's honestly kind of endearing, in a super dorky way," Mina thought, "but I definitely prefer the more confident version of Midori." "Well, it's the Love Shack," Setsuna answered, "what do you think?" Mina whined, "You forgot to flip the sign over." "Or, F." Setsuna's head swiveled back around to its proper position and reattached to her neck with a soft pop. "I knew I was forgetting something." "We did get here first, though," Mina continued to complain, a bit frustrated at the interruption to her and Setsuna's night, "just saying." "Sorry." Okiko cried from midair, "We didn't realize." Izuku muttered, "Yeah, sorry. I guess we'll go back to the main cabin, you two, have fun." Setsuna hummed, "Hold that thought for a sec, would you?" Mina wondered what she had in mind. "Do they have to leave?" Setsuna whispered to her, "I'm sure they were looking forward to a nice night, where it's cool enough out to actually get busy, right?" "Well, yeah," Mina agreed, "but, what are you even thinking?" "We can have our fun," Setsuna smirked. "They can have their fun, it's not like I want to cockblock them any more than I want to get PP prevented." Mina suggested an alternate phrase. "Clam jammed." Setsuna's idea was way better. There was a thud from the middle of the room, as Okiko fell back to earth. "What are you two whispering about?" Okiko asked. "Come on, this is embarrassing enough already." "Don't get embarrassed." Mina called out. "Setsuna, has a bit of an idea that we all might be happy with. We're all friends here, right?" Setsuna explained, "I don't know about you two, but I'm not exactly shy. I don't mind if you guys have your fun, and I continue where I left off with my girl here." Mina felt a bit of a flutter at the phrase "my girl," but put that particular thought aside for a less confusing situation. Okiko rubbed her face with both hands, but remembered to keep her pinkies extended that time. "I don't think I'm really ready to have an org." Izuku made a spluttering noise of surprise at the phrase, and Mina couldn't help but giggle. "Yeah, definitely not an org." Setsuna reluctantly released Mina as she turned around to face the other two. "It'd be more of a fursome, anyways, but yeah, that's not what I'm suggesting. I'm thinking more like two couples in the same room, you know." "Oh." Okiko blushed. "Well, if everyone else is cool with it." Izuku made another surprise noise. "I don't want, isn't that weird, for you two?" "Oh man," Mina weighed in, "I am all kinds of game for that, if you're down." "Same here," Setsuna practically sang, "Up to you, Greenie." Okiko surprised Mina with the boldness she displayed at that moment. She crawled over on her hands and knees towards Izuku, until she practically begged in front of him, knelt on the floor in front of the bed, with her hands on his thighs. "I'm comfortable if you are," Okiko practically cooed. "We've been waiting an awful long time for a night this nice. Who knows when it's gonna be this pleasant again next?" "Okay," Izuku answered after a brief delay. I guess, yeah. Have fun, you two." Any further conversation came to an end when Okiko crawled back up him to kiss him again, and similarly, Setsuna spun back around and pressed Mina into the wall all over again. Ooh, Mina thought, this is turning out to be unexpectedly exciting. Izuku wasn't quite sure about this whole sharing the room idea, But when 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐻 was peppering kisses against him eagerly, he found it way too difficult to come up with any arguments against the plan. "I'm gonna see it eventually," he recalled Mina's teasing words from the last week, and started to wonder if 𝐒𝐿𝐻𝐻 might have been extra enthusiastic about this idea for her own reasons. This might be almost like a bit of a trial run with Mina and Setsuna, he figured, without actually, doing anything with them. Right. 𝐒𝐿𝐻𝐻 resumed where she'd left off before, knee walking down to the end of the bed until she was crouched between his legs once again. Izuku nervously glanced over to the side, but his fears about the other two women watching him like a hawk were put aside by the much more interesting sight of the pair kissing each other vigorously. His gaze snapped back to 𝐒𝐻𝐻 when he felt her fingertips teasing along his lower belly, just above the waist of his shorts. "You're awful overdressed, I think," 𝐒𝐻𝐻 teased, and she slowly, almost tortuously started to peel the clothing down. "Why don't I help you out with that?" Izuku wanted to reply, to say something smooth and clever, but all he could muster up was a series of eager nods. He lifted his hips off the mattress, and sure enough, 𝐒𝐻𝐻 pulled his shorts off with one smooth motion. He'd been almost throbbing hard just a short while before she undressed him when he and 𝐒𝐻𝐻 were in the middle of a passionate makeout, which meant that, thanks to the previous activities and their resumed FRPLY, there was too much heft lingering in his PP for it to truly be called soft in that moment. This state resulted in his PP flopping freely when 𝐒𝐻𝐻 pulled his breathes off, and it landed heavily against his own thigh, almost coming close to smacking into 𝐒𝐻𝐻's face from the motion. "Oh, wow," 𝐒𝐻𝐻 said quietly under her breath, then she slowly, agonizingly moved her face a bit closer. "I'm impressed every time." Izuku scared in a gasped breath when her tongue delicately extended to trace along the top of his, and he felt himself rapidly becoming fully hard from that bit of STMLTN alone. Of course, the visual STMLTN he got from watching her perform this act on him was very nearly as RSNG as the more tactile sensations were. 𝐒𝐻𝐻 had made it very clear to Izuku that this was something she wanted to try the next time they had some one-on-one quality time, but he hadn't really been expecting her to go through with it when they kind of had an audience. "Well, I wasn't expecting us to go through with much of anything with an audience," he thought. Izuku almost felt as if he should have been more nervous about this than he actually experienced, and he wondered if this might have been some kind of newfound confidence. "Holy midoi," Mina spoke, and her voice sounded thick, like she was close to slurring her words. "You're packing heat." "Let me see." Setsuna added in, and Izuku still didn't feel the spike of nerves that he'd been waiting for. "Oh, wow. Jesus, I'm not going to be able to call you green bean, that's like a whole butt cucumber." "Ahihi." Izuku giggled nervously, not sure how else to respond to this sort of statement. When he glanced back at the other two people in the room, he forgot how to speak entirely. Mina had one of her legs raised up high enough that it was practically wrapped around Setsuna's shoulders instead of her back, and the green-haired woman obviously had her hand between her pink partner's legs. "I think they like the show, Deku," 𝐒𝐻𝐻 added in, and Izuku looked back to her just in time to watch her wrap her lips around the head of his PP. Her cheeks dented inwards as she started to SCK, and the sensation he felt was nearly indescribable. 𝐒𝐻𝐻's hands both wrapped around his near the base, and she started to slowly glide her combined grip up and down, keeping the rest of him locked into place with the suction of her mouth. When she pulled her head back, she planted a big, wet smooch against the end of his PP, and once again, the sight of it alone was enough to make Izuku twitch in her hands. "Does that feel good?" 𝐒𝐻𝐻 asked, her voice husky. "It feels fantastic," Izuku answered honestly. She smiled happily, then lowered her head and started to SCK on the head of his PP once again, her hands moving a little bit faster around the rest of his length. "Charco, babe," Mina spoke up, "do you want some tips?" "God, yes," 𝐒𝐻𝐻 pulled off with an audible pop, a bright blush on her cheeks. "I'm trying my best, but I've got no idea what I'm doing." "I still liked it," Izuku protested, "a lot." He saw a rush of motion out of the corner of his eye, and was absolutely shocked to see Mina plop onto the end of the bed, casually lying on her side as if she wasn't watching 𝐒𝐻𝐻 give him a BLWJB. His brief look at Mina made it obvious that her and Setsuna hadn't been idle, either. She was entirely ND, and Izuku thought he could make out a slight hickey at the top of one of her collarbones. So, Mina chirped, far too comfortable with the situation. You'll want to move your head in time with your hands, okay? You're new to this, right? First time, 𝐒𝐿𝐴 confessed. Oh, Setsuna teased, as she crossed the room and flopped down onto the bed behind Mina. I actually feel special that I get to watch this. Be nice, Mina joked. I'm being serious. Setsuna waved her hands around, flustered. You two are both really cute. I'm already stoked enough I get to watch you fooling around and stuff, but it's actually kind of neat that we get to give you two babes some tips. Right, tips. Mina giggled. Speaking of which, it's good that you're working the head and all, but you might want to mix things up a bit. He might get too sensitive if that's all you focus on. Okay. 𝐒𝐴 cheered herself on, then bent down to her task once again, except this time, her head bobbed up and down, synchronized with the way she moved her hands. Izuku had to admit that it already felt even more incredible than the beginning of her BLWJB had. God, Setsuna muttered, she's got both hands and her mouth on him, and there's still room to spare. Right. Mina agreed. We weren't teasing why, Midori, you've seriously got a lot to be proud of down there. Thanks. Izuku had less than no idea how to handle this kind of compliment. Setsuna muttered something that sure sounded like, that thing's going to break me in half, but Izuku chose to ignore any possibilities that statement might have raised. It seemed awfully rude. To think about someone else while he was getting head from his not-quite girlfriend, after all. 𝐒𝐴 seemed to be emboldened by their audience, and after taking a breath through her nose, pushed her head down further than she'd attempted before. She got most of the way towards the halfway point of Izuku's PP before she stopped, and pulled back quickly, coughing slightly. You okay? Izuku asked, concerned. Oh, I'm great, 𝐒𝐴 slurred. How are you liking that? I can't go very deep yet, give it time, girl. Mina reassured her, Midori's got an awful lot of PP to handle, you're gonna have to work up to that monster. I can totally handle it, 𝐒𝐴 protested, and Izuku noticed that she had a competitive note in her voice. I'm not sure whether I should be excited or terrified. Both, maybe. I bet you can take like 3/4 of it, Mina replied, but that's impressive enough. Seriously, Setsuna muttered, I don't think I could take that beast. You bet, hey. 𝐒𝐴 turned to face Mina, and there was definitely a competitive gleam in her eye now. I'll take that bet. Without any further delay, she stood up from the bed, and shuffled out of her own shorts. Izuku found the sight just as incredible as the first time he'd seen her naked. 𝐒𝐴 was all soft curves, with pillowy breasts and a big, amazing butt. While she definitely wasn't chubby by any definition, there was a gentle curve to her belly that hid the strong muscles Izuku knew she had, a bit of a jiggle to her thighs which only emphasized the powerful lines of her legs. 𝐒𝐴 was absolutely perfect, in Izuku's opinion. As soon as she was fully ndi, she hopped back onto the bed, and quickly made her way up Izuku's body. He couldn't help but reach out to palm her breasts as she got closer to him, which made her smirk in a self-satisfied sort of way. Without needing to speak, she moved so that her pelvis hovered above his own, then reached between his legs to grip his hard PP again. She lined him up carefully, and they both hissed in a breath when his head brushed up against her PP. Somehow, Izuku could tell that she was already soaking wet. He groaned in pleasure as the tip of his PP breached her PP lips, and then started to slide slowly, inch by inch, deeper inside her. She felt incredible around him. It really has been too long already, he thought, and from the way that her mouth hung open and her eyes glazed over a bit, Izuku hoped that it felt just as good for her. After a few moments of slowly lowering herself, 𝐒𝐴's plush but came to rest against his thighs, and he was all the way inside. Holy 𝐿𝐴, Mina gasped, you really can take it all. I told 𝐒𝐴, 𝐒𝐴 bragged, then she started to slowly move her hips. Her first movements were cautious and back and forth, but before long, she was bouncing on top of him, her hips smacking into his own with a steady slap, slap, slap sound. Woo! Mina cheered, and Izuku heard a much louder smack echo through the room, right in the cowgirl. 𝐒𝐴, and Izuku felt her clench around him. Yeah, he asked her, realizing how she'd reacted to Mina's unprompted spank. Yeah, she confirmed. 𝐒𝐴 bent down to kiss him, and for a while, Izuku honestly forgot that there was anyone else in the room. He was overwhelmed by sensations, her tight PP around his PP, her soft BRSs crushed against his chest, her tongue delicately tracing against his own. "You're getting way too cocky," he heard Setsuna say, and then Mina gasped. When 𝐒𝐭𝐼 separated from their kiss, she planted both of her hands' pinkies extended on his chest, then started to ride him even more vigorously. Her BRS swayed enticingly, and Izuku propped himself up on his elbows to crane his face towards them. As he moved, his sight happened to fall on the other two women in the room, and the display that he witnessed sent a pleasurable shock down his spine. Setsuna had pulled Mina upright, and the pair stood in front of the end of the bed, with Setsuna's hand planted firmly between Mina's legs. Izuku caught a flash of even pinker than the rest of her flesh as Setsuna's fingers moved to spread Mina's PP wide open. "Holy s!" Izuku breathed out, before he remembered what he was doing, and turned his gaze back to 𝐒𝐿𝐼's melons. "What are they doing?" 𝐒𝐿𝐼 gasped. Izuku answered, "Setsuna's, playing with Mina." "God," 𝐒𝐿𝐼 breathed out, and came back down on him with a solid smack. "Gimme a sec, K." When she lifted up, she lifted all the way up, rising off of his PP entirely. 𝐒𝐿𝐼 swung her leg off of Izuku's hips, then turned around so that she was facing away from him. "I wanna watch too." 𝐒𝐿𝐼 turned over her shoulder to speak to him, "So it's your turn to take over, mister." Immediately understanding what she meant, he practically leapt to his knees, shuffling into position behind her. They'd only tried doggy style once before, but Izuku thought that he had the hang of it well enough to fulfill her request, and he was hardly going to complain about the opportunity to fill his hands with her big, round butt. Izuku slid back inside her, and after giving 𝐒𝐿𝐼 a moment to adjust to the new position, he started to pump his hips back and forth. He swore that he could reach deeper inside her from this angle, and every time one of his moves bottomed out inside her, she made a happy little gasping noise. He also understood why she wanted to watch the other two. It was an incredibly artsy sight, Mina and Setsuna intertwined with one another, the greenette's fingers steadily pumping in and out of the pinkette. "Oh, you two want to show too?" Setsuna smirked from over Mina's shoulder. "Check this out. Babe, I'm gonna do something a bit different with my hand, alright?" Mina lazily ummed her agreement. With a flourish, Setsuna demonstrated what she had in mind. She detached one of her hands at the wrist, and repositioned her hand in front of her own pelvis. "Bend over, gorgeous." Setsuna emphasized her demand with a healthy spank to Mina's butt. In turn, Mina just giggled, and then happily did so, showing off her flexibility as she casually reached down to grab her own ankles. Mina's and 𝐒𝐿𝐼's faces were just inches apart, and Izuku swore that the two women stared each other down with a fiery glint in their eyes. Not that he was idle while he watched what Setsuna was doing. Izuku kept giving slow, almost casual moves to 𝐒𝐿𝐼, and the image of her but jiggling with every impact was a sight that he hoped he'd never, ever forget. "I figure," Setsuna explained, "I can get a bit more power like this." She punctuated this statement by moving her own hips forward, using the force of her motion to drive her fingers back inside Mina. "Oh, God!" Mina groaned. "What?" 𝐒𝐿𝐼 teased, "You talk a big game, and you can't even handle Set's fingers." She turned over her shoulder to stare at Izuku, and her eyes were halfway glazed over with lust, half sparkling with intensity. "Deku?" 𝐒𝐿𝐼 demanded, "F me hard." "Well, if you insist." Izuku immediately started to pump his hips as forcefully as he thought she could handle, which made 𝐒𝐿𝐼 ripple and with every single move. On impulse, he brought his hands down on her but sharply, and gave her a solid spank on each cheek. This actually made her scream with pleasure, and he felt her PP get even tighter around him, somehow. "She's close," he thought. "You like it a bit rough, here?" Mina teased this time. "I wonder." He saw Mina reach out and tweak one of 𝐒𝐿𝐼's nipples, and sure enough, the brunette let loose a long, shuddering then collapsed forward onto her elbows. Izuku's PP sprang loose from her, but he knew that she'd need at least a few minutes to recover from her 𝐒𝐿𝐼. "No fair," 𝐒𝐿𝐼 whined, but she didn't sound unhappy in the slightest. "Fair's fair, babe," Setsuna interjected with a smirk, and then she must have done something with her fingers, because Mina suddenly threw her head back with her mouth hanging open. "Oh Gorwade," Mina cried, and Izuku watched in awe as Mina quivered and shook with her own orgasm, before similarly sliding away from her partner to slump against the bed. Izuku met Setsuna's eyes, and she gave him a big, toothy grin. "I'll show you how to do that some other time," Setsuna giggled to herself. "Sounds, fun." Izuku sat back on the bed, still a bit surprised that this whole unexpected scenario had been so easy to navigate. "Looks like we did a good job with our girls," Setsuna evaluated, Team Green. She gave him a high five, and it took Izuku a moment to realize that she just performed the gesture with the same hand that she'd been doing stuff to Mina with. "I just need a minute," Okiko muttered, as she clambered back onto the bed and laid on her side. "Yeah, same," Mina huffed, and repeated her gesture. Setsuna flopped down onto the bed beside Izuku, and he wasn't sure if he should shy away from her or not. "We've got some time to kill, eh, Greenie?" She smirked dangerously with her next words. "Wanna make out?" Izuku stammered some sort of response, and looked down to Okiko, who just shrugged contentedly. "Go for it, Deku," Okiko murmured. "Don't worry," Setsuna explained, "I don't want to do much else other than kissing and stuff, but, hey, why not?" "Yeah," Izuku agreed, "why not?" Setsuna attacked his lips immediately. Izuku may not have had the most experience with girls, but he could tell that it seemed like every girl he'd kissed so far had their own approach. Okiko liked to use a lot of tongue, Momo preferred small, quick kisses only using their lips, while it appeared that Setsuna was practically trying to devour him. She used a lot of teeth and tongue, alternating between nipping at his lips or brushing the tip of her tongue against his. His hand floated uncertainly in the air as Setsuna wriggled a bit closer against his side and pulled his arm over herself. Setsuna mumbled, "Here." She reached down to grab the aforementioned hand, and repositioned his arm that he still had awkwardly half-raised so that his hand was planted directly on her butt. "Might as well touch some but in a make-out session," Setsuna grinned, and then started kissing him again. Izuku decided that this was no time to start feeling uncertain about himself, and gave her but a firm squeeze. Setsuna was one of the more toned women on the island. Her heroism training was clearly evident in how her abs stood out from her belly, and her biceps, though comparatively small, were well-defined. These benefits seemed to extend to her lower body. Her butt was firm and solid, yet it also had a really pleasant layer of springiness on top of her muscles. "Dang," Mina spoke up, "I think I'm done with my break, watching you two go at it like that." "Already?" Setsuna smirked, and rolled onto her back as she separated from Izuku. "Well, get in here. It's my turn." Instead of leaping up to the top of the bed to start kissing Setsuna, Mina instead chose to start kissing up Setsuna's legs, and paid extra attention to her thighs. Izuku couldn't even stifle the gasp that he made when, without warning, Mina reached up to practically tear Setsuna's shorts off, revealing her to all three other people in the room. Setsuna was practically glistening, she was so wet. "Goddamn," Mina breathed, "you look good enough to eat, babe. I think I might just do that." Sure enough, Mina's head descended between Setsuna's thighs, and soon after, Izuku heard loud, enthusiastic liking sounds as the pinkette went down on her partner. "I wasn't done either." Okiko wasn't going to be left behind. Spread your legs open a bit, K." Izuku did so, which caused the outsides of his and Setsuna's legs to rub against each other. He found that the touches of her skin against his somehow made the whole situation way more electrifying, even though they hadn't done anything super NTMT to one another yet. As soon as she was in position, Okiko started doing her best to try and swallow as much of his PP as she could. Her head bobbed back and forth in time with her hands, but her own enthusiasm interfered with the newly learned skills she was trying to show off. She stroked him so eagerly that, at times, his PP would slip out of her mouth. Izuku was hardly going to complain about this, especially considering that she'd take these impromptu opportunities to plant wet, sloppy kisses against the underside of his PP. Okiko, however, almost seemed to be getting frustrated with herself. She huffed out a breath when, at one point, she attempted to wrap her lips around Izuku's PP, only to mistime one of her strokes and wind up slipping him free from her own lips. "Hey, Setsuna asked, amidst her own little and gasps, "want me to Got him, hold him steady for you. 𝐒𝐿𝐼 took a minute to ponder the offer. Yeah, she agreed. Izuku felt a tension in the room appear, grow, and then snap all of a sudden, as Setsuna's arm slowly extended to reach down his abdomen. When her long fingers delicately yet firmly wrapped around the base of his PP, she followed through on her words. Instead of stroking up and down, her hand stayed stationary, keeping his PP in place so that 𝐒𝐿𝐼's enthusiastic motions didn't become a problem for herself. I'll help. Mina's cheerful voice was only slightly muffled by Setsuna's thighs, and just as quickly, a pink hand snaked up between his legs to wrap around Setsuna's. It was almost like the two women were holding hands with each other, rather than touching him, but the additional STMLTN was still incredible. Look, Setsuna gasped, for hands, and there's still more. Mina made an enthusiastic noise from between Setsuna's legs in response. Oh, God, 𝐒𝐬𝐽𝐼𝐾, I'm not gonna last much longer. What's that, Deku? 𝐒𝐿𝐼 popped free from his PP. Tell me, 𝐒𝐿𝐼, tell me what's gonna happen, Deku, 𝐒𝐿𝐼 demanded. Tell me what I'm gonna make you do. 𝐒𝐿𝐼. Izuku cried out, I'm gonna come. She moved up a bit higher, and started to JRK him off even faster, aiming his PP towards her melons. After just a few pumps, Izuku felt a lightning bolt of pleasure shoot through his spine, and his hips bucked up as he unleashed a powerful orgasm. Several long ropes of his cum erupted all over 𝐒𝐿𝐼's chest, splattering her melons in white. Setsuna breathed beside him. Fuck. Izuku was dimly aware of the way her legs kicked out and thrashed at the end of the bed, and he realized, through a pleasurable, foggy haze, that Setsuna had apparently found the sight of him leaking all over 𝐒𝐿𝐼's melons RSNG enough that it had set off her own orgasm. Got him. Mina pulled back, and sat at the end of the bed. Izuku could plainly see the moisture glistening all over her face. I think you won that race, 𝐒𝐿𝐼. We were ricin'. 𝐒𝐿𝐼 giggled as she turned to flop over on her back, but, sure, I'll take the win. Mina crawled up on the other side of the bed and snuggled into Setsuna's side. That was, wow, a lot of fun. Setsuna reviewed, we'll all have to do that again sometime. What have I got myself into? Izuku wondered. Something pretty damn and great, by the looks of it. 2 months, 2 weeks, and 2 days since arriving. Momo sprawled out in the shade, on top of a beach chair that Izuku had helpfully assembled for her. In truth, it was little more than a couple slabs of wood angled roughly the correct way, but Momo was grateful for it all the same. The heat during the day was becoming utterly unbearable, and what's worse, she was beginning to find that her quirk was even less cooperative than when they'd first arrived in Vacationland, as Mina called it. The nights had been somewhat more tolerable, but, presuming this place followed any sort of meteorological principles, this meant that rainstorms were almost certainly on the horizon. Hey, 𝐒𝐿𝐼 spoke in greeting, as she made her way over to the second chair opposite Momo's and flopped down into it. How are you holding up? I fear, Momo answered, I may be dying. The pair of women giggled with each other. The heat may have been uncomfortable, but their straits were certainly not that dire. I'm just glad that you two got that water pump set up last week. 𝐒𝐿𝐼 rolled onto her side, so that she reclined on one elbow. I don't know how he does it. Does what? Keeps trying to be helpful, 𝐒𝐿𝐼 gestured vaguely, even with all this hot going on. I imagine the heat has been especially frustrating for you, Momo teased. It must have put a stop to your nightly activities, Momo. 𝐒𝐿𝐼 smirked. Was that a reference to secretary? Look at you. I am a changed woman, Momo sighed dramatically. The heat has melted away all my inhibitions. Not all of them. It was 𝐒𝐿𝐼's turn to tease. You still aren't going topless, after all. I suppose not, Momo shrugged. It's not like I'm wearing much of anything, even so. It was true enough. While 𝐒𝐿𝐼 had joined Mina and Setsuna's ranks the day before by choosing to forego upper body apparel, Momo's own bikini was hardly anything that she'd be convinced to wear in public back in the real world, just 2 thin squares of fabric and a couple strings to hold it on. Then again, my hero costume is almost as revealing as this. And from what I've heard from Deku, 𝐒𝐿𝐼 kept teasing, it doesn't sound like things have been moving along too fast there, either. Well, Momo hummed in thought, it's not as if I'm unwilling, they broke into a new round of giggles, more out of a way to dispel any potential awkwardness than anything else. Do you ever think it's strange, Momo wondered, that you find yourself talking to other women about their relationships with your boyfriend? Well, we aren't officially official yet, 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 argued, so Deku's not my boyfriend, technically. Momo stared at her impassively for a few moments. Right, she rolled her eyes, I'm quite certain that the label makes a difference for you too. Definitely. The heat must be removing your inhibitions, 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 smiled, if it's actually got you using sarcasm. I was serious, though. Momo circled back to the previous topic. Is that still acceptable for you? You haven't had any doubts or thought about changing your boundaries? Honestly, nah, 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 shrugged easily. I mean, I had a few moments where I wondered if it was the right call or if I was diving into the deep end on a new realization about myself, but when it's been put to the test so far, I haven't felt jealous at all. It's kind of nice, actually. Oh. Momo smirked this time. It's been put to the test, has it? 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 managed to blush through the existing red flush on her face, the one that could be explained away by the daytime heat. Well, I might have watched him and set make out a little bit, do tell. Momo found that she was genuinely curious how this could have come to pass. It wasn't like I was spying or anything, 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 clarified, and, promise not to tell anyone else about this, Kay. My lips are sealed. Momo's curiosity was reaching new heights. The other night, 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 explained in a hushed tone, me and Deku went for some alone time, if you know what I mean. Well, Set and Mina were already in there, and turns out that they're not shy about being watched. Oh, my. Momo felt a heat rising in her own cheeks that couldn't be explained by the climate. Wait, that sounds like a bit more than watching, from what you alluded to. Yeah, it got a little bit more intense than watching, 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 muttered. Anyways, my point is, seeing it happen in front of me definitely didn't make me feel jealous. Nope. What did it make you feel? Momo teased. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 brought her hands to her face, and took a few moments to answer, honestly, a little turned on. Goodness, Momo absent-mindedly fanned her face. In that case, it definitely sounds as if a polyamorous relationship was the right call for you. Yeah, 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 agreed, I'm thinking so. But enough about me. Why aren't you making a move yet? Pardon? With Deku, 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 leaned further onto her side, almost whispering across to Momo, you said you aren't unwilling, right? So, why not take things a bit further? Wait, how far is a bit further for you two, anyways? Well, we've kissed. Momo felt herself starting to stumble over her words, but you knew that already. 𝐒𝐿𝐴 agreed, that was like a week ago. Yes, Momo explained, and we've kissed a couple more times since. With tongue. Like, 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 smiled goofily, proper marking out, or just smooching? I suppose it would be called smooching, Momo clarified. I'm not sure what to do next. How do you mean? 𝐒𝐴𝐲 wondered. I'm not experienced in these matters, Momo admitted, that is, at all. My exposure to these subjects is limited to the sex ed classes we took, and the literature that I tend to favor. Okay, Butte, 𝐒𝐴𝐲 prodded, surely you've got an idea what comes after kissing, right? In the books I've read, Momo sighed, it usually involves a lot of smoldering gazes, torn clothing, and then being thrown down on the bed and ravished. They're awfully unclear on the details of what said ravishing entails. They broke into a whole new round of giggles, which quickly escalated into outright laughter. I don't know if Deku's really much of the ravishing type, 𝐒𝐴𝐲 snorted. Well, maybe, once he gets going. Anyways, as a word of advice, if you want things to get moving along, well, you might have to be the one to give him a bit of a push. I worry that he does not longing to go further, Momo admitted. 𝐒𝐴𝐲 gave her a blank, unimpressed look. What? She wondered what was so ridiculous about her statement. 𝐒𝐴𝐲 sighed in exasperation, have you seen yourself? Anybody would be willing to go further for you. I mean, Momo was confused, I know I'm not UN attractive, but I am hardly that striking. Momo, 𝐒𝐴𝐲 got up from her seat, and crossed the distance between them, then reached out and clasped her hands to Momo's face. Momo, are you listening to the words coming out of your mouth? Yes. Momo's voice came out with a lisp, thanks to the way 𝐒𝐿𝐼 was smushing her cheeks. I'm nothing facial. Girl, 𝐒𝐿𝐼 threw her head back and groaned, you are literally a goddess. What even are you talking about? No, don't be silly, Momo argued, as 𝐒𝐿𝐼 released her face. I'm too tall to be ladylike or cute, too muscular to be delicate, but not well built enough to be powerful, you know. 𝐒𝐿𝐼 didn't reply, just waved her hands at Momo's body, her face an expression of utter bewilderment. Yes, that's what I'm talking about. Momo was also increasingly vexed. I am certainly curvaceous, but it is not the way that, say, you or Mina are, it's simply that I am a large-framed woman in general. 𝐒𝐿𝐼 reached out to plant her finger against Momo's lips. I swear to God, I am about 15 seconds away from strangling you right now. You are being ridiculous. No, I'm not, Momo tried to argue past 𝐒𝐿𝐼's digit. Okay, look, this isn't even me being insecure about myself, 𝐒𝐿𝐼 sighed, and brought her other hand up to knead at the spot between her eyebrows. I like my body, I think that it's pretty nice, actually. But you, Miss Yorozu, are things spectacular. Then why have I never been flirted with? Momo wondered. I don't mean, say, Kaminari or Mineta, I mean real flirting. Well, I mean, you've always had a thing for the strong, silent types, right? That is hardly an uncommon archetype, Momo argued. Even if Izuku doesn't exactly fit the silent mold, it's actually pretty endearing how he can get on a roll when he gets excited. I'm sure lots of women go for those sorts of men. And you prefer respectful, nice men, hopefully. Of course, Momo nodded. I have excellent taste, as we both agree. In that case, 𝐒𝐿𝐼 dropped her hands to the top of Momo's chest. What are you expecting? That Deku's gonna be all hey, gorgeous, great melons, mind if I have a squeeze? To emphasize the ridiculousness of her statement, 𝐒𝐿𝐼 enacted the gesture. Granted, her hands weren't on Momo's breasts, but they weren't far off, either. On. Momo gasped at the contact, and they both stared at each other in surprise. The two women broke into an even more intense bout of laughter, as if they just realized the circumstances which they found each other sharing. Okay, you get my point. Right. 𝐒𝐿𝐼 wiped a tear of laughter from her eye. Deku's probably utterly terrified of pushing you further than you wanna go. I know he sure was with me. So, if you want him, you need to go get our man. Isn't the expression your man? Momo wondered. Shush. Not important right now. 𝐒𝐿𝐼 blushed all over again. I swear, the two of you can both be utterly impossible sometimes, I'm this close. She held her thumb and forefinger a tiny fraction apart, to throw in both of you in the love shack, locking the door, and not letting you out until you've got over yourselves. I suppose that would be a case of thrown to the bed and ravished by proxy, him. Momo tried to retain a serious expression for as long as she could, but her lips started quivering with restrained giggles almost immediately. See if I don't, 𝐒𝐿𝐼 pinched Momo's side, you brat. Momo swatted playfully at 𝐒𝐿𝐼's shoulder, and before they knew it, they held a short-lived tickle fight which lasted as long as it took them to get way too hot from the exertion. The same day Ibara she scrunched her toes into the sand, and this close to the sea, found that the heat had become merely hot, rather than stifling or overwhelming. While the nights had certainly been cooler of late, Ibara was quite content for any break from the oppressive daytime highs that she could find. So, what did you need help with? Her partner for the day's task, Izuku, asked. Something of critical importance, I believe. Ibara leaned back to reach for the simple satchel she'd carried. I'm going to need you to paint the ocean. Paint? Izuku looked at her with a raised eyebrow. You have been overworking yourself, Ibara clarified. While your work ethic is certainly admirable, performing some form of labor each and every day is too much, especially in this unbearable heat. So, she spread her satchel open, revealing a pair of bark canvases and her equally rudimentary brushes within. I thought I would take it on myself to dedicate you to more artistic pursuits, for today. Oh, Izuku muttered briefly to himself, I don't mind working hard. If I can help make it a bit nicer for everyone, isn't that worth trying? Certainly, Ibara agreed. but you'll be of no help to anyone if you work your fingers to the bone trying to outmatch the sun itself. You are a capable man, Izuku, but not that capable. Come, sit. He listened to her, and plopped down in the sand beside her. Today is to be your day of rest, she smiled contentedly as she retrieved tiny pots of various pigments, and, since idle hands are the devil's playthings, I believe that this task might help you to relax. That's very kind of you, Izuku smiled back at her, but you don't have to worry about me, you know. I've dealt with worse, definitely. I'm quite sure you have. Ibara was no stranger to combat herself, having experienced the entirety of the war against Shigaraki and his followers from the first day onwards, which is precisely what I do not wish for you to think about. Oh, Izuku trailed off for a couple moments. That's really nice of you, Ibara. Thanks. It is my pleasure. She placed one of the pieces of bark in his hands and passed him a brush. Now, you said you had done some painting before. Just a bit, Izuku answered, mostly focused on trying to manage straight lines at first, then later, doing finer details without screwing it up. To be honest with you, it was pretty much paint by numbers. Art is still art, Ibara reassured him, even if you follow a guide to create it. In this case, I'd like you to draw on the scene before us for inspiration. She waved her hand to gesture at the sea, but this doesn't mean you have to paint exactly what you see. That would be an impossible challenge, anyways. Yeah, you don't have any blue paint, hey. Blue is an exceedingly rare pigment in nature, Ibara explained. The mineral lapis lazuli, plants of the genus Indigofera or Isatis, a few other sources, but none which we have stumbled across. I can go looking. Izuku. Ibara placed her hand on top of his. This is not a complaint. There is a sort of beauty found in making the best of what we've been given, is there not? I guess, Izuku chuckled, I'm really not much of an artist. It is not as if I am one of the great masters of the craft, Ibara opined. In practice, this is more of a way for me to soothe my mind, to take pleasure in creating something. But you're really talented. Thank you, Ibara smiled at the compliment, but as I said, I do not paint for others. It is a task solely of my own benefit. Well, that part isn't true. Izuku ran his thumb over her wrist. I think it's really neat how you've been painting the random stones around our camp. It really makes the place feel more like home, somehow, you know. I am pleased to hear you enjoy it, Ibara admitted, but we are getting sidetracked. Let's paint. They passed the rest of the afternoon in, for the most part, comfortable silence beside one another, periodically pausing to engage in brief, light conversations. As the sun eventually started to sink towards the horizon, casting a fiery red to the sea in front of them, Izuku excitedly showed her what he'd created. Sure, in truth, it wasn't a very well-executed painting, but Ibara couldn't even think of any artistic criticisms. Instead, she became enraptured by the sheer enthusiasm with which he presented his canvas. I like that you chose to paint the sea as green, she told him. I went with yellow, myself, as if the sun and sea had swapped places. Oh, I didn't think that far, Izuku easily admitted. I just picked green because, well, most of my favorite things are green. A little vain, are you? She teased, and reached out to run one of her fingers through a lock of his hair. I suppose that you could say that, Izuku chuckled. I think that's more of a coincidence than anything. I just like the color in general. Red's my second favorite, and I sure don't have anything red about me. Are you sure? Ibara asked, and traced her finger past the borders of his hairline, stroking her fingertip down his ear, then the side of his neck. Eep! Izuku yelped, and immediately started to blush, as she'd expected, a bright red. Ibara couldn't help but laugh, finding it strangely comfortable to tease Izuku in this manner, when only weeks before she would have been far too preoccupied with chastising herself for daring to be so improperly close with him. I'm glad we did this, Izuku smiled. Thanks for bringing me out here, Ibara, this was really nice. I am happy to. Ibara stood to her feet, and Izuku followed her motion right afterwards. Anytime you need to escape for a while, you can feel free to let me know. I'll remember that, Izuku promised, nodding with wide, happy eyes. He is so eager to please, Ibara thought, so dutiful and selfless, yet with an iron will and the unyielding knowledge of what is right and wrong. She felt a strange impulse, but instead of fighting against it or trying to determine whether it was sinful, Ибара decided to let it carry her body. Ибara leaned forward, closed her eyes, and planted a light, nearly chaste kiss against Izuku's lips. "Oh," Izuku spoke softly as the kiss ended, "that's really nice too." "I agree," she giggled a bit. "This, too, you can request from me anytime you wish." "Good to know," he smiled at her, and Ибara felt a bit of a blush of her own making itself known. They passed the walk back to camp in comfortable mostly silence once again, but Ибara was no less fulfilled than if they'd spent the entire time exchanging deep vows of togetherness with one another. 2 months, 2 weeks, and 4 days since arriving Izuku, the plan to erect a canopy of sorts over part of their camp had been moderately successful, but the hope that it would help shield the worst of the heat was altogether much further from being realized. "Well, it'll help with the rain that's probably on the way," Izuku muttered, laying on his back on the ground, "so that's something, right?" "Indeed," Momo agreed, and laid down beside him. "Little by little, we're making progress, if nothing else." "We're getting there," Izuku sighed contentedly and stretched out. "Who knows how much longer we'll have to build things up, anyways." His outstretched posture had brought his thigh in contact with hers, but where before they both would have been too awkward and shy to have gotten quite that close to one another, now, it felt reassuring and comfortable. Momo reached down for his hand, and lazily intertwined her fingers through his. "I have a question for you," she said. "Yeah. I've been thinking," Momo explained, "and, well, you know how we've discussed how we might wind up back in the real world at any time." Izuku made a noise of agreement. "Does that change anything?" "How do you mean?" "Between you and I," Momo clarified, "I hope it's not insensitive of me to ask, but, well, I know that you and Okiko intend to begin an official relationship when we're back home." "Yeah," Izuku agreed, "that part's true. I don't think it changes anything with, us, though." "Are you sure?" Momo propped herself onto her side across from him. "I don't mean to sound insecure, but, well, I think it's fairly apparent that you and Okiko have a closer bond than any other 2 people on this island, save perhaps for Mina and Setsuna, and I would hate for my presence in your life to interfere with that." "Well, you've talked to Okiko about this." Izuku ran his thumb in a circle over the back of her hand, hoping that the contact would reassure her, "and so have I. Everything that she's said, it sure sounds like she's fully on board with the whole poly thing, and I really don't think that it's just limited to this island." "No. I mean, I can't promise when it will be." Izuku gave her a little smile. "But, when we're back in the real world, if you're interested, would you like to go on a date?" "I would absolutely adore that," Momo nodded eagerly. "I must admit, I may be somewhat impatient as to when that day might come." "Oh." Izuku propped himself up onto his side. "In some ways," Momo pondered, "couldn't we consider this a sort of date?" "Well, I like to think I'd manage something a bit more romantic than a construction project," Izuku joked. "But, yeah, I guess so." "Quite a successful date, in my books," Momo confirmed. "Well, I got to spend time with you." Izuku gave her a full, bright smile that time, "so of course it's a great date." She gave him a silly little smile with that comment, and Izuku marked it down as a successful attempt at flirting. "What do people usually do at the end of dates?" Momo asked, and from the tone of her voice, he guessed that she knew the answer quite well. "Oh, Izuku stammered a bit. "Well, that depends." Apparently, she decided to provide the answer for him. Momo rolled off her back, then kept going, so that she came to rest directly on top of Izuku. "I think it's something a little like this," she teased, then kissed him. Izuku would never be the type to compare the different women in his life against each other as some kind of competition or ranking, but he couldn't help but contrast them, at times. Each woman seemed to have a different sort of feel to her, a different vibe when they spent time together, and in Momo's case, it was a slow, cautious, and yet no less involved sort of intimacy that they tended to share. "You should show me," Momo requested, "what else people do. At the ends of dates, that is." Izuku ran his hands up her spine, in a motion that was, as with everything else they did together, slow and careful. She wiggled slightly against him, and he felt her lips curl up into a smile against his own. When he reached the middle of her shoulder blades, Izuku reversed course, and his hands trailed back down the path they'd just followed. Instead of stopping at her lower back, he kept going a bit lower, until his hands came to rest on her curvaceous rear end. "Oh!" Momo gasped when he squeezed, firmly, but not roughly, and Izuku took advantage of her exclamation. When her mouth opened, he leaned back up to press his lips against hers again, but this time, he traced his tongue slowly over her bottom lip. Momo ummed contentedly, and cautiously extended her own tongue to meet his. They explored each other like that for a while, and Izuku appreciated this slight lemont form of kissing, no matter how slow it was. He also appreciated her, but in his hands, he wasn't that pure of heart. Momo might or might not have had the biggest butt on their island, but it was certainly near the top of that particular scale, with a very enticing blend of firmness and softness. Izuku was pretty sure that Momo's butt would look absolutely incredible in the middle of certain activities. Doing anything else, Izuku spoke when they separated for a moment. Kind of depends on what sort of date it was, doesn't it? "I think it was a very good date," Momo teased, "but I'm not sure if it's the sort that ends in the love shack. Not quite yet, at least." "That's fine by me," Izuku reassured her, and kissed her again. "I don't want to make you uncomfortable, you know." In truth, he wasn't quite sure if he was ready to take things quite that far, with someone other than Okiko himself. Not just yet. It wasn't that he felt that he was committed to Okiko. She had made it very clear that he was more than welcome to explore a relationship with Momo, in particular, and any of the other girls, in general, just that, if he were honest with himself, the idea kind of made him a bit nervous. "I'd be terrified of pushing her too far, too fast," Izuku thought. "It's not like she's fragile or anything, she just doesn't know the meaning of quit, and I don't want her feeling obligated." "Of course," Momo agreed, "and you haven't. This is all just very new to me, and, to be honest with you, I have absolutely no idea what I'm doing. I'm worried I'd be, well, bad at it. If anything, I'd prefer that you take the lead." "I'm not that much more experienced," Izuku chuckled. "I mean, sure, I've learned how to kiss better, but you should have seen me when I first started out. Phew, I was a mess. I'm just lucky that Okiko was patient with me." He regretted the words as soon as he said them, and realized that it probably wasn't very polite to bring up another woman after he'd just been making out with Momo. The momentary stab of awkwardness that he felt was washed away by Momo's reaction, though. She just laughed a genuine, melodic giggle, and even though it looked like she had a thought of some sort in response to his words, she seemed entirely unbothered. "She's an incredible woman," Momo agreed. "Her patience is only one of her many good qualities, isn't it?" Phew. Izuku decided that honesty was his best policy. "I was worried that, mentioning her like that might have been a big mistake." Momo laughed airily. "I can't say that I've thought about this in as much depth as Okiko has," she explained, "but as it turns out, the idea of being in a relationship that involves more than just me and one other person is not unappealing to me. So, yes, it comes with the territory that you'll likely mention your other partners." "Yeah." Izuku realized he had a more pressing issue that he had to mention. "Speaking of the love shack, by the way, I'm not saying we should go there, not at all, but, if we aren't, then we should probably take a little break before things go much further." Momo raised an eyebrow in confusion, but when she shifted in position a bit, the way Izuku scared in breath as her hips pressed against his gave her a pretty clear hint as to what he meant. "Oh, goodness," she cried, and started to giggle at herself immediately after. "I think I know what you mean." Momo surprised him by pushing her hips forward a bit, grinding her pelvis into his by the slightest degree, in a way that meant she'd definitely have realized exactly what part of him was pressed up against her. "That," Momo teased, "is something we will have to handle later, I think." "You're not as bad at this as you think," Izuku returned a joke of his own. "You've got teasing down, at least." 2 months, 2 weeks, and 5 days since arriving, Mina. "Bip, you know you're rad," Setsuna said, "and I totes respect your opinion, and all, but you cannot be serious." "I'm telling you." Mina insisted. "Spider-Man would totally beat Batman." "Do you have any idea what they're talking about?" Momo interjected. "None whatsoever," Ibara added. "Well, at least neither of them are making fun of Set for being so wrong," Mina thought. Ibara's been pretty chill lately, by her standards, actually. The vine-haired woman had even apologized to Mina and Setsuna for denigrating and insulting their character in such a felonious manner, which Mina was pretty sure that she meant she was sorry for being a beach to them. Spider-Man has super strength. Mina started counting off on her fingers: super speed, spider sense, and web shooters. Batman's a rich guy with a fancy car. "No," Setsuna proclaimed, "he's the world's greatest detective. He fights villains way tougher than Spider-Man could, on the regular." "I don't know these heroes," Momo interrupted. "Are they American?" "You could say that," Setsuna explained. "They're pre-Quirk comic book characters." "Oh," Momo smiled and nodded, in a way that sure looked like, "I have no idea what you're talking about." "Back me up here, Yomomo," Mina insisted, banking on her classmate being too afraid of looking unknowledgeable about something to disagree. "Superpowers beats no superpowers." "You don't know that," Setsuna insisted. "Besides, Batman is like the world's best martial artist against someone who's basically a brawny thug. Spider-Man has no chance." "Power is certainly not the only thing that matters," Ibarra stated calmly. "There are many heroes in our world who have risen to great heights with a weak power that requires great skill to use. Best Jeanist, for one." "Yeah, and All Might was the #1 for a decade straight." Mina rolled her eyes. "Skill is good, sure, but raw power is a skill all on its own, isn't it? Wanna wrestle about it?" Setsuna waggled her eyebrows suggestively. "You might have the power, but girl, I've got the skills." "You know I'm gonna take you up on that." Mina had a pretty good idea of how their wrestling match might go, "but don't think you can distract me with your tempting ways." Ibarra didn't even cross herself in response to this reference to sinning, which was progress. "Does Batman get prep time?" Yui, surprisingly, spoke up. Mina hadn't really considered this. "Sure." "Then Batman wins," Yui answered as if it were conclusive. "See," Setsuna whooped, "you're outnumbered. 2-1, Spider-Boy loses." "Oh, that's it," Mina decided. "I'm calling in the big guns. Midori." After a moment, Izuku appeared from the other room, where he'd been surprise hanging out with Okako. "What's up?" "I need you to win a debate for me," Mina proclaimed. "Who wins, Batman or Spider-Man?" "Oh man." Izuku sat down on a chair and immediately brought his hand to his chin in thought. "There's so many factors to consider. What are the terms of the contest? Is it a straight-up fight? Where is it held? Gotham, New York, or a neutral location? Do either of the combatants have time to prepare?" Mina beamed her most sinister smile and turned to face Setsuna, then mouthed, "You deserve this," to her. Setsuna replied by sticking out her tongue petulantly. "Mina said that Batman gets prep time," Yi interrupted Izuku's mumblestorm. "Oh." Izuku nodded once, decisively, "Then Batman wins." "No," Mina wailed, "you were supposed to be my secret weapon." "What are we crying about?" Okako asked as she entered the room. Mina and Setsuna were arguing about a comic book character, Momo explained. Mina just lost the argument. "No, it's no fair," Mina complained. "I take it back. Neither of them gets prep time. No preparation. They both get dumped into an unfamiliar city, and they have to beat each other up." "Still Batman," Yui interjected. "Actually, that environment favors Spider-Man," Izuku hummed. "With his spider sensibility, he should be able to detect when Batman is creating a plan against him, and in a straight brawl, it'd be tough for Batman to compete against Spider-Man's speed and strength." "Yeah." Mina whooped. "Tie game, beaches." "Wait a minute," Yui raised a finger. "Izuku, you're biased." "Hey." Izuku scratched his head. "How so?" "You're literally Spider-Man." "What?" "Super strength, super speed." Yui started listing off Izuku's, quite frankly, confusing number of quirks, the ability to sense danger, and rope-like projectiles that you use for mobility and capture. "Yup. You're Spider-Man." "I've never thought of it like that." Izuku's eyes lit up like beacons. "That's so cool." "Oh no," Okako drawled, "now there's two of them." "I find it curious that you're so convinced that the man without a quirk could stand up to an opponent with several," Momo weighed in. "I know that's not the right way to phrase it, But, well, the quirkless have it hard enough in our society, you'd be surprised, Izuku interjected. Anyone here ever heard of Knuckle Duster? Ooh, yeah. Setsuna chimed in. Real badass vigilante, took down some nasty customers in his day. Why? His quirkless, Izuku explained. Whoa! Setsuna goggled. That's, like, double extra badass. How'd you find that out? There's barely anything about him on HeroNet as is. Oh, I've met him, Izuku shuddered. Trust me, as badass as he seems from what you read online. He's twice as scary in person. Dang, Midori, Mina whistled. You know, I almost forget sometimes, you're a real badass yourself. There's so many secrets you know that we don't. Maybe Izuku is Batman, Yui suggested. He's very good at analysis. Nah, Okako weighed in. I don't know comics as well as you four, but look at it this way, dark costume, uses lots of neat gadgets, and basically fights quirkless. Aizawa-sensei is Batman. Oh man, Izuku's eyes sparkled with mirth. Whenever we get back, I'm totally going to start calling him that. Maybe it'll get back at him a bit for stranding us here. It's these sorts of plans, Greenie, Setsuna winked, that show how you aren't pure enough to be Spider-Man. Wait a minute. Mina stared at Setsuna, and an unspoken conversation passed between them. Agreed. Setsuna nodded, as Mina cheered. What did you agree on? Izuku asked nervously. Spider-Man or Batman, Mina explained, doesn't matter. Deku beats both. For all that she'd teased him over the years, the blush that this particular comment produced was the most intense that Mina had ever seen on Izuku. She kind of liked it. A lot. 2 months and 3 weeks since arriving. You okay, this time, try that leg sweep I showed you, Izuku instructed, and got into a combat stance. Yui imitated him, as she planted her feet wide and squared her shoulders to him. She was eager to try this new move he'd demonstrated, but even more than the practical benefits, she was coming to look forward to their weekly training sessions simply as an opportunity to spend time with Izuku one-on-one. Izuku charged towards her with his arms upraised, and as he'd explained to do, Yui unintuitively moved towards his grasp, ducked to the side, and stepped underneath his raised arms. With the leg closest to his body planted behind him, Yui shoved her shoulder into his armpit, then hauled him off balance, using her own limb as a lever to pitch him to the ground. That was perfect. Izuku reviewed excitedly, shortly after he landed on his back. You've really got a talent for picking these things up, Yui. Thanks, she replied. I have a good teacher. I'm really not that great, Izuku chuckled. I'm not just doing the whole downplaying myself thing, either. I'm really not very well trained. Like I said, I'm more of a brawler. The only follow-up I know to that sweep would be to jump on top of someone and start punching them. It's more than I knew, Yui shrugged. If I intend to be the best hero that I can be, then I should address these deficits in my own training. She offered her hand to him to help him off the ground, even though Izuku definitely didn't need her assistance. Yui still appreciated the little thrill that went through her body when his rough, gnarled hand fit into hers. I like them, you know, she stated. Ay. Your scars, Yui clarified. Sorry if that's weird to say. Oh, Izuku stammered a bit, and she feared that her statement was, in fact, a weird one. No, I appreciate that. It's hard for me to forget where I got them all, and some I'm proud of, but others are just reminders of times when I wasn't up to a challenge. You've met more challenges than any hero your age. Yui was baffled by his persistent humility. She wondered if perhaps her own heroic instincts were too weak, that she tended to look back on past victories as triumphs, rather than trying to assess the things she could have done better. We've all gone through a lot. Izuku grinned with a hint of sadness in his expression, but, somehow, both our classes managed to come through relatively unscathed. Setsuna lost an arm, Yui recalled. It grew back, though. Yeah, I don't think that counts, Izuku chuckled. The same as it didn't with Mizo, Shoji, from our class, when he lost 2 of his. He had 8 on that side of his body, at the time, so it wasn't really a big deal. Quirks are so cool, Yui smiled. Yours is probably the coolest. Izuku's gaze went distant for a moment. I'm really lucky, yeah. What was this one from? Yui lifted Izuku's hand to inspect it closer, and ran her thumb over one of his more twisted fingers. If you want to talk about it, that is. Those ones are from being stubborn, Izuku chuckled. You remember the first sports festival? Yeah. When I fought against Xiaoto, Todoroki, and I kept using air blasts against him, Izuku explained, I really shouldn't have done that. Turns out that broken fingers don't like being broken again. I remember that match. You could hardly forget the display of power she'd witnessed. In retrospect, it had been the first time she'd ever noticed Izuku Midoriya, but it certainly hadn't been the last. You could have won, I think. Maybe, Izuku smiled, but I had another goal than winning. Oh. Well, I'm sure you've heard about Xiaoto's, family troubles. Izuku chuckled nervously. At the time, he was refusing to use his fire. I decided that I wasn't going to stop until I helped him accept his own quirk. Wow, Yui raised Izuku's hand to her lips and pressed a soft kiss against his scarred digits. You're a true hero, you know. I'd like to think I try to be, Izuku spoke softly, but, you know, it's hard to actually accept it. It's pretty easy for me to accept, Yui continued. There aren't that many truly heroic heroes out there, even if it's the job title. You're going to be one of them. Their conversation was interrupted when a heavy droplet of water smacked directly into the middle of Yui's forehead. She blinked in confusion, then looked upwards. Oh, she noticed, it's going to rain. Demon, Izuku muttered, we should wrap this up, then, let the others know. We worried that rain was on its way, but we don't know how heavy it's gonna come down. Should cool things off a bit, at least, but that's assuming that it doesn't storm hard enough to take our roof out, or worse, if it floods our site entirely, or, you calmly led him back towards their cabin as he continued to mumble his way through various disaster scenarios. This sort of thing was precisely what she had been talking about earlier. The instant that Izuku noticed that something could go wrong, he was already planning on ways to help save people from various calamities. For Yui, when she'd noticed the rain, her first instinct had been, oh, I guess our sparring is over. That's too bad. She wondered once again if this was some sort of failing on her part, but after she mulled it over for a bit, she eventually decided that this was simply another indicator of how special Izuku truly was. As they passed by the so-called love shack, Yui paused. She glanced back to Izuku, who was rattling off various scenarios about different potential flood levels, and decided that she really wanted to show her appreciation for him in a particularly demonstrative way. She guided him inside the doors of the love shack, then turned to step closer to him. Oh, hey, Izuku seemed to just remember where he was. I've very much enjoyed spending time with you, Yui explained, both today and in general. I'm glad I've had the chance to get closer to you. She pressed up against him and craned her head up. Without giving him any time to mumble or feel awkward about anything, Yui started to kiss him passionately, shoving her tongue into his mouth right from the start. When they separated, a thin trail of saliva still connected their lips, and Yui found that she really liked how that looked. I'm hoping we can get even closer soon, she whispered to him. That's what I wanted to say. Let's get back to the cabin. Izuku nodded, kind of half-stunned, but he had a dopey smile on her face that Yui enjoyed seeing even more than anything else she'd laid eyes on that day. 2 months, 3 weeks, and 2 days since arriving 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐿 awoke in the middle of the night in a panic, her limbs thrashing around wildly as she tried to figure out where the explosions were coming from. That wasn't one of Bakugo's, her mind raced, we're under attack. When thunder boomed overhead once again, she realized what she'd actually been awoken by, and huffed out a breath in disappointment. While her brain understood that she was just hearing a thunderstorm, her instincts kept screaming at her that she had to prepare for a fight. She climbed out of her bedroll. Now I'm wide awake. As she blinked what little sleep remained out of her eyes, 𝐒𝐿 decided that while it was technically breaking the rules that they'd all agreed on, she didn't particularly feel like trying to get back to sleep alone. She padded out of her room, intending to make her way to Deku's bedroom, but before she could make it that far, she noticed that she wasn't the only one who'd been awoken by the storm. Mina! 𝐒𝐿 called out softly to her pink-haired classmate, who sat on the couch in the middle of the cabin, practically shaking. Eep! Mina jumped where she sat, and spun around to face 𝐒𝐿 with wide, panicked eyes. Oh, hey, Charco. Can't sleep? 𝐒𝐿 asked. Nope. Mina chuckled nervously, not so much. There was another crack of thunder, even louder than the first two that she'd been conscious for, and Mina shot up 2 feet into the air with a yelp. "Are you scared of thunder?" 𝐒𝐿𝐵 asked, concerned. "Little bit." Mina pulled her blankets up to hide her face. "I know it's silly and I'm being immature and I should just grow up and all that, but," she giggled in a high-pitched, unsettled way again, "I guess I can't help it." "You're not being silly." 𝐒𝐿𝐵 walked over and sat down on the couch beside her. "It's got me pretty on edge too, why no?" Yeah, 𝐒𝐿𝐵 agreed. "Ever since the war, I don't really do too well with sudden loud sounds." "Jesus," Mina gave a wobbly little smirk, "and we've been in a class with Bakugo for the last 2 years." "Oh, I'm used to," 𝐒𝐿𝐵 chuckled. "It's things that aren't so predictably blasty that make me nervous, you know." "I don't even have that excuse," Mina mumbled. "I've been terrified of thunder since I was a little girl. Now I'm a grown-but adult, about to be a pro hero, and it still gets me all shaky like this." "Hey," 𝐒𝐿𝐵 slung an arm around her shoulders, "don't get down on yourself like that, Kay." "I'm being pathetic," Mina muttered indistinctly after that particular phrase. "No, you're not." 𝐒𝐿𝐵 hugged her tighter. "You're one of the bravest, most positive people I've ever met, so what if there's literally one thing in this whole world that you're scared of?" "2, Mina grumbled. "I was always effing terrified of Gigantomachia." "That's just called common sense, Mina." 𝐒𝐿𝐵 shared that particular opinion, "but even then, you were there with us, when we finally brought him down for good." "I guess," Mina nodded. "It still doesn't make it any less silly that I'm afraid of thunder." "Remember, I am too," 𝐒𝐿𝐵 reminded her, "so watch yourself, missy, because you're getting awful close to making fun of me at the same time as you're trying to talk down about yourself." "You know I wouldn't make fun of you," Mina promised. "Well, for that. Lots of other things, sure, but that's just friendly teasing, yeah." "You're the brave one, out of the 2 of us," Mina said. "That's my opinion at least. Anyways, why'd you come out here?" "I started feeling trapped in my room, but it's not much better out here." "Oh, 𝐒𝐿𝐵 stumbled over the words. "I was gonna sneak into Deku's room, honestly." "Ooh," Mina started to tease, "some late-night hanky-panky, hey." "No, not like that." 𝐒𝐿𝐵 waved the accusation aside. "It's just, he's nice to cuddle." "I'll bet." Mina agreed. "Well, don't let me keep you. Go get your snuggle on, girl." Her confidence was entirely shattered by the next thunderclap overhead, which made Mina shriek and nearly fall off the couch. "Okay." 𝐒𝐿𝐵 reached out and grabbed Mina's hand, then hauled her to her feet. "You're coming with." No. Mina seemed bashful. The first time 𝐒𝐿𝐵 had ever seen her like that. "I wouldn't want to interfere." "It's okay. I'll be okay." The rumbling echo of the previous thunderclap wasn't quite loud enough to mask Mina's whimpering noise. "You're not interfering," 𝐒𝐿𝐵 rolled her eyes. "You're terrified, and this'll help. It does for me, at least." "But it's the 2 of you," Mina mumbled, "and it's all sweet and romantic and stuff." "Mina," 𝐒𝐿𝐵 really didn't know what was bothering her. "You've watched us have secretary." "Well, yeah." Mina perked up a bit. "That was great. But that's just you know. Not, like, lovey-dovey type stuff." 𝐒𝐿𝐵 pulled Mina along behind her. "You're not interfering with anything, because I'm inviting you, you dork. Now, come on, if you quit being difficult, you can be in the middle." That, apparently, was enough to deal with whatever insecurity Mina had been struggling with, because the pink girl practically rushed 𝐒𝐿𝐵 forwards after that promise, rather than lagging behind. The pair walked softly through Deku's open door, where he was laying sprawled out in the middle of his own bedroll. From the way that his chest rose and fell evenly in the faint moonlight, it seemed as if he, at least, was able to sleep through a storm. "Hey, Deku." 𝐒𝐿𝐵 spoke softly, as she knelt to slide his shoulder. "Machiko," he mumbled sleepily, slurring his words together. "What's up?" "Mina and me can't sleep," 𝐒𝐿𝐵 whispered, "cause of the storm. Can we stay with you?" "Yeah, of course." Deku reached up to pull 𝐒𝐿𝐵 into his embrace, but she leaned out of it for now. "Promised you," 𝐒𝐿𝐵 said to Mina. "Now get in there. Your little spoon, I'm big spoon tonight." "Yay!" Mina whisper cheered. and it certainly didn't take her any further convincing to launch under Izuku's thin blanket and crush her face into his chest. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 slid into bed behind her, and wrapped an arm around her friend to pull Mina tight against her own chest as well. It only took a few minutes for the calming embrace to work, apparently, because before long, Mina was making soft, almost snoring noises. Thanks, 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 leaned over her head and kissed Deku's cheek. No prob, he reached over both women to sling one of his arms over Mina and 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 at once. Night. Night, she replied, and sure enough, it didn't take long for sleep to find her again either. The next morning Setsuna, so, Mina drawled the word, as Setsuna walked with her along the now waterlogged borders of their camp, kinda got something to tell you, yeah. Setsuna was curious, lay it on me, babe. I kinda, slept with Midori last night, dimmin. Setsuna was surprised, but kind of impressed. You work fast, girl. Wait, wasn't it Momo's turn next? No, not like, slept with, I mean, slept in the same bed with. Had a snooze beside. You know, sleeping sleep. Oh, that made more sense and was also more confusing at the same time, yeah. And? Well, I mean, Mina. Looked nervous, is that okay? It's not really the kind of thing we talked about when we decided to be open. Mina, babe, Setsuna slung her arm around Mina's shoulder and gave her toothiest grin. You absolutely have my permission, not that you even need it, to have a slumber party with Izuku if you want. Hell, maybe I'll join you, next time. Oh, 𝐒𝐴𝐵 was there too, Mina clarified. Heh, figures, Setsuna chuckled. Wait, how'd that work out, then? Weren't you afraid of getting in the middle of their love fest? I was scared, Mina admitted, and Setsuna's confusion reached a peak. I'm scared of thunder, Mina whined. I know, it's silly, but I can't help it. Oh, Setsuna hadn't realized that, but this also didn't exactly seem like something worth confessing, like the way Mina was acting. Well, that is. Yeah, but, Mina mumbled, apparently cuddling with Izuku makes it better. Not surprised, Setsuna smirked, he's such a big, strong, protective man and all. Hey! Wait a minute. Setsuna thought she might have come to a realization about why Mina was acting so guilty. Why didn't you come snuggle me? I give pretty good cuddles too, I'll have you know. She wasn't actually offended, but it did seem like a question worth asking. Babe, Mina giggled, you sleep like a log and snore like a chainsaw. Not exactly the most soothing kind of sleep cuddles. Fair, Setsuna laughed it off. I'm all kinds of confused right now, though. You're acting like you expect me to be mad at you for something, but I'm really not getting why you'd think that. Well, aren't you a little frustrated? Mina wondered. I mean, I went and got comforted by another couple instead of going to you. Mina, darling, Setsuna waved her hand idly in the air. Don't get me wrong, you're absolutely kick-ass, and I really dig you, but we aren't like, together, remember? Yeah. And even if we were official, Setsuna continued, I still don't think I'd mind if you wanted to go snuggle with Izuku now and then. I don't really do jealousy, you know. Really? Mina seemed surprised by this, like, even if you're exclusive to someone. I don't know if I could be. Really? Mina's eyes lit up with interest. You know, when we talked about having some fun together, but not putting labels on it, I kind of thought that was because labels might come with exclusivity, you know. Oh, definitely not, Setsuna explained. Not for me, at least. There's way too many babes in this world. I can't imagine limiting myself to just one, or even worse, limiting the babe I'm with to only my babely self. What's the most times you've ever said babe in a sentence? In tons, Setsuna chuckled, but you get what I mean. Yeah, I think so, Mina frowned in thought. So, if we're not going to be exclusive, what does being official or not actually change? In all honesty, Setsuna shrugged, probably not much at this point. Back in the real world, if we had a label on this thing, I'd probably be all kinds of clingy and want you to move in with me, but, well, we kinda already live together here. Heh, Mina smirked, yeah, that's true. Is that what's bothering you? Setsuna asked, the label part. No, I don't think so, Mina clarified. I guess I just kind of felt weird about getting all cuddly with other people when you weren't around. It's no bother to me, Setsuna confirmed, as long as you're cool with it, if I wind up getting all cuddled up on some gorgeous babe even when you aren't there to share them with me. Depends who it is, Mina giggled. If it's Izuku, then, yeah, fair. Anyone else? Setsuna waggled her eyebrows. Most of the girls on this island, honestly, Mina raised one of her own eyebrows in return. Momo, obviously, that's a yes. Okiko, oh god, yes, I too have a sickness for the thickness. I'm not really sold on Yui or Ibara, but maybe. They're more my friends than anything, Setsuna clarified. I mean, don't get me wrong, I totally would, but I'm not really that eager to try and change that status to include benefits, now that I'm hanging with you, and stuff. Wait, I just thought of something. Mina stopped. Oh. When Momo's had her turn with Midori, Mina started. Yeah. Setsuna recalled the way that, while the 6 women on the island hadn't ever officially discussed the idea of taking turns, they didn't need to discuss how obvious it was that Momo was the next in line, after Okiko. One of us two is probably next, since we've already touched his junk and all, Mina continued. Are we taking turns? Or do you want to go both at once? Should one of us be before the other one? That's a good question, Setsuna admitted. I hadn't really thought about that. I don't know if it matters much to me whatever way it goes down, Mina nodded to herself. Same, girl, Setsuna grinned. As long as I get some of that PP, I'll be happy. Right. Mina giggled. Who knew that he was packing that? We'll figure it out when it looks like it's gonna happen. Setsuna offered, no real plans until then. Works for me. Mina slung her arm around Setsuna, resting her limb in the small of her back. Thanks for being so cool. Like, in general, but also cool about walking me through all this. Of course, babe, Setsuna gave her a quick smooch. I know it can get confusing at times, but that's what I'm here for. Is that all you're here for? Mina wondered, because, oh wow, it looks like we just so happened to wander over to the love shack on our little walk. So we did. Setsuna agreed, and swooped Mina up into her arms. The pair giggled the entire time as they made their way inside.